There's something deeply unsettling about walking into a perfect home and realizing the danger isn't hiding in the shadows. It's smiling at you across the dinner table. In The Housemaid, Freida McFadden turns an ordinary job into a slow-burning psychological nightmare, a story inspired by her fascination with hidden identities, buried trauma, and the terrifying things people conceal behind wealth, charm, and polished walls. Published in 2022, the novel exploded across the world, selling millions of copies and becoming one of the defining thriller sensations of the decade. Before this story pulled readers into its dark corridors, McFadden had already built a reputation for addictive psychological thrillers like Never Lie and The Locked Door, all written while balancing a real-life career in medicine, which gives her stories an unnervingly human edge. And when Hollywood finally came calling, The Housemaid arrived in 2025, bringing the tension to the screen with a haunting new life of its own. What you're about to experience is not a word-for-word reading of the original novel, but a cinematic third-person retelling designed to immerse you in the mystery, the fear, and the secrets waiting behind every locked door. And as you listen, the visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. Stay close, because later you'll uncover hidden details about the book's creation, adaptation trivia, and behind-the-scenes facts that make this story even darker than it first appears. Now lock the door behind you. The story begins. The detective on the sofa. Connor's stocky, gray-threaded black hair shifts against the burnt caramel leather, and she wonders if he's picturing his own sofa at home, cheaper, khaki orange maybe, covered in pet fur with split seams. Probably not. More likely he's picturing the dead body upstairs. He leans in, New York drawl asking her to walk through it again when she found the body. She holds back, unsure if she should demand a lawyer, waiting for an offered one that hasn't come. She answers after a pause, about an hour ago. He presses why she went up there. She repeats the sound she heard, nothing more. He wants her to crack to say she did it, to confess so he can take her away. Instead, she leans back, telling him that's everything she knows. Disappointment crosses his stubbled face. He's working through the evidence, still unsure if he has enough to cuff her. If he were sure, he would have done it already. Then another officer calls down from the top of the stairs, younger, pale, unlined face gone white. He tells Connors to come up now, that he won't believe what's up there. From the bottom step she can see the young cop's Adam's apple, Bob. 3 months earlier. Nina Winchester leans forward on that same caramel leather sofa, crossing legs that show just a sliver of knee beneath a silky white skirt, everything she wears painfully expensive. Millie chooses her words carefully, knowing she probably won't get hired anyway. She mentions growing up in Brooklyn, lists her housework jobs from her carefully doctored resume, adds that she loves children, and, glancing around for pet signs, says she loves pets too. Nina beams, claiming they're practically neighbors from Brooklyn. Millie agrees, though nothing could be further from the truth. She grew up in a very different part. But if Nina wants to believe it, Millie happily plays along. Nina tucks a strand of chin-length blonde bob behind her ear, a cut that minimizes a double chin. Late 30s, ordinary features made extraordinary by wealth. Millie has gone the opposite direction. Chunky thrift store wool skirt, polyester puffy sleeve blouse, dirty blonde hair in a severe bun, oversized tortoiseshell glasses she doesn't need, professional, and utterly unattractive. She doesn't want Nina feeling threatened. The job mostly cleaning, some light cooking. Millie confirms she's an excellent cook, the only honest line on her resume. Nina lights up, saying they rarely get a home-cooked meal. Millie bites back judgment. Nina doesn't work, has one school-aged child, hires out cleaning and gardening. How could she not have time? She reminds herself not to judge, but if she had to bet, Nina Winchester is spoiled rotten. Occasional help with daughter Cecilia taking her to lessons or play dates. Does Millie have a car? She nearly laughs. Her 10-year-old Nissan is parked out front, and that car is her home, everything she owns in the trunk, the back seat where she slept for a month. She misses a toilet, a sink, straightening her legs at night. She says yes, she has a car. Nina claps, mentioning a booster seat and the Academy of Pediatrics height-weight requirements. As Nina drones on, Millie scans the living room ultra-modern furnishings, a massive flat screen with built-in surround sound, a working fireplace with mantel photos from trips around the world, a sparkling chandelier above an insanely high ceiling. Nina asks a question Millie missed entirely. She blinks, rewinds, finds nothing, and ventures a yes. Whatever she agreed to makes Nina very happy, so Millie repeats more firmly, absolutely. Nina uncrosses and recrosses her stocky legs, referencing the reimbursement offer from the ad. Millie swallows. The number is more than acceptable, almost stopped her from applying because no one offering that much in a house like this would ever hire her. She chokes out that it's fine. Nina confirms it's alive in position. Millie keeps her face neutral, leaving the back seat of her Nissan. She says she knows. Nina rises, tugs her skirt hem, and offers the grand tour. Millie stands too at heels. Nina is taller, but it feels like much more than a few inches. The tour is painstaking: a gigantic living room, a newly renovated kitchen, second-floor master bedroom, Cecilia's room, Mr. Winchester's home office, a guest bedroom like a top Manhattan hotel. Then Nina pauses dramatically at a door, flings it open: a home theater with stadium seating, floor-to-ceiling monitor, popcorn machine. Millie offers, wow, with appropriate enthusiasm. Nina shivers with delight, mentioning a full library of movies plus all channels and streaming services. They reach a final door at the end of the hallway. Nina's hand lingers on the knob. She asks if that would be her room. Nina turns the creaking knob, thicker wood than the others, revealing a dark stairwell. The finished attic upstairs. Narrow, unlit stairs, the hired help's quarters. At the top, a low ceiling forces her almost to stoop. Nina points to a bathroom on the left, then flings open the last door. A string tug lights 2 naked bulbs. The room is tiny, ceiling slanted with the roof, far side only waist high. A single cot, half-height bookcase, small dresser. Modest, even crappy. That gives her a sliver of hope. Low standards mean she might have a chance. But something bothers her. She walks to the small window overlooking the backyard, seeing the landscaper hacking hedges. When Nina asks if she likes it, Millie turns from that smiling face, unable to name the dread pooling in her stomach. The window faces the back. Nobody would see her, hear her scream. Still, compared to her car, that cot means straightening her legs all night. She says it's perfect. Nina ecstatic. They descend the dark stairwell. Back on the second floor, Millie exhales a breath she didn't know she was holding. Then a little girl's voice from behind. Mommy? Cecilia. The same pale blue eyes as Nina but lighter, hair almost white, pale blue dress trimmed in lace. Staring right through her like a creepy cult child movie casting. Nina wraps arms around the girl's skinny shoulders, but Cecilia's expression never changes. Her gaze never leaves Millie's face. The girl says it's nice to meet her, politely. Millie estimates at least a 25% chance this 9-year-old murders her in her sleep. She still wants the job. Nina pecks Cecilia's head. The girl scurries off, doubtless to a creepy dollhouse. Millie knows she's being ridiculous. That child is probably sweet. It's not her fault she's dressed like a Victorian ghost. Back on the first floor, tension leaves her body. As Nina chatters about the house and Job, Millie barely listens. She'd give her right arm for this position. Nina asks if she has questions. She says no. Nina insists she be called Nina, not Mrs. Winchester. Millie complies. Nina squeezes her rough palm and baby-smooth hands, saying she has a good feeling. Millie wants to believe she'll get the call, vacate Casa Nissan, But Nina's no dummy. She'll run a background check. Millie swallows a lump. At the front door, Nina clasps her hand again, promising she'll hear from her soon. Millie knows she won't. She should have aimed for fast food instead of wasting time here. Outside, the landscaper from the attic window is shaping hedges with giant clippers. Big guy, muscular, tattoos, baseball cap. His dark eyes lift to meet hers. She says hi. He just stares. She mutters under her breath. Through the electronic gate, she looks back. He's still watching, expression sending a chill down her spine. He shakes his head, almost imperceptibly, like a warning. No words. Living in her car means simplicity. No gatherings. The bigger problem: showers. 3 days after eviction, 3 weeks after getting fired, she found a rest stop with showers, little privacy, faint waste smell, but she cried with joy. Now she eats lunch in the back seat, a ham and American cheese sandwich with mayo from her cooler and 99-cent white bread, sick of sandwiches. Her prepaid flip phone rings. A clipped woman's voice says, "Wilhelmina Calloway?" She winces, hates her full name, hasn't spoken to her parents in years. Just Millie. The woman, Donna Stanton from Munchburgers, says the position has been filled. The ham and cheese churn in her stomach. Munchburgers didn't have strict hiring practices. Her last interview since Mrs. Winchester failed to call back. Desperate, she blurts out asking about another location, says she's a hard worker, reliable, but the line's already dead. She clutches her sandwich in one hand, phone in the other. Hopeless. Nobody wants to hire her. All she wants is a fresh start. She'll work her butt off, do whatever it takes. She fights back tears in the back seat of her Nissan, though there's no one to see, no one who cares anymore. Her parents washed their hands of her over a decade ago. Her phone rings again. She wipes her eyes, clicks the green button, croaks a hello. A vaguely familiar voice asks if this is Millie. Her heart leaps. Nina Winchester from last week's interview. She bites her lip. Why call back now? She'd assume someone else was hired. Nina offers her the job. Blood rushes to her head, dizzy. Munchburgers was conceivable, but a woman like Nina inviting her into her home to live? Impossible. Maybe Nina didn't check references, didn't run a background check. Too busy. Or one of those women who trust gut feelings. Nina asks if she's interested, works with her, not for her. Millie chokes out a strangled laugh, says she'd love to work with her. As soon as possible, Nina says there's laundry. Tomorrow, Millie offers. Doesn't she need time to pack? Millie says she's a fast packer, doesn't admit everything she owns is already in the trunk. Nina loves her spirit. As they exchange details, Millie wonders if Nina would feel the same if she knew Millie spent the last 10 years in prison. She arrives next morning after Nina's dropped Cecilia at school. Parks outside the metal gate, now closed, locked. 2 duffel bags at her feet. No buzzer or doorbell. The landscaper is there again, crouched with a shovel. She calls out. He glances back, resumes digging. She calls louder. He slowly rises, ambles over, pulls off rubber gloves, raises his eyebrows. She introduces herself, says Nina's expecting her. He says nothing. Up close, she sees he's hot mid-30s. Thick jet black hair, olive skin, rugged, but his eyes are strikingly black, no pupil distinguishable. His gaze makes her step back. She asks for help. He finally speaks a rapid string of what sounds like Italian. She asks if he speaks English. He says no, heavily accented. She pantomimes she works for Mrs. Winchester, needs to get inside. He frowns, then hits a switch. The gates swing open. She starts to pick up her bags, but he lifts both without effort, carries them to the front door. She thanks him with gracias. He gives her a funny look. She points to herself, Millie. He nods, points to himself, Enzo. She says nice to meet him, though he won't understand. He says something in Italian. He struggles for words, you, then hisses a word, pericolo, just as the front door unlocks. Enzo hurries back to the yard, making himself busy. She thinks maybe it means a soft drink, pericolo with lime. Nina appears delighted, throws her arms around Millie in a hug. She felt a connection, a gut feeling, so she didn't do the research. Millie has to be the perfect employee. Never give her a reason not to trust. She agrees. They have a connection. Nina leads her inside, oblivious to the heavy luggage. The house looks completely different from the interview, now a pigsty. 6 cups with sticky liquids on the coffee table, crumpled newspapers, a pizza box, clothing and garbage strewn, remains of last night's dinner on the dining table. Nina says she hasn't arrived a moment too soon, so Nina's secret: she's a slob. It'll take hours, maybe days, but Millie is itching for honest hard work. If she makes herself invaluable, Nina's less likely to fire her if she finds out the truth. She says, let her put her bags away. Then she'll tidy everything. Nina sighs happily, calls her a miracle, then pulls out the latest iPhone from her purse. Noticed Millie's outdated phone. Nina wants reliable communication, adds Millie to the family plan, says it cost almost nothing. Millie knows her definition of almost nothing is different. Footsteps echo on the stairs. A man in a gray suit stops short at the base, shocked by her presence, eyes widening at her luggage. Nina calls out, Andy, come meet Millie. Andrew Winchester. When she Googled the family, his net worth made her eyes pop. A businessman who took over his father's thriving company and doubled profits. From his surprised expression, his wife handles household matters, apparently forgot to tell him she's hired a live-in housekeeper. Andrew steps into the living room, brow furrowed, saying he didn't realize. Nina insists she told him they needed help. His face relaxes. He welcomes her, saying they could certainly use it. She notices he's incredibly handsome, piercing brown eyes, mahogany hair, a cleft chin, several levels more attractive than his wife, which strikes her as strange. He's filthy rich, could have any woman, and she respects him for not choosing a 20-year-old supermodel. She thrusts her new phone into her pocket and shakes his hand. He asks to be called Andrew. Something flickers over Nina's face. Lips twitch, eyes narrow. Millie doesn't understand why. Nina offered her first name. Andrew's eyes stay respectfully on hers, not dropping below the neck. Nina snips, asking if he has to get to the office. He straightens his tie, mentions a 9:30 meeting in the city. He gives Nina a lingering kiss, squeezes her shoulder, blows a kiss from the front door. Millie says he seems nice. The dark, suspicious look returns to Nina's eyes. Does she think so? Millie stammers, asks how long they've been married. Nina doesn't answer. Instead, she asks about Millie's glasses. She wore them at the interview. Millie squirms, reluctant to admit they were fake. She lies. She's wearing contacts. Nina scrutinizes her pupils, searching for lenses. Millie asks if that's a problem. A muscle twitches under Nina's eye. Then her face relaxes. She just thought the glasses were cute, very striking. Millie should wear them more often. Millie grabs her duffel bag with a shaking hand, says she should get upstairs and start. Nina claps. Excellent idea. Nina doesn't help with the bags. 2 flights up, Millie's arms feel like they'll fall off. She drops them in the new room with relief. Nina yanks the cord, illuminating the 2 bulbs. She says she hopes it's okay privacy, her own bathroom. Millie finds it perfect. Anything larger than her car's back seat is a palace. She notices a mini fridge humming, about a foot tall. Inside 3 tiny bottles of water. Nina says good hydration is important, gave her a head start. Millie thanks her. Weird but fine. Nina wipes her spotless hands on her thighs, says she'll let Millie unpack then clean while she prepares for her PTA meeting. She's vice president. Millie says that's wonderful, exactly what Nina wants to hear. Fingers briefly touch Millie's bare arm, warm and dry. Nina calls her a lifesaver, says she's so glad she's here. Millie rests her hand on the doorknob, and then she notices what's been bothering her since the first time. A sick feeling washes over her. She asks why the lock is on the outside rather than the inside. Nina peers at it as if for the first time, says they used the room as a closet, wanted it to lock from the outside. then converted it for hired help, and never switched the lock. Someone could easily lock her in. One window facing the back. A death trap. But why would anyone want to lock her in? She asks for the key. Nina's not sure where it is. Millie wants a copy. Nina's light blue eyes narrow. What does she expect to keep in her room that she doesn't want them to know about? Millie's mouth falls open, says nothing, but Nina throws her head back, laughs, says she's kidding. She'll get her a key, promises. Sometimes Nina feels split personality, hot to cold so rapidly. Claim joking, but Millie's not so sure. Doesn't matter. No other prospects. She'll make it work, no matter what. Make Nina Winchester love her. After Nina leaves, Millie closes the door. Wants to lock it but can't. She notices marks in the wood, long thin lines at shoulder level. Scratches. Like somebody was scraping at the door trying to get out. No paranoid. Old wood gets scratched. The room feels unbearably hot and stuffy. A small furnace in the corner, nothing to cool it. She'll need a fan. She opens drawers, finds a little closet empty except for a couple hangers and a small blue bucket. She tries to wrench the small window open. Doesn't budge. Paint it into place. She could ask Nina but doesn't want to seem like she's complaining on her first day. Maybe next week. Enzo is in the backyard now, running the lawnmower. He pauses, wipes sweat, looks up, sees her face through the window, shakes his head just like the first time. She remembers the word he hissed, pericolo. She digs out her new phone, navigates to a browser, seeing others use these phones in halfway houses, knows the basics. She types, translate pericolo. The signal is weak in the attic. It takes almost a minute. The translation appears on her screen, danger. She spends the next 7 hours cleaning. Every room is filthy. The pizza box fused to the coffee table takes an hour of soaking and 30 minutes of scrubbing. The kitchen is worse, 2 overflowing garbage bags, one ripped at the bottom, spilling everywhere. When she lifts it, smells beyond terrible. She gags but doesn't lose her lunch. Dishes piled in the sink, dishwasher also packed to the brim with filthy plates. Nina doesn't believe in scraping or, apparently, running it. She runs 3 loads, washes all pans separately, most caked with food from days earlier. By mid-afternoon, the kitchen is at least somewhat habitable. First hard day's work since she got fired from the bar unfairly, and she feels great about it. All she wants is to keep working here, and maybe to have a window that opens. A little voice startles her. "Who are you?" Cecilia stands behind her in a white frilly dress, pale blue eyes boring through her. Millie didn't see her come inside. Nina, nowhere to be seen. If this is the part where Cecilia has been dead for 10 years and is a ghost, she's quitting well? Maybe not, but she might ask for a raise. She cheerfully introduces herself, says she'll be cleaning and watching Cecilia when asked. Cecilia blinks, says she's hungry. Millie asks what she'd like. Cecilia doesn't know. What sorts of things does she like? Doesn't know. Millie grits her teeth. The girl has morphed from creepy to annoying. She'll just fix a snack. Cecilia climbs onto a stool, eyes still boring through her. Millie wishes she'd watch cartoons instead of watching her. Millie asks what she watches on TV. Cecilia frowns, says she prefers to read. What does she like to read? Books. What kind? The kind with words. Millie changes the subject. Did she just come from school? Cecilia asks where else she would have come from. Then how did she get home? An exasperated huff. Lucy's mom picked her up from ballet. Nina was upstairs 15 minutes ago. One of Millie's jobs is to look after Cecilia so she doesn't disturb her. Cecilia loses interest, rifles through her backpack. Millie finds Ritz crackers and peanut butter in the pantry. She spreads it on crackers like her mother used to do, nostalgic and sad. She never thought her mother would abandon her like that. She slices bananas onto each cracker. Peanut butter and banana. She presents the plate. Cecilia's eyes widen. Peanut butter and banana? Millie says trust her. It's really good. Cecilia's cheeks turn bright pink. She's allergic to peanut butter. It could kill her. Is Millie trying to kill her? Millie's heart sinks. Nina never said anything about an allergy. Why would she keep peanut butter in the pantry if her daughter has a deadly allergy? Cecilia shrieks, runs toward the staircase, screams that the maid tried to hurt her with peanut butter. Millie hisses that it was an accident, she didn't know. Nina races down the stairs, flawless in white. Cecilia propels herself at her mother, sobbing that Millie tried to make her eat peanut butter and didn't listen. Nina's pale skin flushes. Is this true? Millie swears she didn't know about the allergy. Nina frowns, says she told Millie about the allergies. This is unacceptable. She never told her. Not a word. Millie would bet her life on it. And even if she had, why leave the peanut butter right in the pantry? But Nina won't believe any excuses. Millie sees the job slipping away. She speaks around a lump in her throat, truly sorry, must have forgotten, promises it will never happen again. Cecilia sobs. Nina holds her, strokes her blonde hair. Guilt stabs Millie. Deep down, you check with parents before feeding kids. If Cecilia hadn't been vigilant, something terrible could have happened. Nina takes a deep breath, shuts her eyes, opens them. Fine. But don't forget anything so important ever again. Millie swears she won't. She offers to throw out the peanut butter jar. Nina is quiet a moment. No, better not. They might need it. Millie wants to throw up her hands. Nina's decision to keep life-threatening peanut butter in her home. Millie will never use it again. Nina asks when dinner will be ready. Dinner? Was she supposed to be making it? Another conversation Nina imagined they never had. But she won't make excuses after the peanut butter disaster. She'll find something in the fridge. She says 7 o'clock, 3 hours, plenty of time. Nina asks for no peanut butter in the dinner. Millie promises. Nina says please don't forget again. Millie asks about any other allergies or intolerances, eggs, bee stings, too much homework. She needs to know. Can't risk being caught again. Nina shakes her head. Cecilia lifts her tear. Streaked face from her mother's chest, long enough to glare. They haven't gotten off on the right foot, but Millie will fix it, brownies or something. Kids are easy. Adults are trickier, but she's determined to win over Nina and Andrew as well. By 6:45 dinner is almost ready. Pre-marinated chicken breast with printed instructions, some sort of food service. The kitchen smells fantastic when the garage door slams. Andrew strolls in, loosening his tie. She does a double take, having forgotten how handsome he is. He grins even more handsome when he smiles. Says Millie, right? She confirms. He inhales. Says it smells incredible. Her cheeks flush. He looks around approvingly at the clean kitchen. She says that's her job. He chuckles. Asks if she had a good first day. She says yes, not mentioning the peanut butter. She adds that he has a beautiful home. He credits Nina for running the household. Nina arrives in another white outfit. Impeccable. Millie earlier glanced at mantle photos. One of Nina and Andrew from years ago. Nina 50 pounds thinner, almost unrecognizable. Andrew exactly the same. Andrew's eyes light up. Says she looks beautiful. Pulls her close. Kisses her deeply. Nina melts against him. Gazes up. Says she missed him. They debate who missed who more. Millie turns away, busying herself. Awkward. Nina pulls back first. Asks if they're getting to know each other. Andrew says whatever Millie's making smells incredible. Millie glances behind her. Nina watching with that dark expression. She doesn't like her husband complimenting Millie. Andrew laughs. Says Nina is hopeless in the kitchen. They'd starve. His mother used to drop off meals, but now they subsist on takeout, so Millie's a savior. Nina gives a tight smile. Millie says dinner in 10 minutes. They should relax in the living room. Andrew raises his eyebrows. Does she want to join them? Nina inhales sharply. Millie vigorously shakes her head. She'll go to her room and relax, but thanks. Andrew asks if she's sure. Nina swats his arm. Says Millie's been working all day. She just wants to go upstairs and text her friends. Millie agrees, even though she has no friends. She forgot how amazing it is to sleep with legs straight. The cot is lumpy, springs groan, but so much better than her car. Bathroom right next to her, no more driving to rest, stops clutching Mace. Within seconds, she passes out. She opens her eyes, still dark. Panic, where is she? Not her car. Several seconds for the events to return. Nina offering the job, moving out of the car, falling asleep in an actual bed. Breathing slows. She fumbles for the phone. 3:46 a.m. She shoves off the itchy covers, rolls off the cot, eyes adjusting to moonlight through the tiny window. Feet creak on bare floorboards. She stretches, fingertips almost reaching the light bulbs. This room makes her feel like a giant. She grabs the doorknob. It doesn't turn. Panic escalates. The door is locked. Nina locked her in. Why? A sick game, looking for an ex-con to trap someone nobody would miss? Her fingers brush the scratch marks on the door, wondering who the last poor woman trapped here was. Too good to be true. Even with the filthy kitchen, a dream job. Nina must have done a background check. She flashes back 10 years, her first night, when the cell door slammed. She swore she'd never be trapped again, less than a year out, and here she is. But she has her phone. She snatches it up. No bars, no signal, stuck. One tiny window that doesn't open. She reaches for the knob one more time, wondering if she could knock the door down. This time, it twists sharply in her hand. The door pops open. She stumbles into the hallway, breathing quickly, heart rate slowing. She was never locked in. Door was just stuck. But she can't shake the uneasy feeling she should get out while she still can. When she gets downstairs in the morning, Nina is systematically destroying the kitchen. Every pot and pan pulled from cabinets. Half the dishes ripped from above the sink, several broken on the floor. She's going through the refrigerator, haphazardly tossing food hurls, an entire container of milk onto the floor, forming a white river around the mess. Millie tentatively says her name. Nina freezes, hands curled around a bagel, whips her head around. Where is it? Where is what? Her notes for the PTA meeting left on the kitchen counter. Now gone. What did Millie do with them? First, why would her notes be in the refrigerator? Second, Millie is 99% certain she didn't throw them out. She was careful, but almost everything was garbage. She says she didn't do anything with them. Nina plants fists on hips so her notes just walked away. Millie takes a careful step, sneaker crunching on her broken plate notes to never come in barefoot. Maybe she left them somewhere else? Nina slams her palm on the counter, insists she left them right there. And now gone, vanished. Andrew wanders in, dark suit, mid-tie knot. He freezes at the mess on the floor. Nina turns to him, tears brimming. Millie threw out her notes. Millie opens her mouth to protest, but stops pointless. If the notes were so important, why leave them on that filthy counter? Andrew opens his arms. Nina flies into them. He asks if she has some notes saved on the computer. Nina sniffles some, but she'll have to redo a lot. Then she turns to look at Millie accusingly. Millie stops asserting innocence. If Nina is sure, best to just apologize. She says she's so sorry, asks if there's anything she can do. Nina lowers her eyes to the disaster on the floor and tells Millie to clean up the disgusting mess she left while Nina fixes the problem. She stomps out, footsteps disappearing upstairs. Millie contemplates cleaning up broken dishes, intermingled with spilled milk and rolling grapes. She stepped on one, now all over her sneaker. Andrew lingers, shaking his head. Millie starts to protest her innocence. He stops her. He knows. Nina is high-strung but has a good heart. He pulls off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves, offers to help. Millie says he doesn't have to. He says it'll be faster together. He goes to the kitchen closet and pulls out the mop, knows exactly where it is. He's done this before, gotten used to cleaning up her messes. Millie puts her hand on the mop, tugs it away. He's all dressed up. This is her job. For a moment he holds on, then allows her to take it, thanks her for her hard work. At least, somebody does. As she cleans, she thinks back to the mantel photograph, Andrew and Nina young, happy. Andrew is still crazy about Nina, but something has changed. Nina isn't who she used to be. None of her business. Nina threw half the refrigerator contents on the floor, so Millie has to grocery shop. She selects raw meat and seasoning to throw together meals. Nina loaded her credit card onto Millie's phone, everything automatically charged. In prison, food rotated between chicken, hamburgers, hot dogs, lasagna, burritos, and a mysterious fish patty that made her gag. Vegetables cooked to disintegration. After release, her budget wasn't much better, only what was on sale, than living in her car. Now she goes straight for finest cuts of steak. Expensive ingredients come out good no matter what. Back at the house, 4 overflowing bags in her trunk. Nina and Andrew's cars take the garage spots. Nina instructed her not to park in the driveway, car stays on the street. Enzo emerges from the neighboring house with a scary gardening device. He notices her struggling, hesitates, jogs over. He says, "I do it," scoops all 4 bags into his massive arms, carries them to the front door. He waits patiently, stomps his boots on the mat, deposits them on the kitchen counter. She says gracias. His lips twitch. No, grazie. She repeats it. He lingers, brows knitted, handsome in a dark, terrifying way, tattoos on his upper arms. Antonia in a heart on his right biceps. Those arms could kill her without breaking a sweat, but he seems concerned, not hurtful. She remembers Pericolo danger. What was he trying to tell her? Does he think she's in danger here? A noise from upstairs interrupts. Enzo sucks in a breath, says, "I go," turns on his heel. She hurries after him, but he's faster out the front door before she clears the kitchen. Nina comes downstairs in a white pantsuit. Millie's never seen her wear anything besides white. Keeping it clean would drive her crazy, and she'll be doing the laundry now. More bleach next grocery trip. Nina's eyebrows shoot up. She heard voices. Was Millie having company? Millie says no. She may not invite strangers into their home. Guests require 2 days' notice and permission, kept in her room. Millie explains it was the landscaper helping carry groceries. Nina's eyes darken, muscle twitching. Enzo was here? Millie doesn't want him inside again. He's filthy from working outside. She works so hard to keep the house clean. Millie has nothing to say to that. Enzo wiped his boots, tracked no dirt, and nothing compares to the mess Millie walked into yesterday. Nina presses. Does she understand? Millie says yes. Nina's eyes flick over her uncomfortably, then asks why she never wears her glasses. Millie's fingers fly to her face. Nina was in the attic bathroom, saw no contact lens solution, wasn't snooping, but if Millie's driving with her child, she expects good vision. Millie wipes sweaty hands on her jeans, comes clean. She doesn't actually need glasses. They were decorative. A fashion statement. Nina licks her lips, says so she lied. Millie says she wasn't lying, it was fashion, but then later she said she had on contacts. Millie admits she was lying that time, felt embarrassed. Sorry. Nina tells her not to lie ever again. Millie promises, sorry. Nina stares a moment, unreadable, then glances around the living room and tells Millie to clean it up. She's not paying her to flirt with the landscaper. With that, Nina strides out the front door, slamming it behind her. Nina is at her PTA meeting tonight, the one Millie supposedly ruined by throwing out her notes. Nina's grabbing a bite with other parents, so Millie is tasked with dinner for Andrew and Cecilia. The house is so much quieter, without Nina's energy filling the entire space. Alone in the kitchen, searing filet mignon, it's heavenly silent. This job would be great if not for her boss. Andrew has incredible timing, comes home just as she's taking steaks out of the oven. He peeks in, says it smells great again. She thanks him, adds more salt to the butter and cream-drenched mashed potatoes, asks him to tell Cecilia to come down. She called up 3 times with no answer. Andrew nods. Shortly after, he disappears into the dining room and calls her name, quick footsteps on the staircase. So that's how it's going to be. She plates steak, mashed potatoes, broccoli, smaller portions for Cecilia. She won't enforce the broccoli, her father can, but she'd be remiss not to provide vegetables. Her mother always had vegetables on the dinner plate. She's sure her mother still wonders where she went wrong raising her. Cecilia wears another overly fancy pale dress, never normal kid clothing, too uncomfortable for play, shows every speck of dirt. She sits daintily, places the napkin on her lap. For a moment, Millie is charmed. Then Cecilia opens her mouth. Why water? She hates water. Get apple juice. Millie would have been smacked for speaking like that and told to say please, but Cecilia isn't her child, and she hasn't endeared herself yet. She smiles politely, brings apple juice. Cecilia examines the glass, holds it to the light. This glass is dirty, smudged. Get another one. Millie protests. It just came out of the dishwasher. Cecilia doesn't want it. Millie takes a deep breath, fetches a new glass. Andrew comes to the dining table, tie removed, top button undone, a hint of chest hair. She has to look away. Men are something she's still learning to navigate post-incarceration. At her last job waitressing at a bar, customers asked her out. She always said no room in her messed up life. She went to prison at 17, only clumsy high school sex before that, overtime in jail. She felt the tug around attractive male guards, sometimes painfully. Getting out, she looked forward to a relationship, a man's lips against hers. She wants it. Someday, not now. But looking at Andrew Winchester, she thinks about not touching a man like that in over a decade. He's not like the creeps at the seedy bar. When she does put herself back out there, he's the sort she's looking for, except obviously married. An idea occurs. Enzo might be a good candidate for releasing a little tension. He doesn't speak English, but for one night that shouldn't matter. He looks like he'd know what to do without saying much. Unlike Andrew, no wedding ring, though she wonders about Antonia tattooed on his arm. She wrenches herself from fantasies about the sexy landscaper and retrieves the plates. Andrew's eyes light up at the juicy steak, seared to perfection. She's proud. He says it looks incredible. Cecilia has the opposite response. Yuck, steak. Andrew tells her steak is good. She should try it. She prods it gingerly, pained expression. Millie realizes she probably shouldn't have made steak for a 9-year-old. She assumed highbrow taste from the house. She starts to offer something else. Andrew pushes back, grabs Cecilia's plate, says he'll make chicken nuggets. Millie follows, apologizing profusely. He laughs. Don't worry about it. Cecilia is obsessed with chicken nuggets. They could be at the fanciest restaurant and she'd order them. Millie says he doesn't have to do this. He wags a finger. If she's going to work here, she needs a tutorial. He pulls a giant family pack from the freezer, explains. These are the nuggets Cecilia likes, no other brands. Must be dinosaur-shaped. He holds one up. Examine for deformities. Missing head, leg, or tail will be rejected. 5 perfect nuggets on a plate. Microwave for exactly 90 seconds. Any less, frozen, any more, overcooked, a tenuous balance. She nods solemnly. He glances around the renovated kitchen, says he can't tell her how much they spent renovating it, and Cecilia won't eat anything that doesn't come out of the microwave. Spoiled brat is on the tip of her tongue. Instead, she says Cecilia knows what she likes. Microwave beeps. He pulls out the hot nuggets, asks if she's eaten yet. She says she'll bring some food up to her room. He raises an eyebrow. Doesn't she want to join them? Part of her would like to. Andrew is engaging, but it would be a mistake. Nina wouldn't like it. Cecilia won't make the evening pleasant. She says she'd rather eat in her room. He looks like he'll protest, then says, sorry they've never had live-in help, not sure about etiquette. She admits she doesn't either, but she doesn't think Nina would like seeing her eat with them. She holds her breath, wondering if she's overstepped. Andrew just nods. She's probably right. She thanks him for the chicken nugget tutorial. He grins, says any time. He takes the plate back to the dining room. When he's gone, she gobbles up the food from Cecilia's rejected plate while standing over the kitchen sink, then returns to her bedroom. A week later, Millie comes down to the living room and finds Nina holding a full garbage bag. Her first thought, oh God, what now? In only a week, she feels like she's been here for centuries. Nina's moods are wildly unpredictable, hugging her and expressing appreciation one moment, berating her for some unmentioned task the next. Cecilia is a total brat who resents her presence. If she had any other options, she would quit, but she doesn't, so she doesn't. The only tolerable family member is Andrew, not around much, but their few interactions have been uneventful. At this point, she's thrilled with uneventful. She feels sorry for him sometimes. It can't be easy being married to Nina. She hovers at the entrance, trying to figure out what Nina wants with a garbage bag. Nina calls her over. Millie walks like she's not being led to her execution. She asks if something's wrong. Nina drops the heavy bag on the gorgeous leather sofa. Millie grimaces, wanting to warn her not to get garbage on it. Nina says she went through her closet. A few dresses have gotten too small. Would Millie take them to a donation bin? That's it? Not so bad. Then Nina asks what size she is. 6, Millie says. Nina's face lights up. Perfect. The dresses are size 6 or 8. Nina looks at least a 14. She must not have cleared her closet in a while. Nina says Millie should take them. She doesn't have any nice clothes. Millie flinches, but Nina's right. She thrusts the bag at her, insists they would look amazing on her. Millie nudges it open, pulls out a little white dress, incredibly expensive, soft material. It would look amazing on anyone. If she ever starts dating again, decent clothing would be nice, even if it's all white. She agrees. Thanks, Nina. Says it's so generous. Nina says she's welcome. Millie adds that if Nina ever wants them back, just let her know. Nina throws back her head, double chin wobbling, laughs. She doesn't think she's dropping any dress sizes anytime soon, especially since she and Andy are having a baby. Millie's mouth falls open. Pregnant? That would explain the moodiness. But Nina shakes her head. Not yet. They've been trying. No luck. But they have an appointment with a specialist soon. She guesses in the next year or so, another little one in the house. Millie offers a tentative congratulations. Nina beams, thanks her, says, please enjoy the clothes. Then she fishes in her purse and pulls out a key. Millie wanted a key to her room. Millie thanks her. After that first night of terror, she hasn't given the lock much thought. The door sticks, but nobody's sneaking up to lock her in. Not that the key would help if she were inside, but she pockets it good to lock the door when she leaves, since Nina might snoop. She brings up another concern. The window doesn't open, painted shut. Fire hazard, probably. Nina looks at her nails, frowns at chipped polish, says she doesn't think so. Millie insists the room should have a window that opens it. Gets awfully stuffy up there. It doesn't actually get stuffy, the attic is drafty. But she'll say what she has to. Nina says she'll have somebody take a look, in a tone that means she absolutely never will. Then Nina glances at the garbage bag and says, please don't leave it lying around the living room. Bad manners. Millie mumbles sorry. Nina sighs like she just doesn't know what to do with her. Nina's voice sounds frantic on the phone. Millie needs to pick up Cecilia from school. Millie has laundry balanced in her arms, phone between shoulder and ear. She always picks up immediately when Nina calls, because if she doesn't, Nina will call over and over until she does. She says sure, no problem. Nina gushes thank you. Just grab her from the Winter Academy at 2:45. You're the best, Millie. Then she hangs up before Millie can ask where to meet Cecilia or the address. Millie feels a jolt of panic seeing the time, less than 15 minutes. Laundry waits. She types the school name into Google as she sprints down the stairs. Nothing comes up. Closest is in Wisconsin. She doubts Nina expects her to pick up Cecilia in Wisconsin in 15 minutes. She calls Nina back, no answer. Tries Andy, nothing. Great. While pacing the kitchen, she notices a piece of paper stuck to the refrigerator with a magnet, a school holiday schedule from Windsor Academy. Nina said Winter Academy. Millie's sure of it. But she doesn't have time to wonder if Nina gave the wrong name or doesn't know her daughter's school, where she's PTA vice president. The flyer has an address. 10 minutes to get there. The Winchesters live in a town with some of the best public schools, but Cecilia goes to private, of course. Windsor Academy is a huge, elegant structure with ivory columns, dark brown bricks, ivy on the walls, like picking Cecilia up at Hogwarts. The parking situation at pickup time is a nightmare. She drives around several minutes, finally squeezes between a Mercedes and a Rolls-Royce. She's scared someone might tow her dented Nissan on principle. She's huffing and puffing, sprinting to the entrance. 5 separate entrances. Which one for Cecilia? No indication. She calls Nina again, voicemail. Where is she? Nina doesn't have a job. Millie does all the chores. What could she be doing with herself? After questioning several irritable parents, she ascertains Cecilia will come out of the very last entrance on the right. Determined not to screw this up, she approaches 2 immaculately dressed women chatting by the door, asks if this is the 4th grade exit. Yes, it is. The thinner one, a brunette with perfectly shaped eyebrows, looks Millie up and down, asks who she's looking for. Millie squirms under her gaze, says Cecilia Winchester. The shorter woman, a redhead, sized at the newcomer, and her friend, a brunette, joined in the silent exchange. The housekeeper corrected the assumption about her role, though inwardly she had no idea why she bothered. Nina could call her anything. The brunette snickered, but let it pass, then probed for difficulties on the job. The housekeeper gave nothing away, answering that everything was great. Another shared look passed between the 2 women. The redhead pressed further, asking if Nina was driving her crazy. She answered carefully, feigning ignorance while curiosity flickered beneath the surface. The brunette described Nina as high-strung. Then the redhead went further, calling Nina nuts. Literally. That made her suck in a breath. An elbow from the brunette silenced the redhead, who claimed it was a joke. Then the school door swung open. Any chance to learn more vanished as the 2 women moved toward their own 4th graders. She spotted Cecilia's pale blonde hair near the entrance. The girl wore another lacy dress, sea green this time, while other kids wore jeans and t-shirts. She stuck out completely, easy to track. Waving frantically, she announced she was there to pick Cecilia up. The child looked back, as if she would rather climb into a stranger's van than go home with her. Cecilia shook her head and turned away. The housekeeper's voice sharpened, insisting Nina had said to pick her up. Cecilia turned back, her expression calling the woman a fool, and explained that Sophia's mother was taking them both to karate. Before she could argue, a woman in her 40s in yoga pants and a pullover arrived, resting a hand on Cecilia's shoulder. The housekeeper blinked at her no kidnapper. Clearly, but a misunderstanding had to exist. Nina had been very clear on the phone, aside from giving the wrong school. She explained she worked for the Winchesters, and that Nina had asked for this pickup. The woman arched an eyebrow, hand on her hip, and stated that she picked up Cecilia every Wednesday for karate. Nina had mentioned no change. Maybe the housekeeper had gotten it wrong. Her voice wavered as she denied it. Rachel. The woman pulled out her Gucci purse phone, tapping long nails against the bag while waiting for Nina to answer. She confirmed the situation aloud, then laughed at something on the line. It wasn't hard to imagine Nina's end, the usual complaint about finding good help. Rachel relayed that. Nina said she had gotten it mixed up, and she would take Cecilia to karate. Cecilia stuck out her tongue. The housekeeper considered that a small relief, at least she didn't have to drive home with the girl. She checked her phone for a message retracting the pickup request. Nothing. She texted Nina explaining that Rachel had spoken with her and would take Cecilia, asking if she should just go home. Nina's reply came instantly. Yes, and why on earth had she thought Nina wanted her to pick up Cecilia? Her jaw twitched. Nina had asked her to, but she couldn't let it get to her. This was just how Nina was. Flighty, a little eccentric. Then the redhead's words returned. Nina is nuts. Literally. What had that meant? Was there something more going on? Maybe she didn't want to know. Even after deciding to mind her own business, she couldn't stop wondering. She worked for this woman, lived with her. That morning, while cleaning the master bathroom, she found the disorder hard to reconcile with good mental health towels on the floor, toothpaste hugging the sink basin. Depression could kill motivation, sure, but Nina motivated herself enough to go out every day. Worst of all had been the used, bloody tampon on the floor days ago. She nearly vomited. Scrubbing toothpaste and makeup globes, Her eyes drifted to the medicine cabinet. If Nina was truly nuts, she would be on medication, right? Looking would violate trust, but no one would know. Just a quick look. She checked the bedroom empty, peeked around the corner. Alone. After a moment of hesitation, she nudged the cabinet open. So many medications. She picked up an orange bottle labeled Nina Winchester Haloperidol. Whatever that was. She reached for a second bottle when a voice floated down the hall. Millie? Was she in there? Oh no. She shoved the bottle back and slammed the cabinet shut, heart racing, cold sweat on her palms. She forced a smile just as Nina burst into the bedroom in white sleeveless blouse and white jeans. Nina stopped short and asked what she was doing. Cleaning the bathroom and definitely not looking at medications, she told herself. Nina squinted. For a moment, the housekeeper was certain she would be accused of snooping. She was a horrible liar. Nina would see the truth. But Nina's eyes fell on the sink instead. She asked how the sink was cleaned. The housekeeper lifted the spray bottle. Sink cleaner. Was it organic? No. Nina's face fell. She preferred organic cleaning products, fewer chemicals. The housekeeper bit back the thought that a woman on that many medications shouldn't worry about a few chemicals in a sink. Nina then complained the sink wasn't clean enough and asked to watch, to see what she was doing wrong. So she sprayed more cleaner and scrubbed until the toothpaste residue vanished. Nina watched, nodded thoughtfully, and said that was fine. But the real question was how she cleaned when Nina wasn't watching. The housekeeper said the same way. Nina highly doubted that, rolled her eyes, and said she didn't have time to supervise all day, ordering her to do a thorough job this time. She muttered agreement. Nina wandered off to the spa or a luncheon or whatever filled her jobless days. The sink was now spotless. She felt an overwhelming urge to dunk Nina's toothbrush in the toilet. She didn't. Instead, she pulled out her phone and typed, haloperidol. The results filled the screen: an antipsychotic used for schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, delirium, agitation, acute psychosis. And that was just one of at least a dozen bottles. Part of her burned with shame for looking. Part of her grew scared of what else she might find. While vacuuming the living room, she spotted a shadow past the window. Enzo was working in the backyard today, alternating houses for various landscaping tasks. Right now he dug at her front flower bed. She filled an empty glass with cold water and headed outside, unsure what she hoped to accomplish. Ever since those two women had called Nina crazy literally, and she had found antipsychotic medication in the cabinet, she couldn't stop thinking about it. She didn't judge Nina for psychological problems. She had met plenty of women struggling with mental illness in prison, but understanding better might help her, even help Nina. She recalled how on her first day Enzo had seemed to be warning her about something. With Nina out, Andrew at work and Cecilia at school, this was a perfect time to question him. The only complication, he hardly spoke English, but it couldn't hurt, and surely he was thirsty. Outside, Enzo dug a hole, intensely focused. She cleared her throat twice, then waved and tried Spanish again. Hola. He looked up with amused lips and corrected her. Ciao. She repeated it, vowing to get it right next time. Sweat beaded across his t-shirt, which clung to every firm muscle, not a bodybuilder's, but those of a man who did manual labor. She caught herself staring. Clearing her throat again, she offered water, fumbling for the Italian word. He supplied aqua. She nodded vigorously. They were communicating. He strode over, drained half the glass in what seemed a single gulp, sighed, wiped his lips, and thanked her. She smiled up at him and asked if he'd worked for the Winchesters a long time, rephrasing clumsily. He answered T.N.E. 3 years. She squeezed her hands together and started to ask about Nina Winchester. He frowned, but not blankly. He seemed to be waiting. She asked if he liked Nina. He narrowed his eyes, drained the rest of the water, shoved the glass back into her hand, and returned to his hole without another word. She opened her mouth to try again, then shut it. He had tried to warn her once, but Nina had interrupted. Now he had changed his mind. Whatever Enzo knew, he wasn't telling, at least not now. 3 weeks into living with the Winchesters, she had her first parole officer meeting. She scheduled it on her day off, not wanting them to know where she was going. Pam, a stocky middle-aged woman with a strong jaw, had her down to monthly meetings. After prison, Pam had helped her get subsidized housing and a waitressing job. Then she lost both the job and the apartment, and never told Pam. She had lied through her teeth at their last meeting over a month ago. Lying to a parole officer was a violation. Having no residence and living out of her car was also a violation. She didn't like lying, but she couldn't go back to serve the last 5 years of her sentence. Things had turned around now. She could be almost honest today. Pam's small office was sweltering, a fan blowing papers across the desk. Pam smiled and asked how things were going. Millie settled into a wooden chair and said, "Great, a slight lie, but good enough. Nothing to report." Pam rifled through papers, mentioning the address change and the housekeeping job in Long Island. She asked about the job at Charlie's. Millie chewed her lip and said she hadn't liked it. That was one of the lies she had told Pam she quit, but actually, they had fired her. Unfairly. At least they had let her go quietly without police involvement as part of a deal. If they had gone to the police, she would have gone right back to prison. So she never told Pam about the firing, and then she couldn't tell her about losing the apartment either. But now, she had a new job and a place to live. She wasn't in danger of being locked up again. Pam said she was proud of Millie, noting that adjusting was hard for people incarcerated since their teens. Millie thanked her. No, Pam definitely didn't need to know about the month in her car. Pam asked how the new job was treating her. Millie rubbed her knees and said it was fine. The woman she worked for was a bit eccentric, but she was just cleaning. A slight lie. She didn't want to say that Nina Winchester had been making her increasingly uncomfortable. She had searched online for any record on Nina. Nothing popped up without a paid background check. Anyway, Nina was rich enough to keep her nose clean. Pam asked about her social life, not technically a parole officer's area, but they had become friendly. Millie admitted it was non-existent. Pam laughed and said she understood if Millie wasn't ready to date, but encouraged her to make friends. She nodded without meaning it. Pam added that when she did start dating, she shouldn't settle for a jerk just because she was an ex-con. For a moment, Millie let herself imagine a future date. Unbidden, Andrew Winchester's face filled her head. Easy charm, handsome smile. Her eyes flew open. No way. She couldn't even think it. Pam added that she was beautiful and shouldn't settle. Millie almost laughed. She had been doing everything to look unattractive. Baggy clothes, hair in a bun or ponytail, no makeup. Yet Nina still looked at her like she was some kind of vamp. She said she just wasn't ready to think about that yet. Pam said that was fine, but reminded her that human connections were even more important than a job and shelter. Maybe right. But Millie had to focus on keeping her nose clean. The last thing she wanted was to end up back in prison. That was all that mattered. She had trouble sleeping at night. In prison, you always slept with one eye open, and that instinct hadn't left her. Her old insomnia had returned full force, especially because her bedroom was so unbearably stuffy. Her first paycheck had been deposited. At the next chance, she would buy a television for her bedroom. The sound would mimic the nighttime noise of prison and help her drift off. Up until now, she had hesitated to use the Winchesters' living room TV, but Nina and Andrew went to bed early with a very specific routine. Nina put Cecilia to bed at precisely 8:30, read a story, then sang "Somewhere Over the Rainbow" every night. Her voice had no training, but something hauntingly beautiful came through. After Cecilia slept, Nina read or watched TV in the bedroom, and Andrew followed upstairs shortly after. If she came downstairs after 10, the first floor was empty. So this particular night she took advantage. Sprawled on the sofa, she watched Family Feud past 1 in the morning. The contestants' high energy seemed bizarre that late. She laughed out loud when one demonstrated tap dancing skills. She used to watch the show as a kid and always imagined going on it, though she wasn't sure who else she would have invited besides her parents. Then, "Is that Family Feud?" She jerked her head up. Even though it was the middle of the night, Andrew Winchester stood behind her, as wide awake as the people on the screen. She knew she should have stayed in her room, Apologizing quickly, she said she hadn't meant to intrude. He raised an eyebrow and told her not to be sorry she lived there too and had every right to watch television. She grabbed a pillow to hide her flimsy gym shorts and the fact she wasn't wearing a bra, mentioning she planned to buy her own set. He said it was fine to use their monitor since she probably wouldn't get much reception in the attic anyway, adding he would be out of her hair in a minute. He was just getting water. She sat clutching the pillow, heart racing, debating whether to leave. He shuffled into the kitchen. She heard the tap run. He came back sipping from the glass, and she noticed he wore only a white undershirt and boxers. She asked why he had taken water from the sink instead of the refrigerator filter. He plopped down next to her. She wished he wouldn't, and asked what she meant. She scooted as far away as possible, not wanting Nina to see them getting cozy in their underwear. He laughed off the filter question, saying he'd always use the sink, and asking if it was poison. She said it probably had chemicals. He ran a hand through his hair, musing. He was hungry, and asking about leftovers. None. He asked if it would be bad manners to eat peanut butter straight from the jar. She cringed at the mention and said as long as he didn't eat in front of Cecilia. He tilted his head, confused. She reminded him about Cecilia's deadly allergy. He laughed and said no, she wasn't allergic, but Cecilia had told her that on the first day. He snorted, insisting he would know if his own daughter were allergic to peanuts, and pointed out they wouldn't keep a big jar in the pantry if she were. That was exactly what she had thought when Cecilia told her. Was the girl making it up to torture her? She wouldn't put it past her, but Nina had also said Cecilia had the allergy. Andrew's point was valid. The jar proved no one here had a deadly peanut allergy. He then nodded at the television, where Family Feud had entered the second round. The survey question was to name a fruit you could fit in your mouth whole. A contestant said blueberries, the top answer. He pumped his fist, claiming he would be great on the show. She observed that the top answer was always easy. The tricky part was the obscure ones. He grinned and challenged her to name a fruit. She tapped her chin and said grape. The next contestant said grape and was correct. He admitted she was good at this too, then suggested strawberry. She said it was probably up there even though you wouldn't want to put a whole strawberry in your mouth because of the stem. The contestants named strawberries and cherries but got stuck on the last answer. He cracked up when someone said a peach who could fit a peach in their mouth. You'd have to unhinge your jaw. She giggled and said better than a watermelon. He bet that was the answer. The final answer turned out to be a plum. He shook his head, saying he'd like to see pictures of the surveyed people who claimed they could fit a plum in their mouth whole. She joked that should be part of the show, getting the rationale behind the answers. He soberly suggested she write in and revolutionize the whole show. She giggled again. When she first met Andrew, she had assumed he was a stuffy rich guy, but he wasn't like that at all. Nina was certifiable, but Andrew was nice, down to earth, funny, and seemed like a really good father. The truth was, she sometimes felt a bit sorry for him. She shouldn't think that. Nina was her boss, gave her paychecks and a place to live. Her loyalty was to Nina, but Nina was awful a slob, constantly giving conflicting information, incredibly cruel. Even Enzo, 200 pounds of solid muscle, seemed afraid of her. Of course, she might not feel that way if Andrew weren't so attractive. Even sitting as far away as possible, she couldn't stop thinking about him in his underwear, the thin undershirt outlining very sexy muscles. He could do a lot better than Nina. She wondered if he knew it. Just as she started to relax and feel glad Andrew had joined her, a screechy voice broke in. Nina, standing at the foot of the stairs, staring. She was light-footed and bare feet, wearing a white ankle-length nightgown, arms folded. Andrew yawned, climbed off the sofa, and asked what she was doing up. Nina glared. The housekeeper was 1 second away from peeing her pants, but Andrew seemed totally cavalier about being caught alone with her at 1 a.m, both in their underwear. Nina retorted. She could ask him the same thing. They seemed to be having a lot of fun, so what was the joke? He lifted a shoulder, explaining he came down for water, found Millie watching television, and got distracted by Family Feud. Nina turned her attention to the housekeeper, asking why she didn't get a television for her own room since this was the family room. She apologized quickly, saying she would buy one next chance. Andrew asked what was so wrong with Millie watching television down here if no one was around. Nina pointed out he was around. He said she wasn't bothering him. Nina asked if he didn't have a meeting first thing in the morning and whether he should really be awake at 1 in the morning. He sucked in a breath, and for a moment the housekeeper hoped he would stand up to her. Then his shoulders sagged. He agreed, saying he better turn in. Nina stood with folded arms, watching him trudge upstairs like a child being sent to bed without supper. The extent of her jealousy was unsettling. The housekeeper got up, shut off the television. Nina lingered at the base of the stairs, eyes raking over the gym shorts, tank top, lack of bra. It looked bad, but she had thought she would be alone. Nina said that in the future, she expected her to wear appropriate attire around the house. She apologized again, saying she didn't think anyone would be awake. Nina snorted and asked if she would just wander around any stranger's house in the middle of the night because she assumed they wouldn't be there. She had no answer. This wasn't a stranger's house. She lived here, albeit in the attic. She said no. Nina ordered her to stay in the attic after bedtime. The rest of the house was for her family. Did she understand? She understood? Nina shook her head, musing that she wasn't even sure how much they needed a maid. Maybe this was a mistake. Oh no, was she being fired at 1 in the morning for watching television? That would be bad. Nina would never give a good recommendation. She seemed the type to call every potential employer to say how much she hated her. She had to fix this. Digging her fingernails into her palm, she started to say nothing was going on between her and Andrew. Nina threw her head back and laughed, a disturbing sound between a laugh and a cry. Nina asked if that was what she thought she was worried about. Andrew and Nina were soulmates. They had a child together and would soon have another baby. Did she think Nina was scared her husband would risk everything for some trampy servant living in the attic? She swallowed, realizing she had made things much worse. She said no, he wouldn't. Nina agreed. Damn straight he wouldn't, and told her never to forget it. She stood there, unsure what to say. Finally, Nina jerked her head toward the coffee table and ordered her to clean up that mess right now. Then she turned and went upstairs. There wasn't really a mess, just the water glass Andrew left behind. Her cheeks burned with humiliation as she walked over and snatched it up. The bedroom door slammed upstairs. She looked down at the glass in her hand. Before she could stop herself, she hurled it to the ground. It smashed spectacularly. Glass flew everywhere. She stepped back, and a shard dug into the pad of her foot. That was extremely stupid. She blinked down at the mess. She had to clean it up and find shoes so she didn't get more glass in her feet. She took a deep breath, trying to slow her breathing. She would get it cleaned up and Nina would never know, but she would have to be more careful in the future. That Saturday afternoon, Nina hosted a small PTA gathering in the backyard to plan something called Field Day, months of preparation for the kids playing in a field for a few hours. Nina had talked about it nonstop and texted the housekeeper no less than a dozen times to remind her to pick up the hors d'oeuvres. She was starting to get stressed because, as usual, the entire house was a mess when she woke up. She didn't know how it got so messy. Was Nina's medication treating some disorder where she got up in the middle of the night and made a mess? Was that a thing? The bathrooms were inexplicably destroyed overnight. 3 or 4 sopping wet towels strewn on the floor, toothpaste caked into the sink. Nina had some aversion to using the laundry basket, so gathering her bra, underwear, pants, pantyhose took a good 10 minutes. Thank God Andrew was better about getting his clothes in the basket. Then there was the dry cleaning. Nina didn't distinguish between machine wash and dry clean, and making the wrong decision would be a hanging offense. She also found candy wrappers stuffed into nearly every crevice of the bedroom and bathroom, which probably explained why Nina was 50 pounds heavier than in the photographs from when she and Andrew first met. By the time she cleaned the house top to bottom, dropped off the dry cleaning and finished laundry and ironing, she was running very short on time. The women would arrive within the hour, and she still wasn't done with all of Nina's tasks, including picking up the hors d'oeuvres. Nina wouldn't understand an explanation. After nearly being fired last week for watching Family Feud with Andrew, she couldn't afford any mistakes. She had to make this afternoon perfect. Then she got to the backyard. The Winchesters' backyard was one of the most beautiful sights in the neighborhood. Enzo had done his job well. The hedges were trimmed like he'd used a ruler. Flowers dotted the edges for pops of color, and the grass was so lush, she was half tempted to lie down and make grass angels. But apparently the family didn't spend much time out here, because all the patio furniture had a thick layer of dust on it. Everything did. Oh God, she did not have time for this. Andrew appeared behind her, dressed casually in a blue polo and khakis, somehow looking even better than in an expensive suit. He asked if she was okay. She mumbled. She was fine, she shouldn't even be talking to him. He pointed out she looked like she was about to cry. She wiped her eyes self-consciously, insisting she was fine, just a lot to do for this PTA meeting. He said that wasn't worth crying over, adding that these PTA women were awful and would never be satisfied no matter what she did. That didn't make her feel better. He dug a crumpled tissue from his pocket. He couldn't believe he had one, but here. She managed to smile, accepted it, and dabbed her nose, catching a whiff of his aftershave. He asked what he could do to help. She shook her head, saying she could handle it. He pointed out she was crying, propped a foot on a dirty chair, and insisted he wasn't completely useless. They both wanted to make Nina happy, right? This was how. Nina wouldn't be happy if he let her screw this up. She grumbled fine. It would be incredibly helpful if he could pick up the hors d'oeuvres. Done. A giant weight lifted. 20 minutes each way to the store would have left her only 15 minutes to clean the filthy patio furniture. Could you imagine Nina sitting in one of these chairs in a white outfit? She thanked him profusely. He grinned and repeated. Really? She said, really? Really? Cecilia burst into the backyard in a light pink dress with white trim, not a hair out of place. She told her father the computer wasn't working, and she couldn't do her homework. Could he fix it? He absolutely could. But first, they were going on a little road trip that would be super fun. She looked dubious. He ignored her skepticism and told her to put on her shoes. It would have taken the housekeeper half the day to convince Cecilia to put on shoes, but she obediently went inside. Cecilia was nice enough as long as she wasn't in charge. She commented that he was good with her. Thanks. She said Cecilia looked a lot like him. He shook his head. Not really. She looked like Nina. She insisted Cecilia had Nina's coloring and hair, but his nose. He toyed with his polo hem and revealed that Cecilia wasn't his biological daughter, so any resemblance was coincidental. She realized she'd put her foot in her mouth again. He said it wasn't a big deal. He met Nina when Cecilia was a baby, so he was the only father Cecilia had ever known. He thought of her as his daughter. Same difference. Of course, her opinion of Andrew went up a few notches. Not only had he not gone for some supermodel, but he married a woman who already had a child and raised that child as his own. She repeated that he was good with her. He thought kids were great. He wished they had a dozen. He looked like he wanted to say something else, but pressed his lips shut. She remembered Nina saying weeks ago they were trying to get pregnant. She remembered the bloody tampon on the bathroom floor. Based on the sad look in Andrew's eyes, she suspected they hadn't had any success. But it was none of her business. She hated every single woman at this PTA meeting. There were 4 total, including Nina, Jillian, Patrice, and Suzanne. She had memorized their names because Nina would not let her leave the backyard, making her stand at constant attention in case they needed something. At least the hors d'oeuvres were a success, and Nina had no idea Andrew picked them up. Suzanne tapped her pen against her chin. Unhappy with the field day menu, there needed to be more than one gluten-free option. Jillian agreed, noting that while there was a vegan option, it wasn't both vegan and gluten-free, so what were people who were both supposed to eat? The housekeeper thought grass? She had never seen women more obsessed with gluten. Every time she brought out an hors d'oeuvre, each questioned her about the gluten content, as if she had any idea she didn't even know what gluten was. It was sweltering. She would give anything to be back under the air conditioner or even to have a drink of the pink sparkling lemonade the women were sharing. She kept wiping sweat from her forehead when they weren't looking, afraid she might have pit stains. Patrice commented that the blueberry goat's cheese flatbread should have been heated up. It was barely lukewarm. Nina said regretfully that she had asked her maid to take care of it, but it was so hard to find good help. The housekeeper's mouth fell open. Nina never asked her any such thing. Also, did Nina realize she was standing right there? Jillian nodded sympathetically, agreeing that you couldn't hire anyone good anymore. The work ethic in this country was horrible. Why couldn't people like that find better jobs? Laziness, pure and simple. Suzanne added that otherwise you got someone foreign who barely spoke the language like Enzo. Patrice laughed, and said at least he was nice to look at. The rest hooted and giggled, though Nina was oddly silent. She supposed Nina didn't have to ogle the hot landscaper when married to Andrew. She couldn't blame her there. Nina also seemed to have some strange grudge against Enzo. She itched to say something after the way they had been bad-mouthing her behind her back, except it wasn't behind her back because she was standing right there. She had worked her butt off and never complained once. She cleared her throat and asked Nina if she wanted her to heat up the hors d'oeuvres. Nina turned, eyes flashing in a way that made her step back. Calmly, Nina said they were having a conversation, and please don't interrupt, it was so rude. Then Nina added that she would thank her not to refer to her as Nina. She wasn't her drinking buddy. Nina snickered at the other women. It was Mrs. Winchester, and don't make her remind the housekeeper again. She stared at Nina, flabbergasted. On her very first day, Nina had instructed her to use her first name. She'd been calling her that the entire time, and Nina had never said a word. Now, Nina acted like she was taking liberties. The worst part, the other women treated Nina like a hero for the reprimand. Patrice launched into a story about her cleaning woman having the gall to mention her dog's death. What did she care if Juanita's dog died? Honestly. Nina popped one of the unacceptable hors d'oeuvres into her mouth. The housekeeper had been watching, and Nina had eaten about half of them while the other women pecked like birds. Nina said they definitely needed the help, especially when she and Andrew had another baby. The other women gasped with excitement, asking if she was pregnant. Jillian triumphantly said she knew Nina was eating 5 times as much for a reason. Nina shot her a look. The housekeeper had to stifle a laugh. Nina said she wasn't pregnant yet, but she and Andy were seeing an amazing fertility specialist. Trust her, she would have a baby by the end of the year. Patrice put a hand on Nina's shoulder, saying that was great. She knew they had wanted a baby for a long time, and Andrew was such a great dad. Nina nodded, her eyes moist for a moment. Then she excused herself and dashed into the house. As soon as Nina was gone, the other women burst into quiet laughter. Jillian snickered about how awkward that was. She couldn't believe she had said that. She really thought Nina was pregnant. Didn't she look pregnant? Patrice agreed that Nina was getting like a house and seriously needed a nutritionist and a personal trainer. Did anyone else notice her roots showing? The others nodded. The housekeeper had also noticed. On the interview day, Nina's hair had looked immaculate. Now she had a good centimeter of darker roots showing. Patrice said she would be embarrassed to walk around like that. How did Nina expect to keep that haughty husband of hers? Especially, Suzanne added, since she heard they had an airtight prenup. If they divorced, Nina would get practically nothing, not even child support, because Andrew never adopted Cecilia. Patrice burst out what was wrong with Nina. Why would she sign something like that? She'd better do whatever she could to keep him happy. Jillian spoke up, saying she wasn't going to be the one to tell Nina she needed to go on a diet. God, she didn't want to send Nina back to that mental institution. Nina wasn't all there. The housekeeper stifled a gasp. She had been hoping those other women at the school meant suburban crazy, a therapist, and a few sedatives. But this sounded like a level above. If these gossipy shrews were to be believed, Nina had been in a psychiatric institution. She had a serious illness. A jab of guilt hit her. It wasn't Nina's fault. Everything made a little more sense now. Patrice dropped her voice, several notches loud enough that she clearly had no idea how audible she was, and said that if she were Nina, the last thing she would do would be to hire a pretty young maid to live in her house. Nina must be out of her mind with jealousy. The housekeeper looked away, trying not to let on that she heard every word. She had done everything to keep Nina from feeling jealous. She didn't want Nina to get the slightest idea she was interested in her husband. She didn't want Nina to know she found him attractive or think anything could happen. Yes, if Andrew was single, she would be interested. But he wasn't. She was staying far away. Nina had nothing to worry about. Today Andrew and Nina had their appointment with a fertility specialist. They had been nervous and excited all week. The housekeeper had heard snatches of their dinner conversation. Apparently Nina had gotten a bunch of tests, and they would discuss the results today. Nina thought they would do IVF expensive, but they had money to burn. As much as Nina got on her nerves, it was sweet how they planned for the new baby. Yesterday they talked about turning the guest room into a nursery. She hoped they got pregnant soon. While they were at the appointment, she was supposed to watch Cecilia. Watching a 9-year-old shouldn't be difficult, but Cecilia seemed determined to make it so. After a friend's mother dropped her off from some lesson, karate, ballet, piano, soccer, gymnastics, she kicked one shoe off in one direction, the second in another, and threw her backpack in a third. Luckily, it was too warm for a coat. She patiently asked Cecilia to put her shoes in the shoe rack. Later, Cecilia said absently, plopping on the sofa in her pale yellow dress, she grabbed the remote and turned on an obnoxiously loud cartoon. An orange and a pear appeared to be arguing. She said she was hungry. The housekeeper took a calming breath and asked what she would like. She expected something ridiculous to make her sweat, so she was surprised when Cecilia said a bologna sandwich. Relieved they had the makings, she didn't even insist on a please. If Nina wanted her daughter to be a brat, that was her prerogative, not her job to discipline. She grabbed bread and beef bologna from the overflowing fridge. Unsure about mayonnaise too much or too little, she decided to give Cecilia the bottle to portion herself. Ha! She had outsmarted her. She returned and placed the sandwich and mayonnaise on the coffee table. Cecilia looked down, crinkled her brow, picked it up tentatively, then filled with disgust. She cried, "Ew, she didn't want that." The housekeeper swore she was going to strangle this girl. She said Cecilia had asked for a bologna sandwich. She made one. Cecilia whined that she didn't say bologna. She said abalone. The housekeeper stared open-mouthed. An abalone sandwich? What was that? Cecilia grunted in frustration and threw the sandwich on the ground. Bread and meat separated into 3 piles on the carpet. The only positive, no mayonnaise to clean up. She had had enough. Maybe it wasn't her place, but Cecilia was old enough not to throw food on the floor. Especially with a baby coming soon, she needed to act her age. She said Cecilia's name through her teeth. Cecilia lifted her slightly pointed chin and said what? Their showdown got interrupted by the front door unlocking. Andrew and Nina back from their appointment. She turned away from Cecilia and plastered on a smile. Sure, Nina would be bursting with excitement, but neither of them was smiling. Nina's blonde hair was in disarray, her white blouse wrinkled, eyes bloodshot and puffy. Andrew didn't look great either. His tie half undone, his eyes also bloodshot. She squeezed her hands together and asked if everything was okay. She should have kept her mouth shut. Nina directed her gaze, and her pale skin turned bright red. She snapped at the housekeeper. For God's sake, why did she have to be so nosy? This was none of her goddamn business. She swallowed and apologized. Nina's eyes drifted to the mess on the floor, Cecilia's shoes, the bread and bologna near the coffee table. Sometime in the last minute, Cecilia had scurried out of sight. Nina's face contorted. Was this really what she had to come home to? This mess? What was she paying her for anyway? Maybe she should start looking for another job. Her throat constricted as she started to say she was going to clean that up. Nina shot Andrew a withering look and said not to do any work on her account. She was going to lie down. She had a pounding headache. Nina stomped up the staircase, her heels like bullets on each step, punctuated by their bedroom door slamming shut. Something did not go well. No point in talking to her now. Andrew sank onto the leather sofa and dropped his head back, muttering that sucked. She bit her lip and sat beside him, even though she sensed she shouldn't. She asked if he was okay. Not really. Did he want to talk about it? Not really. He squeezed his eyes shut and sighed. It wasn't going to happen for them. Nina was not going to get pregnant. Her first reaction was surprise. She couldn't quite believe they couldn't pay their way out of this dilemma. She swore she saw on the news that a 60-year-old woman got pregnant, but she couldn't say that to Andrew. They had just seen one of the leading fertility specialists. If he said Nina wouldn't get pregnant, that was that. No baby. She said she was so sorry. He raked a hand through his hair, trying to be okay with this, but admitting he was disappointed. He loved Cecilia like his own, but he had always dreamed of. It was the deepest conversation they had ever had. She murmured that she understood it must be so hard for both of them. He looked at his lap and said he needed to be strong for Nina. She was devastated. The housekeeper asked if there was anything she could do. He was quiet, running his finger along a leather crease. Then he mentioned a show Nina wanted to see in the city showdown. It would give her a lift if they got tickets. If she could ask Nina for some dates and book orchestra seats, that would be great. Done. She couldn't stand Nina for many reasons, but she couldn't imagine getting this news. Her heart went out to her. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes again and thanked her. He honestly didn't know what they would do without her. He was sorry about the way Nina treated her sometimes. Nina was just a little temperamental, but she really did like her and appreciate her help. The housekeeper wasn't entirely sure that was true, but she wasn't going to argue. She had to keep working here until she saved up a reasonable amount. She would just have to do her best to make Nina happy. That night, she woke to the sound of shouting. The attic was well insulated, so she couldn't make out words, but loud voices, male and female, came from below. Andrew and Nina. Then a crash. She rolled out of bed instinctively. Maybe it was none of her business, but she had to at least make sure everything was okay. Her doorknob stuck as usual, giving her a jab of panic before it shifted. She descended the creaky steps to the second floor. The shouting was much louder now, coming from the master bedroom. Nina's voice, nearly hysterical, yelled at Andrew. She cried that it wasn't fair she did everything she could. Andrew said it wasn't her fault. Nina insisted it was. If he were with a younger woman, he could have a baby like he wanted. He would be better off without her. Andrew told her not to say that. Nina snapped that it was true, that he wished she were gone. Another loud crash followed. Then a third. The housekeeper stepped back, torn between knocking to check on them and scurrying back to hide. Paralyzed, she stood there for several seconds. Then the door yanked open. Nina stood in the same lily-white nightgown from the night she had caught them in the living room, but now a streak of crimson ran from the side of her hip down the length of the skirt. Nina's eyes bored into her, asking what she was doing there. The housekeeper looked at Nina's hands. The same crimson covered her right palm. She stammered. Nina asked if she was spying, listening to their conversation. She stepped back, saying no. She heard a crash and was worried, wanted to make sure everything was okay. Nina noticed her gaze on the bloodstain and looked almost amused. She said she had just cut her hand a bit. Nothing to worry about. She didn't need help. But what had been going on in there? Was that really why blood was all over the nightgown? And where was Andrew? What if Nina had killed him? What if he was lying dead in the bedroom? Or worse, bleeding to death right now, and she had a chance to save him? She couldn't walk away. She had done bad things in her life, but she wasn't going to let Nina get away with murder. She asked where Andrew was. Pink circles formed on Nina's cheeks. How dare she? What was she accusing her of? It occurred to the housekeeper that Andrew was a big, strong man. If Nina had made short work of him, what chance would she stand? But she couldn't move. She had to make sure he was okay. Nina ordered her to go back to her room. She swallowed and said no. Nina said go back or she was fired. She meant it. The housekeeper started to protest again, then heard something that made her shoulders sag with relief, the faucet turning on in the master bedroom. Andrew was okay. He was just in the bathroom. Thank God. Nina's light blue eyes were like ice, but with a twinge of amusement. She liked scaring her. She asked if she was happy. Her husband was alive and well. The housekeeper bowed her head, said she just wanted to. She was sorry she bothered her. She turned and trudged down the hallway, feeling Nina's eyes on her back. When she was almost at the stairwell, Nina's voice rang out. "Millie?" She turned. Nina's white dress glowed in the moonlight like an angel's except for the blood. She could now see a tiny pool of crimson forming on the floor under Nina's injured right hand. "Yes? Stay up in the attic at night. Do you understand?" Nina didn't have to tell her a second time. She never wanted to come out of the attic again. The next morning, Nina had morphed back into the more pleasant version of herself, seemingly having forgotten last night. The housekeeper would have thought it was a terrifying dream, except for the bandage wrapped around Nina's right hand, white gauze dotted with crimson. Nina was more frazzled than usual. When she drove Cecilia to school, her tires screeched. When she returned, she just stood in the middle of the living room staring at the walls until the housekeeper came out of the kitchen and asked if she was all right. Nina said she was fine, tugging at the collar of her wrinkled white blouse, though the housekeeper was certain she had ironed it. Nina asked if she would be so kind as to make her breakfast. The usual? Of course, the usual. For Nina was 3 eggs, scrambled in butter and parmesan, 4 slices of bacon, and a buttered English muffin. The housekeeper thought of the PTA women's comments about Nina's weight, but she respected that Nina didn't scrutinize every calorie. Nina ate whatever she wanted, and then some, leaving dirty plates on the counter that never made it into the dishwasher. She served the food at the dining table with orange juice. Nina scrutinized it, and the housekeeper worried she would get the version that declared everything cooked poorly or claimed she never asked for breakfast. Instead, Nina smiled sweetly and thanked her. "You're welcome." She hesitated, then mentioned that Andrew had asked her to get them 2 tickets to Showdown on Broadway. Nina's eyes lit up. He was so thoughtful. "Yes, that would be lovely." Nina thanked her again and winked, saying she really didn't know what they would do without her. She liked to say that, or that she was going to fire her, one or the other. But it wasn't her fault. Nina definitely had emotional problems. The housekeeper couldn't stop thinking about the alleged stay in a psychiatric hospital. They didn't lock you up for nothing. Part of her was dying to know what happened, but she couldn't ask, and her attempts to get the story from Enzo had been fruitless. Nina had nearly cleaned her entire plate when Andrew jogged downstairs. The housekeeper had been a little worried about him after last night, even though she heard the water running. Not that it was likely, but maybe Nina had the faucet on an automatic timer to make it seem like he was alive and well. In any case, relief washed over her at finding him intact. Her breath caught at the side of his dark gray suit with a light blue dress shirt. Just before Andrew entered the dining room, Nina pushed her plate away, stood, and smoothed her blonde hair lacking its usual shine, dark roots even more visible. She greeted him with a dazzling smile and asked how he was this morning. He started to answer. Then his eyes darted to the egg still clinging to her blouse. One side of his lips quirked up. He pointed out the egg. Nina's cheeks turned pink as she dabbed at it, but the stain remained. She apologized. He said it was okay. She still looked beautiful. He grabbed her shoulders and pulled her in for a kiss. The housekeeper watched Nina melt against him and ignored the twinge of jealousy in her chest. He said he had to run to the office but would see her tonight. Nina said she would walk him out, darling. Nina was so freaking lucky. She had everything. Yes, a stay in a mental institution, but at least not prison. An incredible house, tons of money, a kind, funny, wealthy, considerate, gorgeous husband. The housekeeper closed her eyes for a moment and thought about what it would be like to live in Nina's shoes. To be the woman in charge, to have the expensive clothes and shoes and fancy car, to have a maid to boss around, forced to cook and clean and live in a tiny attic hole while she had the big bedroom with king-size bed and zillion-count sheets, and most of all, to have a husband like Andrew, to have his lips pressed against hers, to feel his body heat against her chest. Oh my God, she had to stop thinking about this, now. In her defense, it had been a really long time, 10 years in prison, fantasizing about some perfect guy who would save her, and now, well, it could happen. It was possible. She climbed the stairs, made the beds, cleaned the bedrooms. Just as she finished and returned downstairs, the doorbell rang. She hurried over and was surprised to see Enzo at the door, clutching a giant cardboard box. She greeted him correctly. Amusement flickered over his face. He said this was for her. She understood immediately. Delivery people sometimes dumped heavy packages outside the gate, and she had to hive them in. Enzo must have seen the delivery man leave it and kindly carried it in. She thanked him in Italian. He raised his eyebrows and asked if she wanted him to. It took her a second to realize what he was asking. "Oh yes, just put it on the dining table." She pointed. He carried it there. She remembered Nina had freaked out last time Enzo came into the house. But Nina wasn't here, and that box looked too heavy for her to lift. After he rested it on the table, she glanced at the return address, Evelyn Winchester. Probably somebody in Andrew's family. She thanked him again. Enzo nodded. He wore a white t-shirt and jeans. He looked good. He was always out somewhere in the neighborhood working up a sweat, and a lot of rich women loved to ogle him. Truthfully, she preferred Andrew's looks. And of course, there was the language barrier. But maybe having a little fun with Enzo would be good for her. Relieve some pent-up energy, and she might stop having wholly inappropriate fantasies about her boss's husband. She wasn't sure how to broach the subject given he didn't seem to speak English, but she was pretty sure the language of love was universal. She offered him water, while she tried to figure out exactly how to go about this. He said yes. She ran to the kitchen, grabbed a glass, filled it halfway, and brought it out. He took it gratefully and thanked her. His biceps bulged as he drank. He had a really good body. She wondered what he was like in bed, probably fantastic. She wrung her hands and asked if he was busy. He lowered the glass and looked at her blankly. She cleared her throat and rephrased. Did he have much work? He nodded at a word he understood seriously. 3 years working here and he really didn't understand any English? He said yes. Very busy. This wasn't going well. Maybe she should get right to the point. She stepped toward him and suggested he might want to take a little break. His dark eyes studied her face. He didn't understand. She could do this language of love. All that. She reached out, placed her hand on his chest, and raised an eyebrow suggestively. You know. She had expected him to grin, scoop her off her feet, carry her to the attic, and ravish her for hours. What she did not expect, his eyes darkened. He lipped away like her hand was on fire and let loose a string of rapid, angry Italian. She had no idea what he was saying aside from that. It wasn't hello or thank you. She apologized helplessly. He yelled at her, raked a hand through his black hair. This was so embarrassing. She wanted to crawl under the table. She had thought he might reject her, but not so vehemently. She said she didn't mean to. He looked up to the stairwell almost fearfully, then back at her face. He said he was going now. She nodded, apologizing again, saying she was just being friendly. He gave her a look like he knew that was bullshit. Some stuff was universal. She apologized a third time as he strode toward the door and thanked him for the package. He paused at the door, dark eyes meeting hers. In broken English, he told her to get out. It was dangerous, the same word he had said the first day they met, now in English. He looked back up at the stairwell with a troubled expression, shook his head, and hurried out before she could stop him to figure out what he meant. God, that was humiliating. She was still reeling from the mortification of Enzo's rejection while waiting for Cecilia to finish tap dancing class. Her head throbbed, and the tapping of little feet in unison from the dance classroom wasn't helping. The woman in the seat next to her's naturally smooth skin, no signs of facelift or Botox about her age, probably a servant like her, asked if she wanted Advil. She must have a sixth sense, or her size gave it away. She hesitated, then nodded. A painkiller wouldn't erase the humiliation, but it would ease the headache. The woman reached into her big black purse, took out Advil, raised her eyebrows and shook 2 little red pills into her palm. She threw them back and swallowed dry. The woman introduced herself as Amanda, the official tap-dancing waiting room drug dealer. She laughed despite herself. Amanda was there for the Bernstein twins. Tap dancing in unison was something to behold, Speaking of pounding headaches, she said she was there for Cecilia Winchester. Amanda let out a low whistle and wished her luck with that. She squeezed her knees and asked what she meant. Amanda lifted a shoulder. Nina Winchester, everyone knew. She made the universal cuckoo sign. How did she know? Oh, everyone knew. Also, Amanda got the feeling Nina was the jealous type, and her husband was really hot, didn't she think? She averted her eyes and said he was okay, she guessed. Amanda started digging in her purse. She licked her lips. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. Someone she could pump for information about Nina. She asked why people said Nina was crazy. Amanda grinned and said Nina had been locked up in a loony bin. Everyone talked about it. She winced at the term but needed to hear this. Her heart sped up, beating in sync with the tapping feet. She said she had heard something about that. Amanda clucked. Cecilia was a baby then. Poor thing, if the police had arrived a second later. What? Amanda dropped her voice, looking around the room. Did she know what Nina did? She shook her head wordlessly. Amanda sucked in her breath. It was horrible. Nina tried to drown Cecilia in the bathtub. She clasped the hand over her mouth. Amanda nodded solemnly. Nina drugged Cecilia, threw her in the tub with running water, then took a bunch of pills herself. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. She had expected some story about a fight with another mother over tutu colors, or a manicurist retiring. This was entirely different. The woman tried to murder her own child. She couldn't think of anything more horrible. Amanda added that Andrew had been at his office in the city, but got worried when he couldn't reach Nina. Thank God he called the police when he did. Her headache had escalated despite the Advil. She was truly about to throw up. Nina tried to kill her daughter, tried to kill herself. God, no wonder she was on an antipsychotic. It didn't make sense. Whatever else she could say about Nina, she clearly loved Cecilia very much. You couldn't fake that. Yet she believed Amanda. She had heard this rumor from enough people. It didn't seem possible. Everybody in town had it wrong. Nina really did try to kill her daughter. Then again, she didn't know the context. Postpartum depression could make your mind go to dark places. Maybe Nina didn't know what she was doing. It wasn't like they said she plotted to kill her daughter. If that were true, she would be in prison forever. Still, as much as she had worried about Nina's mental status, she never truly believed Nina had the capacity for real violence. She was capable of much more than she thought. For the first time since Enzo rejected her, she thought back to the panic in his eyes as he hurried toward the front door. You get out, Millie. It's dangerous. He was scared for her, scared of Nina Winchester. If only he spoke English. If he did, she had a feeling she might have moved out by now. But what could she do? The Winchesters paid her well, but not well enough to strike out on her own without at least a few more paychecks. If she quit, they would never give her a decent recommendation. She would have to go back to searching want ads, faced with rejection after rejection when employers found out about her prison record. She just had to hang in there a little longer and do her best not to piss off Nina Winchester. Her life might depend on it. By dinner time, the cardboard box Enzo had brought in still sat on the dining table. She tried to move it to set the table, but it was very heavy. Enzo had made it seem lighter than it was by carrying it so effortlessly. She was scared she would drop it. Odds were good there was a priceless Ming vase inside, or something equally fragile and expensive. She studied the return address again, Evelyn Winchester. She wondered who that was. The handwriting was big and loopy. She gave the box a tentative shove and something rattled inside. Andrew's voice came from behind her early Christmas present. He must have come in from the garage entrance, smiling crookedly, his tie loose. She was glad he seemed in better spirits than yesterday. She had really thought he was going to lose it after that doctor's appointment, and then after that terrible argument where she was half convinced Nina had murdered him. Now that she knew why Nina was institutionalized, it didn't seem nearly as far-fetched. She reminded him it was June. He clucked his tongue, never too early for Christmas. He rounded the table to examine the return address, only inches away. She smelled his aftershave. Expensive. She told herself to stop smelling her boss. He noted it was from his mother. She grinned. His mother still sent care packages? He laughed. She used to, especially in the past when Nina was sick. Sick. A nice euphemism for what Nina did. She couldn't wrap her head around it. He remarked it was probably something for Cece. His mother loved to spoil her, always saying since Cece only had one grandmother, it was her duty. She asked about Nina's parents. He paused, hands on the box. Nina's parents were gone since she was young. He never met them. Nina tried to kill herself and her daughter, and now it turned out she also left dead parents in her wake. She hoped the maid wasn't next. No, she needed to stop thinking this way. It was more likely Nina's parents died of cancer or heart disease. Whatever was wrong with Nina, they obviously felt she was ready to rejoin society. She should give her the benefit of the doubt. Andrew straightened up and said, "Let him get this open." He dashed into the kitchen and returned with a box cutter. He sliced open the top and pulled up the flaps. She was pretty curious. She had been staring at this box all day. She raised her eyebrows as Andrew stared into the box, the color draining from his face. She frowned and asked if he was okay. He didn't answer. He sank into a chair and pressed his fingertips into his temples. She hurried over to comfort him, but couldn't help stopping to look inside. Then she understood why he looked so upset. The box was filled with baby stuff, little white blankets, rattles, dolls, a little pile of tiny white onesies. Nina had been blabbing to anyone who would listen that they were expecting a baby soon. Surely she mentioned it to Andrew's mother, who sent supplies. Unfortunately, she jumped the gun. Andrew had a glazed look. She asked again if he was okay. He blinked like he forgot she was there and managed a watery smile. He was okay. He just didn't need to see that. She slid into the chair next to his and suggested maybe that doctor was wrong. Part of her wondered why he would even want to have a child with Nina, especially after what she almost did to Cecilia. How could he trust her with a baby after that? He rubbed his face. It was fine. Nina was older than him, and she had some issues when they first married, so he didn't feel comfortable trying for a baby then. They waited. Now. She looked at him in surprise. Nina was older than him? A little, he shrugged. You didn't think about age when you were in love? And he loved her. It didn't escape her that he used the past tense. He noticed, too, his face turning red. He corrected himself. He loved Nina. Whatever happened, they had each other. He said the words with conviction, but when he looked at the box again, a sad expression came over his face. No matter what he said, he wasn't happy about not having another child. It was weighing on him. He mumbled that he would put the box in the basement. Maybe somebody in the neighborhood would have a baby, and they could give it away, or they could donate it. It would go to good use. She felt the irrepressible urge to wrap her arms around him. In spite of his financial success, she felt sorry for Andrew. He was a really good guy and deserved to be happy. She was beginning to wonder if Nina, with all her issues and wild mood swings, was capable of making him happy, or if he was just stuck with her out of obligation. She said softly that if he ever wanted to talk about it, she was here. His eyes met hers. "Thanks, Millie." She put her hand on his, a gesture meant to comfort him. He turned his hand and gave hers a squeeze. At the touch of his palm against hers, a sensation shot through her like a lightning bolt, something she had never felt before. She looked up at his brown eyes and could tell he felt it too. For a moment they just stared at each other, drawn together by some invisible, indescribable connection. Then his face turned red. He said he better go, tugging his hand away. He should. He had to. Right. He jumped up, darted out of the dining room, but just before disappearing up the stairs gave her one last long, lingering look. She spent the next week avoiding Andrew Winchester. She couldn't even deny anymore that she had feelings for him. Not just feelings, a very serious crush. She thought about him all the time, even dreamed about him kissing her. He might have feelings for her too, even though he claimed he loved Nina. But the key point, she didn't want to lose this job. You didn't keep jobs by sleeping with your married boss, so she did her best to stuff all her feelings away. Andrew was at work most of the day anyway. It was easy enough to stay out of his way. Tonight, as she put plates of food out for dinner, Preparing to dash off before Andrew came in, Nina wandered into the dining area. She bobbed her head in approval at the salmon with wild rice and, of course, chicken nuggets for Cecilia. She remarked that it smelled wonderful. Thanks. She hovered near the kitchen, ready to call it quits for the evening, their usual routine. She asked if that would be all. Just one thing. Nina patted her blonde hair and asked if she had booked the tickets for Showdown. Yes, she had snatched up the last 2 orchestra seats for this Sunday night. She was proud of herself. They cost a small fortune, but the Winchesters could afford it. 6th row from the stage, you could practically touch the actors. Wonderful. Nina clapped her hands together and asked if she had booked the hotel room. At the Plaza. Since it was a drive into the city, Nina and Andrew would stay overnight. Cecilia would stay at a friend's house, and she would get the whole house to herself. She could walk around naked if she wanted, not planning to, but nice to know she could. Nina sighed that it would be so lovely. Andy and her really needed this. She bit her tongue. Not going to comment on the state of their relationship, especially since the door slammed at that moment Andrew was home. Ever since that doctor's visit and their subsequent fight, they seemed somewhat distant. Hard not to notice the awkward politeness, and Nina herself seemed off her game. Right now her white blouse was buttoned wrong, missed a button, the whole thing lopsided. She itched to tell her, but knew she would get screamed at, so she kept her mouth shut. She said she hoped they had a wonderful time. Nina beamed and said she could hardly wait all week. She frowned. All week? The show was in 3 days. Andrew strode into the dining room, pulling off his tie. He stopped short when he saw her, but stifled a reaction. She stifled her own reaction to how handsome he looked in that suit. 3 days? Nina repeated. Millie. She had asked her to book the tickets for a week from Sunday. She distinctly remembered. The housekeeper shook her head, but Nina had told her that over a week ago, so she booked them for this Sunday. Nina's cheeks turned pink. So she admitted, Nina told her to book it for a week from Sunday, and she still booked for this Sunday? No, what she was saying was... Nina folded her arms, her disappointment landing like a slap. She blamed Millie for being careless. The show tickets were booked for the wrong Sunday. Now, Nina couldn't attend. She had to drive Cecilia to summer camp in Massachusetts and spend the night out there. Millie's mind reeled. She could have sworn Nina told her that specific Sunday and that Cecilia would be at a friend's house. There was no way she'd made this error. She offered a solution. Maybe someone else could take the girl to camp? The tickets were non-refundable. Nina looked insulted. She refused to let anyone else drive her daughter away for 2 weeks. Millie bit back the dark thought that this was no worse than what Nina had already tried to do to the child. Instead, she stood silent as Nina declared the cost of the tickets and the Plaza hotel room would come directly out of Millie's paycheck. Millie's mouth fell open. That amount was more than she earned in 3 paychecks. She'd been saving to escape this house, and now tears burned behind her eyes at the thought of working for nothing for weeks. Andrew stepped in, telling Nina not to get upset. He said he'd call the credit card company and handle a refund. Nina shot Millie a seething look and gave her terms if the money couldn't be recovered. Millie would pay. Millie nodded without a word, then fled to the kitchen before Nina could see her cry. By Sunday afternoon, 2 pieces of good news arrived. First, Andrew had refunded the tickets. Millie wouldn't work for free. Second, Cecilia would be gone for 2 full weeks. Millie wasn't sure which relief tasted sweeter. She was grateful to keep her paycheck, but even happier to be rid of Cecilia's company. The apple didn't fall far from that tree. Cecilia had packed enough luggage for a year. Millie swore the girl had stuffed every possession inside, then filled the remaining space with rocks. That's how it felt hauling the bags to Nina's Lexus. Her palms burned red from the straps. Nina watched fretfully, urging Millie to be careful and not break anything. Millie wondered what fragile thing a child could possibly need at summer camp: clothes, books, bug spray, but she only apologized. Inside for the last bag, Millie found Andrew jogging downstairs. He saw her reaching for the monstrous suitcase and his eyes widened. He offered to carry it because it looked too heavy. Millie insisted she was fine, but only because Nina was coming out of the garage. Nina waggled a finger, reminding Andrew to mind his bad back. He shot Nina a look, insisting his back was fine, and said he wanted to say goodbye to Cece. Nina pulled a face, and asked if he was sure he wouldn't come with them. He said he wished he could, but he couldn't miss a full day of work tomorrow afternoon meetings. Nina sniffed, accusing him of always putting work first. Millie saw Andrew grimace. She didn't blame him for being hurt it wasn't true. Despite his business success, Andrew was home for dinner every night. He worked occasional weekends, but he'd also attended 2 dance recitals, a piano recital, a 4th grade graduation, a karate demonstration, and an art show at the day school, all in 1 month. He apologized anyway. When he reached for Nina's arm, she jerked away and dashed to the kitchen for her purse. Andrew hoisted the last piece of luggage into his arms and went to the garage. He dumped it in the trunk and said goodbye to Cecilia, who sat in Nina's snow-colored Lexus wearing a lacy white dress wildly inappropriate for summer camp. Millie kept her mouth shut. 2 weeks without that little monster. Millie wanted to jump for joy, but she turned her lips down and told Nina it would be sad without Cecilia this month. Nina answered dryly, saying she thought Millie couldn't stand her daughter. Millie's jaw dropped. She hadn't realized Nina knew how she felt about Cecilia, and if Nina knew that, did she also know Millie wasn't fond of Nina herself? Nina smoothed her white blouse and left for the garage. The moment she was gone, all the tension drained out of Millie. She was always on edge around Nina, feeling dissected. Andrew emerged from the garage, wiping his hands on his jeans. Millie loved his weekend t-shirt and jeans, the way his hair got tousled with physical activity, the way he smiled and winked. She wondered if he felt the same relief at Nina's departure. He confessed he hadn't been entirely honest. He couldn't get a refund on the show tickets. He'd lied to keep Nina from giving Millie a hard time or trying to charge her, and he was sure Nina had given the wrong date. Millie nodded, confirming Nina had, and thanked him. Then Andrew offered she should take the tickets. Go to the city tonight, see the show with a friend, stay at the plaza overnight. Millie almost gasped at the generosity. Still, she toyed with her t-shirt hem, anxious about what Nina would think, and the thought of going alone filled her with dread. She declined. Andrew pressed. This was supposed to be the best show of the decade. Didn't she like Broadway? He had no idea about her life, what she'd done for the last 10 years. She admitted she'd never been to a Broadway show. He insisted she needed to go, but she took a deep breath and told the truth she had no one to go with, and she didn't want to go alone. Andrew rubbed the stubble on his jaw, then said he'd go with her. Millie raised her eyebrows, asking if that was a good idea. He hesitated, acknowledging Nina's jealousy issues, but said that was no reason to waste expensive tickets, and it was a crime she'd never seen a Broadway show. It would be fun. Millie knew exactly what she was worried about. It would be fun. She imagined the evening, Andrew's BMW, orchestra seats, a nice dinner, Prosecco, conversation without Nina glowering. It sounded wonderful. She said yes. Andrew's face lit up. He told her to meet him downstairs in an hour after he changed. As Millie climbed to the attic, a dark, heavy sensation settled in her stomach. She was looking forward to tonight, but she had a bad feeling. Something terrible might happen. She already had a totally inappropriate crush on Andrew. Spending the whole night with him, just the two of them, felt like tempting fate. But she told herself that was ridiculous. 2 adults in control of their own actions, it would be fine. She couldn't go to a Broadway show in jeans and a t-shirt. Online said no official dress code, but it felt wrong. Andrew was changing, so she needed something nice. The problem, she owned nothing nice, except the bag of clothing Nina had given her. Millie had hung the outfits up but never worn them, mostly fancy dresses, not for vacuuming, but tonight was an occasion. The dresses were blindingly white, Nina's favorite color. White was not Millie's favorite, and she never liked wearing it because it showed dirt so easily. She'd have to be careful, and she had only black pumps to wear. She selected a form-fitting cocktail dress that fell just above her knees with a lace halter neckline. Nina was heavier than Millie, so Millie assumed it would be loose. But Nina must have bought it years ago. It fit perfectly, as if tailored for Millie herself. She took it easy on makeup, a few dabs of lipstick, a tiny bit of eyeliner. Whatever happened tonight, she would behave. The last thing she wanted was trouble. She had no doubt that if Nina suspected anything between Millie and Andrew, Nina would make it her mission to destroy her. Andrew waited in the living room when Millie descended. He wore a gray suit jacket and matching tie, freshly showered, clean-shaven. He looked devastatingly handsome. So handsome Millie wanted to grab him by the lapels. But the most amazing thing was the way his eyes flew open when he saw her, and he audibly inhaled. For a few moments they just stared. His hand shook a little as he adjusted his tie, and he started to say she looked, but he didn't finish. He wasn't looking at her the way a man was supposed to look at a woman who wasn't his wife. Millie opened her mouth, wondering if she should ask whether this was a bad idea, whether they should call it off, but she couldn't make herself say it. Andrew tore his eyes away and checked his watch, saying they better get going. Parking near Broadway could be a pain. Millie agreed. There was no turning back now. Sliding into the cool leather seat of Andrew's BMW felt almost like being a celebrity. Nothing like her Nissan. When Andrew climbed into the driver's side, Millie noticed her skirt riding up her thighs. Standing, the dress had reached nearly to her knees. Sitting, it was somehow mid-thigh. She tugged at it, but the moment she let go, it rode right back up. Andrew kept his eyes on the road as they exited the property. Millie told herself he was a good, faithful husband. Just because he'd looked nearly ready to pass out when he saw her in this dress didn't mean he couldn't control himself. She commented how excited she was, unable to believe she was actually going to see Showdown. He nodded, saying he'd heard it was incredible. She admitted she'd even listened to some of the songs on her phone while getting dressed. He laughed, and confirmed they were in the 6th row. That was right. She felt a strange thrill at being so close to the stage she could almost touch the actors, but then her mood dipped. She tugged at her skirt, which seemed determined to show off her underwear, and confessed she felt bad he wasn't going with Nina. Nina had wanted those tickets. He waved a hand, telling her not to worry. In their marriage, Nina had seen more Broadway shows than he could count. This was special to Millie, and he was sure Nina would want her to enjoy it. Millie wasn't so sure, but he insisted it was fine. He stopped at a red light, fingers drumming on the steering wheel. Millie noticed his eyes stray from the windshield. He was looking at her legs. She lifted her gaze. He realized he'd been caught, and his cheeks colored as he looked away. She crossed her legs and shifted. Nina wouldn't be happy, but there was no chance she'd find out. They weren't doing anything wrong. Looking wasn't a crime. It was a beautiful June evening. Millie had brought her wrap but left it in the car, so she stood in line wearing only the white dress and her mismatched purse. Inside the theater, she gasped. She'd never seen anything like it. Rows and rows of orchestra seats, then 2 more levels stretching to the ceiling, and a red curtain lit from below with tantalizing yellow light. When she finally tore her eyes away, Andrew had an amused look. She asked what, self-conscious? He said it was just cute, the look on her face. He was so used to it, but he loved seeing it through her eyes. She mumbled that it was just so big. An usher handed them playbills and led them closer and closer. When they reached their seats, Millie couldn't believe how near they were to the stage. If she wanted, she could grab the actors by the ankles. Not that she would, because that would violate her parole. Sitting next to Andrew in one of the best seats of the hottest show in town, she didn't feel like an ex-con with no money working a job she hated. She felt special, like she deserved to be here. She gazed at his profile. This was all because of him. He could have been a jerk, charged her for the tickets, or gone with a friend. Instead, he'd brought her. She'd blurted out, "Thank you." He smiled, said his pleasure, and she thought he was so handsome when he smiled. Over the music and crowd noise, she barely heard buzzing from her purse. A message from Nina: "Don't forget to put out the trash." Millie gritted her teeth. Nothing killed a fantasy like a text from your employer about garbage. Nina reminded her every single week, even though she'd never forgotten. But the worst part was realizing she had forgotten tonight. The schedule change had thrown her off. It was fine, she'd do it when they got back. After Andrew's BMW turned back into a pumpkin, Andrew noticed her expression and asked if she was okay. His eyebrows knitted. Millie's warm feelings evaporated slightly. He wasn't a guy she was dating. He was her employer, married. He'd only brought her because he felt sorry for her being so uncultured. She couldn't let herself forget it. The show was absolutely amazing. Millie sat at the edge of her seat in the 6th row, mouth hanging open. The musical numbers were catchy, the dances elaborate, the lead actor dreamy, though she couldn't help thinking he wasn't quite as handsome as Andrew. After 3 standing ovations, the show ended. Andrew rose, stretched a kink in his back, and suggested dinner. Millie slid the playbill into her purse, risky to save, but she wanted to hold on to the memory. She agreed. He had a French restaurant in mind a couple blocks away. Had she ever had French food? She admitted she hadn't, though she liked the fries. He laughed, said she'd enjoy it. His treat. She thought that Nina wouldn't enjoy finding out about any of this, but they were already here. May as well go for broke. She said, "Sounds good." In her old life, she never could have walked into a restaurant like this. Menu prices on the door would have wiped her out for weeks, but standing next to Andrew, wearing Nina's white dress, she fit in. Nobody asked her to leave. Walking in, she was sure everyone thought they were a couple. She'd seen their reflection. They looked good together, better than he and Nina did. Nobody noticed his wedding band. What they might notice was the way he gently placed a hand on the small of her back to lead her to their table, then pulled out her chair. She remarked he was such a gentleman. He chuckled, thanking his mother, that's how he was raised. She said she'd raised him right. He beamed and said she'd be very glad to hear that. It made Millie think of Cecilia, that spoiled brat who got off on ordering her around. Then again, Cecilia had been through a lot. Her mother had tried to murder her. The waiter came. Andrew ordered a glass of red wine, so Millie did the same. She didn't look at prices. He was paying. She admitted she had no idea what to order. The whole menu was in French. Did he understand it? He said "oui." She raised her eyebrows. Did he speak French? He winked. Said he was fluent, having spent his junior year in Paris. She was impressed. She'd never been to college. Her diploma was a GED. He offered to read the menu in English. Her cheeks warmed. She told him not to bother, just pick out things she'd like. He looked pleased and agreed. The waiter brought a bottle and 2 glasses, uncorked it, and poured heaping glasses. Andrew gestured to leave the bottle. Millie took a long sip. Oh God, that was good. So much better than the $5 stuff from the liquor store. He asked if she spoke any other languages. She shook her head, saying she was lucky she spoke English. He didn't smile at her joke. He said she shouldn't put herself down. She'd been working for them for months, had a great work ethic, was obviously smart. He didn't even know why she'd want this job. They were lucky to have her. Didn't she have other career aspirations? She played with a napkin, avoiding his eyes. He didn't know anything about her. If he did, he'd understand. She said she didn't want to talk about it. He hesitated, then nodded, respecting her request. He said he was glad she came out tonight. She lifted her eyes to his brown ones across the table and agreed. He looked about to say more, but his phone rang. Nina. Maybe it was Millie's imagination, but he had a pained expression. He said he better take it. Millie couldn't hear Nina's words, but her shaky, upset voice carried across the table. Andrew held the phone a centimeter from his ear, wincing with each word. He told Nina to relax, that he couldn't talk about this right now, and he'd see her when she got home tomorrow. He jabbed the button to end the call and slammed the phone on the table, then drained half his wine. Millie asked if everything was okay. He pressed fingertips into his temples. He said he loved Nina, but sometimes he couldn't figure out how his marriage got this way. 90% of their interactions were her yelling at him. Millie didn't know what to say, so she offered that the same description fit 90% of her interactions with Nina too. His lips twitched. At least they had that in common. She asked if Nina used to be different. Completely different, he said, draining the rest of his wine. When they met, Nina was a single mom working 2 jobs. He'd admired her strength. Now she didn't do anything except complain, had no interest in working, spoiled Cecilia. And the worst part was... Millie asked what? He picked up the bottle, refilled his glass, ran his finger along the rim, then stopped himself. He shouldn't. He looked around for the waiter. Millie was dying to know what he'd almost confessed, but the waiter rushed over, eager for the tip, and the moment passed. Andrew ordered for both of them without Millie asking what she wanted it to be a surprise. She was impressed with his French accent. She'd always wished she could speak another language, but it was probably too late for her. He said he hoped she liked what he ordered, almost shyly. She smiled, saying she was sure she would. He had great taste. Look at his house. Or did Nina pick everything out? He took another sip. No, he owned the house. Most of the design was done before they were married. Before they even met, actually. Millie remarked that most men who worked in the city preferred a bachelor pad before settling down. He snorted, saying he'd never been interested in that. He was ready to get married. In fact, right before Nina, he'd been engaged to someone else. Right before Nina? Was he saying Nina had broken up his engagement? He continued, saying all he'd wanted was to settle down, buy a house, have a few kids. At that last statement, his lips turned down. Even though he hadn't mentioned it, Millie was sure he was still smarting from learning Nina couldn't have more children. She offered sympathy about the fertility issues, saying that must be hard on both of them. He looked up from his wine glass and blurted out they hadn't had sex since that doctor's visit. Millie nearly toppled her wine glass. The waiter arrived with appetizers, little bread circles topped with a pink spread, but she could hardly focus after what Andrew had just confessed. He identified the dish as smoked salmon mousse on baguette, then sighed and apologized, saying he never should have mentioned anything about the dry spell. It was in bad taste. He gestured at the food and suggested they enjoy dinner and forget he'd said it, insisting he and Nina were fine. Millie agreed, but forgetting proved impossible. They ended up having a great time. They didn't discuss Nina again, and the conversation flowed easily, especially after the second bottle of wine. Millie couldn't remember the last nice evening she'd had, and felt sad as dinner wound down. She thanked him as he paid the check, afraid to even look at it. He thanked her back, saying he'd had a great time, more fun than he'd had in a while. He stood after signing, swaying. They'd drunk a lot. Andrew acknowledged he shouldn't be driving, Millie agreed. He rubbed his face and reminded her they still had the plaza reservation. Millie knew this was a huge mistake. Both drunk, his wife out of town, and he apparently hadn't had sex in a while and she hadn't in much longer. She mumbled it wasn't a great idea. He swore he'd be a perfect gentleman, adding the suite had 2 beds. She hesitated. He asked if she didn't trust him. The bigger problem was that she didn't trust herself. He admitted he couldn't drive them back, then offered to get 2 separate rooms at the plaza. Millie protested the cost. He waved it off, saying he'd get a deal from hosting clients there. She agreed on the condition of separate rooms. He hailed a taxi. In the back seat, Millie's white dress rode up her thigh again. She grabbed at the hem, but before she could pull it down, she noticed Andrew taking another look. When she caught him, he grinned. She accused him of looking at her legs. He said she had great legs, and there was no harm in looking. She smacked his arm, reminding him they were getting separate rooms, but his brown eyes met hers across the back seat, and for a moment she had trouble breathing. Andrew wanted to be faithful. She was sure of it, But his wife was out of state, he was drunk, and they'd been having problems. As far as Millie could see, Nina had been horrible to him. He deserved better. He asked in a low voice what she was looking at. She swallowed a lump and said nothing. He breathed. That she looked beautiful tonight. She started to say his name. He began confessing how he'd felt lately, but the cab jerked right. Millie hadn't put on her seatbelt, and her body thrust against his. He caught her before she hit the window, his breath on her neck. He whispered her name, then kissed her, and she kissed him back. Needless to say, they didn't get 2 separate rooms. Millie slept with her married boss. After that kiss in the taxi, there was no going back. They were practically ripping each other's clothes off. They kept their hands off each other just long enough for Andrew to check in, then made out in the elevator like teenagers. Once in the room, any chance of slowing down for the sake of his marriage vanished. Millie didn't know the last time he'd had sex, but for her, it had been so long she was afraid he'd have to clear away cobwebs. She had a few condoms in her purse from when she'd thought things might happen with Enzo, and it was more than good, it was amazing. Just what she needed. The sun came up through the giant picture window overlooking the city. Millie lay in the decadent queen-size bed while Andrew slept next to her, softly blowing air through his lips with each breath. She shivered, remembering what he'd done. Part of her wanted to wake him and go again, but the realistic part knew it could never happen again. He was married. She was his maid. He'd been drunk. A one-time thing. Still, she watched his handsome profile and allowed herself to fantasize. Maybe he'd wake up and decide he'd had enough of Nina. He'd want Millie to live with him in that gorgeous gated home. She could give him the baby he wanted so badly, which Nina never could. She remembered those obnoxious PTA women mentioning the airtight prenup he could leave Nina without losing much, and surely he'd be generous. It was stupid. It would never happen. If he knew the truth about her, he'd run a mile. But she could daydream. Andrew groaned, rubbed his eyes, and rolled his head to look at her. He didn't look horrified. He gave a hoarse greeting. She returned it. He asked if she was okay. Aside from the sinking feeling in her chest, she was great. She asked if he was okay. He tried to sit up and failed, head dropping back to the pillow. He guessed he was hungover and asked how much they'd drunk. 2 bottles. He scrunched his brow, then asked if they were okay. She managed to smile, promising they were completely fine. He tried again to sit up, wincing, and made it. He started apologizing, saying he shouldn't have. Millie flinched at the apology and told him not to worry about it. Her voice clipped. She said she'd take a shower, and they should head home. He sighed, and asked if she wouldn't say anything to Nina. They'd both been really drunk. Of course. That's all he cared about. She said she wouldn't. He thanked her. Thanks so much. Millie was naked under the blankets, but didn't want him to see her that way. She grabbed a sheet, wrapped it around herself, and stumbled toward the bathroom, feeling Andrew's eyes on her. Humiliating. He called her name. She still couldn't look. Asking what? He said he wasn't sorry he'd had a great time, wasn't sorry for any part of it, and hoped she wasn't either. She ventured a look at his bare, muscular chest and admitted she wasn't sorry at all. But he sighed and said it couldn't happen again. She knew that, nodding in understanding. A troubled expression crossed his face. He wished things could be different. She knew. He wished he'd met her back when he didn't need to finish. She understood. If only they'd met when he was single. But he was married. A father. Nothing more could happen. She said she knew again. He kept his eyes on her. For a moment she wondered if he'd asked to join her in the shower. But he turned away, pulled up the covers, and she took her cold shower. They hardly spoke on the drive back. Andrew turned on the radio. Millie realized he'd mentioned a meeting later in the city. He'd have to turn right back around after they got home. He was still wearing yesterday's clothes and would want to change. He mumbled. They were almost back as they exited the expressway, sunglasses hiding his expression. She said, "Great." Her dress rode up again. This damn dress had caused all their problems. She tugged at it, and even with his shades on, she noticed him looking. She raised her eyebrows. He smiled sheepishly, calling it one for the road. Then he swerved around a garbage truck. A horrible thought hit Millie. She hissed that she'd never put out the garbage last night. He didn't seem to grasp the gravity. Nina had specifically texted her, and she'd never forgotten before. If Nina found out, Andrew pulled off his sunglasses, revealing bloodshot eyes, and swore. He asked if she still had time. She watched the truck traveling the opposite direction and doubted it. They came really early. He suggested she could just say she forgot. She asked if Nina would buy that. He swore again, tapped the steering wheel, then said he'd take care of it. Don't worry. At the house, Andrew pressed the gate button. Enzo was working in the yard and jerked his head up at the unusual sight of the BMW arriving at this hour. Millie should have ducked, but it was too late. Enzo paused, his dark eyes meeting hers, and he shook his head just like that first day. Damn it. Andrew noticed but just waved. Before pulling into the garage, he put the car in park and said he'd see if Enzo could take care of the trash. Millie wanted to beg him not to ask, but he'd already leaped out. Enzo stepped back, not wanting this conversation. Andrew flashed a broad smile and said he needed help. Enzo said nothing. Andrew explained the problem. They'd forgotten to put out the garbage bags and asked if Enzo could take them to the dump in his truck for $50. Enzo looked at the bags, then back at Andrew, silent. Andrew repeated the words garbage and dump, adding a broken capisci. Enzo shook his head. Andrew gritted his teeth, pulled out his wallet, and upped the offer to $100, fanning bills in Enzo's face. Finally Enzo said no, he was busy. Andrew sighed and went back to his wallet, offering $200, a single trip to the dump. Please. Enzo took the bills, grabbed all 4 bags in one trip, biceps bulging under his white t-shirt, and threw them into his truck without a word. Andrew called after him, reminding him to dump. Enzo just stared, then drove off. Andrew slid back into the driver's seat, saying it was taken care of, but calling Enzo an asshole. Millie said she hadn't thought he understood. Andrew rolled his eyes, insisting Enzo understood more than he let on, and was just holding out for more money. Millie agreed. Enzo hadn't wanted to do it, but she didn't think it was about the money. Andrew grumbled that he didn't like the guy. Enzo worked on all the neighborhood houses, but spent a third of his time in their yard. He didn't even know what Enzo was doing half the time. Millie pointed out they had the biggest house and lawn. Andrew admitted he'd told Nina to hire someone else, but she said everyone used Enzo because he was supposedly the best. Enzo wasn't Millie's favorite since his not-so-subtle rejection, but that wasn't why he made her uncomfortable. She couldn't forget how he'd hissed the Italian word for danger at her on her first day, how he seemed scared to defy Nina despite being large enough to crush her. Did Andrew have any clue how wary Enzo was of his wife? She wasn't going to be the one to tell him. Nina came home around 2 in the afternoon, carrying 4 large shopping bags from an impromptu spree. She dumped them on the living room floor, announcing she'd found the cutest little shop and couldn't help herself. Millie forced enthusiasm. Nina's cheeks were flushed, sweat stains under her arms, hair frizzy, roots untouched, mascara caked on her right eye. Millie genuinely couldn't figure out what Andrew saw in her. Nina asked Millie to take the bags upstairs, plopping down on the leather sofa and pulling out her phone. Millie picked one up. Holy crap! It was heavy. She commented on the weight. Nina laughed, saying she hadn't noticed, and suggested maybe it was time for Millie to start going to the gym. She was getting a little soft. Millie's cheeks burned. Nina had no visible muscle, and never worked out. As Millie slowly lugged 2 bags toward the stairs, Nina called out again. Millie clenched her teeth. Nina said she'd called the house line last night around 11 o'clock. Answering, it was one of Millie's responsibilities, but neither she nor Andrew had picked up. Millie froze, arms trembling. She put the bags down and rubbed her chin, thinking. She offered that she might have already been asleep. The phone wasn't loud enough in her attic room to wake her, and suggested maybe Andrew had gone out. Nina arched an eyebrow, asking where Andrew would go at 11 on a Sunday night and with whom. Millie shrugged. claiming no idea, and asked if Nina had tried his cell. Millie knew she hadn't. She'd been with Andrew at 11, in bed. Nina simply said she hadn't, with no explanation. Millie cleared her throat, repeating she'd been in her room and had no idea what Andrew was doing. Nina's pale blue eyes darkened as she stared across the living room, saying maybe Millie was right. She'd have to ask him. Millie nodded, relieved. Nina didn't know what happened. Didn't know about the show, the plaza, the night together. God only knew what Nina would do if she found out. But she didn't know. Millie grabbed the bags and heaved them the rest of the way to the master bedroom, her arms numb. She rubbed them, then found herself drawn to the master bathroom nearly as large as her attic room, with a full-size porcelain bathtub whose rim came up to her knees. Millie frowned down at the bathtub, imagining what must have happened years ago. Little Cecilia in the tub as it slowly filled with water, then Nina grabbing her daughter and forcing her under, watching her gasp for air. She closed her eyes and turned away. She couldn't think about this. But she could never forget how emotionally fragile Nina was. Nina could never know what happened between Millie and Andrew last night. It would destroy her, and then she would destroy Millie. So Millie pulled out her phone and messaged Andrew a warning Nina had called the house last night. He'd know what to do. He always did. The house was quieter with Cecilia gone. Even though the girl had stayed in her room a lot, she'd brought a certain energy. Now, silence had descended. To Millie's surprise, Nina seemed more cheerful. Thank God, she hadn't brought up the phone call from the night they'd gone away. Andrew and Millie had been meticulously avoiding each other, which was difficult in the same house. If they passed, they averted their eyes. Millie hoped they could get past it. She didn't want to lose this job. It was bad enough she had no chance at a real relationship with the first guy she'd liked in a decade. Tonight she hurried to get dinner ready before Andrew came home, but carrying water glasses to the dining room, she ran smack into him. Literally. One glass slipped and shattered on the floor. She cried out in frustration. She hazarded a look at Andrew in his dark blue suit and tie, devastatingly handsome with a 5 o'clock shadow that only made him sexier. Their eyes met for a split second, and against her she felt a jolt of attraction. His eyes widened. She was sure he felt it too. He offered to help clean up. She said he didn't have to, but he insisted. She swept up the large pieces he held the dustpan. As he took the broom, her fingers brushed his. Their eyes met again, and this time, they couldn't ignore the fireworks. It was physically painful that she couldn't be with this man. He whispered her name, his voice husky. Her throat went dry. He was only a foot away. If she leaned forward, he would kiss her. She knew he would. Then Nina's voice. What happened? Andrew and Millie jumped apart like they'd been lit on fire. Millie gripped the broom until her fingers turned white, explaining she'd dropped a glass and was cleaning it up. Nina's eyes dropped to the glistening shards. She told Millie to be more careful next time. Millie had worked here for months and never broken anything except that night Nina had caught them watching Family Feud late. But Nina didn't know about that. Millie apologized and said she'd get the vacuum. Andrew's eyes followed her. He had a pained expression. Whatever he'd wanted to say a minute ago, he still wanted to say it, but not with Nina in the room. Or maybe he could. As he followed Nina into the living room, he murmured in Millie's ear that they should talk later. Okay? She nodded. She didn't know what he wanted to talk about, but she took it as a good sign. They'd already agreed never to speak of that night, so if he wanted to revisit it, she shouldn't get her hopes up. 10 minutes later, she'd cleaned everything and called them back in. They were both on the couch at opposite ends, looking at their phones, not even attempting to talk. They followed her to the dining room. Nina sat across from Andrew, looked down at the pork chop with applesauce and broccolini, and smiled. Millie noticed her bright red lipstick was smeared over the right side of her lips, giving her an almost demonic clown appearance. Nina said the food looked delicious. Millie thanked her. Nina asked Andrew if it didn't smell wonderful. He murmured agreement. Then Nina continued, saying she was sure Andrew never got food like this in prison, did he, Millie? Mic drop. Nina smiled pleasantly with those demonic lips. Andrew gawked. This was clearly new information to him. Millie stammered. Nina pressed what sort of food did they serve in prison? She'd always been curious. What was prison food like? Millie couldn't deny it. Nina knew her past. She said it was okay. Nina hoped Millie didn't get inspired by any meals there, laughed, told her to stick with what she'd been doing. She was doing a good job. Millie muttered, "Thank you." Andrew's face was ashen. He'd had no idea she was ever in prison. She'd never even considered telling him. With him, that time felt like a distant past, another lifetime. But most people didn't see it that way. To most people, she was only one thing, a convict. And Nina wanted to make sure Millie knew her place. Desperate to escape Andrew's shocked expression, Millie turned to head upstairs. Nearly at the stairwell, Nina called her name. Millie stopped, back rigid. It took all her self-restraint not to snap as she walked back with an artificial smile. Nina frowned, saying Millie had forgotten to put out the salt and pepper shaker. The pork chop needed salt. She wished Millie would be more generous with the seasoning. Millie said sorry, grabbed the shakers from the kitchen counter 6 feet away, and slammed them down on the table. The corners of Nina's lips twitched as she thanked Millie and told her not to forget again. Millie hoped Nina stepped on a shard of broken glass. She couldn't even look at Andrew. God knew what he must be thinking. She couldn't believe she'd contemplated any sort of future with him. Not really, but for a split second. That was out the window now. He'd looked horrified. If only she could explain. She made it to the stairs this time without being called back, trudged up to the 2nd floor, then up the darker, narrow steps to her bedroom. She slammed the door, wishing not for the first time she could lock it. She plopped on the bed, trying to keep tears from welling up. How long had Nina known about her past? Had she only recently discovered it? Or had she done a background check when she hired Millie? Maybe Nina liked the idea of hiring a convict, someone she could boss around. Anyone else would have quit months ago. While sitting there feeling sorry for herself, something on her nightstand caught her eye. A copy of the Showdown playbill. She picked it up, confused. Why was it on her nightstand? She'd put it in her purse after the show and kept it there as a reminder of that magical night. Her purse was on the floor leaning against the dresser. So how had the playbill gotten on the nightstand? She definitely hadn't taken it out. She was sure of it. Someone else must have put the playbill on her nightstand. Millie locked the door to her room, but she wasn't the only one with a key. A sinking feeling settled in her stomach. She finally understood why Nina had blurted out that she'd been in prison. Nina knew about the show. She knew Millie and Andrew had been in Manhattan together, all alone. Millie wasn't sure if Nina knew about the plaza, but she knew they hadn't been home at 11 o'clock. And if Nina was smart enough, and she was, she could find out about the hotel. Nina knew everything. Millie had just made a dangerous enemy. As part of her new daily torture, Nina made shopping as challenging as possible. She'd written a very specific list. Not just milk, but organic milk from Queensland Farm. If the store didn't have the exact item, Millie had to text photos of replacements and wait while Nina took her sweet time responding. In the bread aisle, Millie sent pictures of every sourdough substitute. Minutes later, Nina asked if they had brioche. More photos. Millie swore she'd lose her mind before this trip ended. Nina was deliberately tormenting her, but to be fair, Millie had slept with her husband. While snapping bread photos, Millie noticed a heavy-set man with gray hair watching her from the other end of the aisle, not even subtle. She shot him a look, and he backed off. As she waited for Nina to contemplate bread further, her mind wandered to Andrew. After Nina's prison revelation, Andrew had never found her to talk like he'd said he would. He'd been scared off. She couldn't blame him. She liked Andrew. No, she was in love with him. She thought about him constantly, and it was painful to share a home and not act on her feelings. He deserved better than Nina. She could make him happy, even give him the baby he wanted. But nothing would ever happen. He knew she'd gone to prison. He didn't want an ex-convict. He'd stay miserable with that witch for the rest of his life. Her phone buzzed again. Any French bread? Another 10 minutes, but she finally found a loaf that met Nina's expectations. Rolling her cart to check out, she noticed the heavy-set man again still staring. And more unsettlingly, he had no shopping cart. She checked out as fast as possible and pushed her cart toward the parking lot. Near the exit, a hand closed around her shoulder. She looked up. The man stood over her. She tried to jerk away, but he held tight. Her right hand balled into a fist. At least people were watching witnesses. She demanded to know what he was doing. He pointed to a small ID badge on his blue shirt that she hadn't noticed before. Supermarket security. He asked her to come with him. Millie felt sick. 90 minutes shopping and now she was being arrested? For what? A crowd gathered, including a couple of women from school pickup who would gleefully report back to Nina. The man repeated his request. Millie pushed her cart over $200 worth of groceries and followed him into a small office with a scratched desk and 2 plastic chairs. She sat in one that creaked under her weight, insisting this had to be a mistake. The man, Paul Dorsey, frowned, his jowls hanging. A customer had alerted him that she was stealing. Millie gasped, insisting she'd never. He said he had to investigate, and asked for her receipt. She gave it. He warned they prosecuted all shoplifters. Her cheeks burned as he painstakingly matched purchases to the cart. Her stomach churned. What if the clerk hadn't rung something up properly? They'd call the police, which would violate her parole. It hit her that this would work out perfectly for Nina. Get rid of Millie without firing her. Sweet revenge for sleeping with Andrew. A little harsh to be sent to jail for adultery, but Millie suspected Nina saw it differently. But she hadn't stolen anything. He wouldn't find anything not on the receipt. Would he? Her heart pounded as the pistachio ice cream likely melted. She couldn't go back to jail. She'd rather kill herself. Finally, he said everything matched up. Millie nearly burst into tears. He apologized for the bother, explaining they had many shoplifting problems, and said he'd received a phone call alerting him that a customer matching her description might be planning to take something. A phone call? Who would do such a thing? Millie could only think of one person. He thanked her for her patience and said she could go now. Those 4 beautiful words. She left with her cart, this time. But she had a terrible feeling this wasn't the end. Nina had more in store. 3 days later, Millie couldn't sleep. Nina had been pleasant enough, so maybe she felt Millie had learned her lesson. But that wasn't why Millie was tossing and turning. She couldn't stop thinking about Andrew. That night, together, the way she felt when she was with him. She'd never felt this way before. Until Nina dropped the bombshell about her past, he'd felt the same way. But not anymore. Now he thought she was nothing but a common criminal. She kicked off the blankets, stifling hot in her room. She finally wandered downstairs to the kitchen. The back porch light was on. Someone was out there. Andrew. Sitting alone, drinking a beer. She quietly slid open the back door. He blinked up in surprise but said nothing. Just took another swig. She said hey. He said hey back. She asked if she could sit. He told her to knock herself out. She stepped onto the cold wooden planks and lowered into the seat next to his, wishing she had a beer too. She cleared her throat, wanting to explain why she hadn't told him about prison. He cut her off, saying she didn't have to. It was pretty obvious why. She admitted she'd wanted to, which wasn't true. She'd never wanted him to know. She apologized. He swished his beer and asked what she'd been in for. Before she could answer, he told her to forget it. None of his business. She chewed her lip, apologizing again for not telling him. She'd wanted to put the past behind her. She hadn't meant any harm, and she was embarrassed. She didn't want him to think less of her. His opinion meant a lot. He looked at her with soft eyes under the dim porch light, saying her name. She took a deep breath and confessed that she'd had a really great time the other night, one of the best nights of her life, because of him. Whatever else happened. Thank you. She just had to tell him that. A crease formed between his eyebrows. He said he'd had a great time too. He hadn't felt that happy in a while, hadn't even realized it. Millie and Andrew hold each other's gaze in the charged silence of the back porch. That same electricity hums between them, and she sees recognition of it in his eyes. He glances toward the door, then closes the distance, his mouth finding hers. The kiss stretches into what feels like an endless moment, though likely no more than a minute before he pulls back, his expression clouded with regret. He starts to say he can't, and she finishes the same thought she knows. It's impossible between them for too many reasons. Still, if he pushed further, she would risk everything, even Nina's fury for him. Instead, she rises and leaves him there with his beer. The cold wood of the staircase presses into her bare feet as she climbs to the second floor. Her head spins from the kiss, her lips still tingling. She refuses to believe that was the last one. The way he looked at her proved real feeling. He knows her past and still wants her. Then she freezes at the top of the stairs. A shadow waits in the hallway. She squints into the dark. It moves. She shrieks, nearly tumbling backward, grabbing the banister just in time. The shadow shifts closer and resolves into Nina. Millie gasps the name. Why is Nina standing there? Was she downstairs? Did she see the kiss? Nina's voice comes out flat in the darkness, the whites of her eyes almost luminous. Millie stammers out a question about what Nina is doing there. Nina scowls by moonlight, shadows carving her face. She snaps that it's her home. She doesn't answer to anyone. Millie catches herself thinking that's not really true. Andrew owns the house, and if he chose Millie, this would be her home. She knows the thought is insane. She apologizes instead. Nina folds her arms, demanding what Millie is doing there. Millie lies about coming down for water. Nina points out there's water in her room. Millie lies again, claiming she drank it all, though Nina, who snoops, surely knows it's a lie. After a pause, Nina asks if Millie saw Andy anywhere he wasn't in bed. Millie says she thinks he was on the back porch, then adds quickly that she didn't actually talk to him. Nina's look makes clear. She believes none of it. She announces she'll go check on him. Millie says she'll go to her room. Nina nods, pushes past, and jostles Millie's shoulder. Millie's heart pounds. She cannot shake the feeling that crossing Nina was a terrible mistake, yet she cannot seem to stop herself. On her Sunday off, Millie spends the whole day away from the house. A beautiful summer day, neither too hot nor too cool, so she drives to a local park, sits on a bench, and reads. Prison taught her to ache for these simple pleasures, sitting outside, reading at a park. The want for it used to be physically painful. She vows never to go back. She grabs fast food at a drive-thru, then returns to the Winchester estate. She still finds the house beautiful, even as she starts to despise Nina. She parks on the street as usual and walks to the front door. The sky darkened her whole drive home. Just as she reaches the door, the clouds break and rain cascades. She wrenches the door open and slips inside before getting drenched. In the living room, Nina sits on the sofa in semi-darkness, doing nothing, not reading, not watching TV, just sitting. Her eyes snap to Millie the moment the door opens. Millie asks if everything is okay. Nina says not really, then gestures to a stack of clothing beside her, the same clothing she insisted Millie take when she first started working there. Nina demands to know what those clothes are doing in Millie's room. Lightning flashes. Millie insists Nina gave them to her. Nina barks a laugh, thunder cracking, asking why she would give her maid clothes worth thousands. Millie's legs tremble. She repeats that Nina said the clothes were too small and insisted Millie take them. Nina accuses her of lying, calling her a thief. Millie grasps for something to steady herself, finding only air, protesting she would never steal. Nina snorts that this is what she gets for trusting a convict in her home. Andrew hears the commotion and dashes from his office. Millie sees his handsome face at the top of the stairs, lit by another lightning bolt. She dreads what he will think he already knows about her prison record, and she cannot bear for him to believe she stole from his own house. He takes the stairs 2 at a time, asking what's going on. Nina announces triumphantly that Millie has been stealing from her closet. She found all the clothing in Millie's closet. Andrew's eyes widen. Millie swears through tears that she didn't steal anything. Nina gave her the clothes, said they didn't fit. Nina sneers that they would never believe a liar, threatens to call the police, and points out the clothing's value. Millie begs her not to. Nina laughs at her expression, remembering that Millie is on parole. Something like this would send her straight back to prison. Andrew looks at the clothes with a deep frown, starting to say Nina's name. Nina pulls out her phone, announcing she's calling them, and asks what else Millie might have stolen. Andrew lifts his eyes from the stack and says Millie didn't steal the clothing. He remembers Nina emptying her closet, putting everything in trash bags, saying she was donating it. He picks up a tiny white dress, noting Nina hasn't fit into it for years. Nina's cheeks turn pink. She accuses him of calling her too fat. He ignores that, saying there's no way Millie stole from her, and asks why Nina is doing this. Nina's mouth falls open. Andrew looks at Millie hovering by the sofa, says her name gently, and asks her to go upstairs so they can have privacy to talk. Millie agrees gladly. She climbs to the second floor while the two of them stand in silence below. At the top, she goes to the attic doorway, opens it, contemplates her next move, then closes it without going through. Much quieter now. She creeps back to the head of the stairs, staying just before the stairwell. She cannot see them, but can hear their voices over the rain. She knows eavesdropping is wrong, but cannot stop. This conversation is about her. She hopes Andrew keeps defending her even when she's out of the room. Will Nina convince him she stole? Millie thinks bitterly that one mistake makes no one trust you again. Andrew is saying Millie did not take the dresses. He knows she didn't. Nina shoots back, asking how he could take Millie's side when the girl was in prison, calling Millie a liar and a thief who belongs back in prison. Andrew argues that Millie has been wonderful. Nina says she's sure he thinks so. His voice trembles as he asks when Nina became so cruel, saying she's changed into a different person. Nina spits that everyone changes. His voice lowers until Millie strains to hear over the rain hitting pavement. He says not like her. He doesn't recognize her anymore. She's not the same person he fell in love with. A long silence follows, broken by a thunder crack that shakes the house. When it fades, Nina's next words come loud and clear. She asks what he's saying. Andrew says he doesn't think he's in love with her anymore, and that they should separate. Nina bursts out asking how he can say that. He says he's sorry. He was just going along with their lives without realizing how unhappy he was. Nina absorbs this for a long time, then asks if this has to do with Millie. Millie holds her breath. She knows something happened between them that night in New York, but she won't kid herself that he's leaving because of her. Andrew finally says, "It isn't about Millie." Nina accuses him of lying to her face and pretending nothing ever happened between him and the maid. Andrew admits in a voice so quiet Millie thinks she imagined it, that he has feelings for her, but insists that's not what this is about. This is about Nina and him. He doesn't love her anymore. Nina's pitch rises to a near shriek, calling it bullshit, shouting that he's leaving her for their maid, calling it ridiculous, and an embarrassment, telling him he's better than this. Andrew's tone turns firm. He tells her it's over and says he's sorry. Another crack of thunder shakes the floorboards as Nina sees that he doesn't know what sorry is. He asks what she means. She growls that if he tries to go through with this, she will destroy him in court and leave him penniless and homeless. He counters that this is his home, bought before they even knew each other, and he simply allows her to stay. The prenup is clear. After the marriage ends, the house returns to him. He then asks her to leave. Millie hazards a look around the stairwell. Crouching, she can see Nina standing pale in the center of the living room, her mouth opening and closing like a fish. Nina sputters, asking if he's serious. He says he is very serious. She clutches her chest and asks about Cece. He reminds her that Cece is her daughter, and she never wanted him to adopt. Through gritted teeth, Nina says she sees what this is about. She can't have another baby, so he wants someone younger who can give him a child. He denies it. Though Millie knows on some level it might be true, Andrew does want another child, and he can't have that with Nina. Nina's voice trembles as she begs him not to do this to her, not to humiliate her. He tells her to leave right now. She protests that it's raining. His voice doesn't waver. She should pack a bag and get out. Millie can almost hear Nina weighing her options. Whatever else, Nina is not stupid. Finally, her shoulders sag and she agrees to leave. Nina's footsteps thud toward the stairs. Millie realizes a second too late she needs to move out of sight. Nina lifts her eyes and sees Millie standing at the top. Her eyes burn with anger like nothing Millie has ever seen. Millie's legs feel frozen as Nina's heels bite into each step. A final lightning flash illuminates Nina at the top, her face glowing as if she's standing at the gates of hell. Millie's numb lips struggle to form words. She asks if Nina needs help packing. Venom fills Nina's eyes. Millie fears Nina might rip her heart out with bare hands. Nina replies no. She believes she can manage. She goes into the bedroom and slams the door. Millie isn't sure what to do. She could go to the attic, but then she looks downstairs and sees Andrew still in the living room, looking up at her. She descends to talk to him, her words rushing out in apology. She didn't mean to eavesdrop. He tells her not to dare blame herself. This was a long time coming. She glances at the rain-drenched window and asks if she should go. He says no. He wants her to stay. He touches her arm, and a tingle goes through her. All she can think is that she wants him to kiss her, but not now. Not with Nina upstairs. Soon she'll be gone. About 10 minutes later, Nina comes down struggling with a bag on each shoulder. Yesterday, she would have made Millie carry those and laughed at her weakness. Now, she has to do it herself. Millie notices her puffy eyes and disheveled hair. She looks terrible. Millie realizes she never noticed exactly how old Nina was until this moment. Nina begs Andrew not to do this. A muscle twitches in his jaw. The thunder cracks again. Softer now, the storm is moving away. He offers to help put the bags in the car. She chokes back a sob and tells him not to bother, then trudges toward the garage door off the living room. Andrew tries to help, but she shrugs him away. She fumbles with both bags, trying to juggle them and open the door. After several minutes, Millie can't stand it anymore. She sprints over, turns the knob and throws the door open. Nina says sarcastically, "Gee, thanks so much." Millie stands there as Nina pushes past. Just before going through the door, Nina leans close enough that Millie feels her hot breath on the neck. She hisses that she will never forget this. Millie's heart flutters. Nina tosses the bags into the back of her white Lexus and zooms out of the garage, leaving the door open. Rain pours onto the driveway as a wind gust whips Millie's face. She watches the car disappear. An arm encircles her shoulders and she nearly jumps. It's Andrew. He asks if she's okay. She says she's okay and asks how he is. He sighs, admits that could have gone better, but had to be that way. He couldn't keep living like that. Didn't love Nina anymore. Millie looks back out at the garage, asking if Nina will be okay and where she will stay. Andrew waves a hand. Nina has a credit card. She'll get a hotel room, and Millie shouldn't worry about her. But Millie is worried about Nina, very worried, not in the way he thinks. He lets go of her shoulders to hit the garage door button, then grabs her hand to pull her away. Millie keeps watching the door until it closes completely, certain Nina's car will reappear at the last moment. Andrew says there's a glint in his eyes. He's been waiting to get her alone. She smiles and asks if he has. He says she has no idea, pulls her in for a kiss, and as she melts against him, the thunder cracks once more. She imagines she can still hear Nina's car engine in the distance, but that's impossible. She's gone for good. Millie wakes the next morning in the guest bedroom with Andrew asleep beside her. After Nina left, this is where they ended up. She didn't want to sleep in the master bed where Nina had been sleeping just the night before, and her attic cot wasn't comfortable for two. If things become more serious between them, she supposes she'll eventually have to sleep in the master bedroom, but not yet. It still smells like Nina in there. Her stench clings to everything. Andrew's eyes crack open, a smile spreading across his face when he sees her. He says hello. She returns it. He runs a finger down her neck and over her shoulder, making her whole body tingle. He says he loves waking up next to her instead of Nina. Millie feels the same way. She hopes to wake up next to him tomorrow, and the morning after. Nina didn't appreciate this man, but Millie does. Nina took her life for granted. It's crazy to think that now it will be Millie's. He kisses her on the nose and says he better get up for a meeting. She struggles to sit up, offering to make breakfast. He tells her not to even think about it. Climbing out of bed as the blankets fall from his perfect body, he's in really good shape, must work out. He says she's been getting up and making breakfast every single day since she arrived today. She should sleep in and do whatever she wants. She mentions she usually does laundry on Mondays and doesn't mind running a load. He gives her a look. He doesn't know exactly how to work it all out, but he really likes her and wants to give them a real try. If they're going to do that, she can't be his maid. He'll find someone else to clean, and she can hang out until she figures out what she wants next. Her cheeks flush. She reminds him it's not that easy with her record. People don't want to hire someone like her. He says that's why she can stay here as long as she wants, cutting off her protests. He loves having her here, and who knows, maybe it'll end up being a permanent thing. He gives her a sweet, charming smile, and she just melts. Nina had to be insane to let this guy get away. Millie is still scared Nina will want him back. She watches Andrew thread his muscular legs through his boxer shorts, pretending not to watch. He winks one last time, then leaves to shower, and she's alone. She yawns, stretching out in the luxurious double bed. She was thrilled with the attic cot, but this is another level. She didn't even realize she'd been walking around with a crick in her back after one night on this mattress. It feels better. A girl could get used to this. Her phone on the nightstand buzzes with a call. She reaches for it and frowns at the screen-blocked number. Butterflies fill her stomach. Who is calling at this hour? She stares until the phone goes silent again. Millie drops the phone back on the nightstand and snuggles into the bed. It's not just the mattress. The sheets feel like silk, the blanket warm yet light, so much better than the itchy woolen thing upstairs or the scrawny blanket from prison. She drifts off again, but just before sleep takes her, the phone rings once more. She groans and reaches for it. Same message, blocked number. Who could be calling? She has no friends. Cecilia's school has her number, but school is out for summer. The only person who ever calls is Nina. If it's her, she's the last person Millie wants to talk to. She rejects the call. Sleep is gone now, so she gets up and goes upstairs to shower. Downstairs, Andrew is already in his suit, sipping coffee by the window, his lips turned down. Millie runs her fingers self-consciously over her jeans, feeling underdressed. She asks if everything is okay. He jolts, surprised, then smiles and says fine. It's just that the goddamn landscaper is out there again, always there. He checks his watch. It's 8 in the morning. There are a dozen other families Enzo works for, so why is he always here? Millie shrugs but admits to herself he has a point. Enzo is in their yard a disproportionate amount of time. Andrew seems to make a decision, puts his coffee cup on the windowsill. Millie reaches for it, instinctively. Nina would have a fit over a ring, then stops. Nina isn't going to give her a hard time anymore. She never has to see Nina again. She can leave coffee cups anywhere now. Andrew strides onto the front lawn with a determined expression, Millie following out of curiosity. He clears his throat twice, but Enzo doesn't notice until Andrew snaps his name. Enzo slowly lifts his head, turning with a questioning grunt. Andrew says he wants to talk. Enzo sighs, gets back on his feet, ambles over as slowly as possible, asking what Andrew wants. Andrew thanks him for all his help but says they don't need him anymore. Please, get his things and go to his next job. Enzo mutters something in Italian. Andrew repeats that they don't need him. Done? Finished? He can leave. Enzo tilts his head and asks if he's fired. Andrew confirms. Millie takes a step back. As strong as Andrew is, Enzo has him beat by a mile. If they fought, it wouldn't even be close. But Enzo just shrugs and says okay, he'll go. He seems to care so little that Millie wonders if Andrew feels silly for making a big deal. Andrew nods, relieved, thanks him in Italian for the last few years. Enzo stares blankly. Andrew mutters and goes back inside. Millie starts to follow, but something restrains her. Enzo has grabbed her arm. She turns. His expression has completely changed. His dark eyes are wide, staring into hers. He breathes that she must get out of here. She is in terrible danger. Her mouth falls open, not just at what he said, but how he said it. He's never strung together more than a couple of English words, and now he spoke 2 full sentences, and the thick Italian accent she could barely understand is now far more subtle, the accent of a man very comfortable with English. She says she's okay, that Nina is gone. He shakes his head firmly, fingers still wrapped around her arm, saying she's wrong. She is not. Before he can finish, the front door swings open. Enzo releases her arm and backs away. Andrew pokes his head out, asking if everything is okay. Millie manages to say fine. He asks if she's coming back inside. She wants to stay and ask Enzo what he meant by that ominous warning, but she has no choice. As she follows Andrew, she looks back. Enzo is busy gathering his equipment, not even looking up, almost like she imagined it. Except when she looks down at her arm, angry red marks from his fingers remain. Andrew told her she shouldn't do any housework, but Monday is her usual grocery day, and they're low on supplies. After flipping through a few books from the bookcase and watching some TV, she's itching for something to do. Unlike Nina, she likes keeping busy. She meticulously avoids the store where that security guard tried to apprehend her, going to a different one across town. The best part is pushing her cart without following Nina's pretentious list. She can buy whatever she wants. If she wants brioche, she gets brioche. If sourdough, she gets that. No sending 100 pictures of every bread. It's liberating. In the dairy aisle, her phone rings again from her purse. That unsettled feeling returns. Maybe it's Andrew. She pulls out the phone. Again, a blocked number. Whoever called this morning is trying again. A voice says her name, and she nearly jumps out of her skin. It's one of the women from Nina's PTA meeting. Patrice, she says, pushing her own cart with a phony smile on painted lips. Patrice asks if she's Nina's girl. Millie bristles at the label. Wait until Patrice finds out Andrew dumped Nina and she'll be screwed over by the prenup. Wait until Patrice finds out Millie is Andrew Winchester's new girlfriend soon. She might be the one Patrice has to suck up to. Millie says stiffly that she works for the Winchesters, but not for long. Patrice's smile broadens. She's been trying to reach Nina all morning. They were supposed to have brunch, always Monday and Thursday at Kristen's diner, but Nina never showed. She asks if everything is okay. Millie lies that everything is fine. Patrice guesses Nina must have just forgotten, adding that Nina can be a bit flaky. Millie thinks she's a lot more than that but keeps quiet. Patrice's eyes fall on the phone in Millie's hand. She asks if that's the phone Nina gave her. Millie says yes. Patrice throws her head back and laughs. She says it's nice of Millie to let Nina keep track of where she is at all times. She wouldn't be okay with that if she were Millie. Millie shrugs, saying Nina mostly just texts. It's not that bad. Patrice clarifies she's talking about the tracking app Nina installed. Doesn't it drive Millie crazy that Nina wants to know where she is all the time? Millie feels like she got sucker punched in the stomach. Nina tracks her on her phone. She's so stupid. Of course Nina would do something like that. It makes perfect sense. Now she realizes Nina didn't have to go through her purse to find that playbill or call the house the night of the show. She knew exactly where Millie was. Patrice clasps a hand over her mouth. Apologizing. Did Millie not realize? Millie wants to slap Patrice across her Botoxed face. She can't tell if Patrice knew Millie was unaware, but the woman seems to take great pleasure in delivering the news. Cold sweat breaks out on the back of Millie's neck. She mutters an excuse, pushes past, and leaves her grocery cart behind. She races into the parking lot and can only breathe again once outside, bending over with her hands on her knees until her breathing normalizes. When she straightens up, a white Lexus makes a quick exit from the lot. It looks like Nina's car. Then her phone rings again. She rips it from her purse. Block number. Fine, if Nina wants to talk, let her threaten and call her a homewrecker. She jabs the green button and says Nina's name. A cheerful recorded voice talks about an expired vehicle warranty. It was a spam caller. She overreacted, but she still can't shake the feeling she's in danger. Andrew is stuck at work tonight. He texts regretfully that there's a problem, and he's stuck at least another hour. She should eat without her. She texts back no problem, drive safely, but inside she reels with disappointment. She had fun at dinner in Manhattan and tried to recreate one of the French restaurant meals, steak au poivre, with black peppercorns, shallot, cognac, red wine, broth, and cream. The smell is incredible, but it won't keep another hour or two. Steak isn't the same reheated. She eats alone, and now the meal sits in her stomach like a rock while she flicks through TV channels. She doesn't like being in this house alone. When Andrew is here, it feels like his house. When he's not, the whole place reeks of Nina. Her perfume emanates from every crack and crevice, like an animal marking territory. Even though Andrew told her not to, Millie did a deep clean after her shopping trip, trying to get rid of the smell. She can still detect it. As obnoxious as Patrice was, she did Millie one big favor. Nina was tracking her. Millie found the tracking app hidden in a random folder, somewhere she never would have seen it, and deleted it immediately. But she still can't shake the feeling Nina is watching. She thinks of Enzo's warning that morning. She must get out. She's in terrible danger. She saw fear of Nina in his eyes when Nina passed within earshot. She pushes away a wave of nausea. Nina is gone now, but maybe Nina could still hurt her. The sun has gone down. When she looks out the window, she sees only her reflection. She stands from the sofa and walks to the window, heart pounding, pressing her forehead against the cool glass to peer into the dark outside. Is that a car parked outside the gates? She squints. She could go outside for a closer look, but that would mean unlocking the doors. What's the difference if the door is unlocked when Nina has a key? Her phone rings on the coffee table. She hurries to grab it. Another block number. Another spam call, she assumes. She accepts, expecting a recorded voice, but instead hears a distorted, mechanical voice telling her to stay away from Andrew Winchester. She gasps Nina's name. She can't tell if it was a man or woman, much less if it was Nina. Then a click, the line goes dead. She swallows. She's had enough of Nina's games. Starting tomorrow, she's taking back this house. She'll call a locksmith to change the locks. And tonight she's spending the night in the master bedroom. Enough of the guest bedroom. She's not a guest anymore. Andrew said he wanted this to become permanent. Now this is her home too. She heads for the stairs, taking them two at a time, up to the stuffy attic room, her bedroom. Except it won't be after tonight. She's packing everything and moving downstairs. This will be her last time in this claustrophobic little room with the weird lock on the outside of the door. She grabs luggage from the closet, starts throwing clothes inside, not bothering to be careful since she's only carrying it down one flight. She'll have to ask Andrew's permission before cleaning out a drawer downstairs, but he can't expect her to live up here anymore. It's inhuman, like some sort of torture chamber. A voice behind her asks what she's doing. Millie clutches her chest and turns. Andrew is there. She didn't hear him come in. His gaze darts to her luggage as he repeats the question. She shoves a handful of bras into the suitcase and says she thought she might move downstairs. He says, "Oh?" She asks awkwardly if that's okay. She assumed he'd be fine with it, but maybe she shouldn't have assumed. He steps toward her. She bites her lip until it hurts. He says, "Of course it's okay. He was going to suggest it himself, but wasn't sure if she would want to." Her shoulders sag. She definitely wants to. She had a rough day. He asks what she's been up to, noting he saw some of his books on the coffee table. Has she been reading? She wishes that's all she'd done. She says honestly she doesn't want to talk about it. He steps closer and traces her jaw with his fingertip, suggesting maybe he could make her forget. She shivers and says she bets he could, and he does. Despite how uncomfortable her cot is compared to the guest room's mattress, Millie passes out soon after they make love up there, wrapped tightly in his arms. She never thought she'd be having sex in this room, especially since Nina was so strict about guests. That rule certainly didn't work out well for Nina. She wakes around 3 a.m. Her bladder is full and uncomfortable. She needs the bathroom usually. She goes before bed, but Andrew wore her out, and she fell asleep first. Then she notices the other sensation, emptiness. Andrew isn't in the cot anymore. She suspects after she fell asleep, he relocated to his own bed. She can't blame him. The cot is hardly comfortable for one, much less two, and the room is so claustrophobic. Maybe he tried to tough it out but migrated downstairs. Andrew is more than 10 years older, and her own back can barely make it through the night on this mattress. She's so glad this is the last night she'll sleep here. Maybe after using the bathroom, she'll join him downstairs. She rises to her feet. Floorboards groan under her weight. She goes to the door and turns the knob. As usual, it sticks, so she turns it more firmly. It still doesn't turn. Panic mounts in her chest. She presses herself against the door, the scratch marks in the wood splintering into her shoulder, places her right hand squarely on the knob, and tries again clockwise. It doesn't budge a millimeter. The door isn't stuck. It's locked. Nina sits alone in a hotel room, wrapped in a terry cloth bathrobe stretched out on a queen-size bed. The television plays unwatched. She pulls out her phone and opens the tracking app she's used for months, waiting for Millie's location to appear. Under Millie's name, it reads, "Location not found, same as since that afternoon." She acknowledges that Millie must have figured out she was being tracked and disabled the app. Smart, she thinks, but not smart enough. She digs through her purse on the nightstand until she finds a paper photograph of Andy a few years old, a copy of his professional company headshot that he gave her. She stares at his deep brown eyes, his mahogany hair, the hint of a cleft in his strong chin. He is the most handsome man she has ever known in real life. She fell half in love with him the first moment she saw him. Then she finds one other object in her purse and drops it into her robe pocket. She rises from the bed, her feet sinking into plush carpet. This room is costing Andy's credit card a fortune, but that's fine. She won't be here long. In the bathroom, she holds up Andy's smiling photograph and pulls out the contents of her pocket a lighter. She flicks the starter until a yellow flame shoots out, holds it to the edge of the photograph until it catches, and watches her husband's handsome face turn brown and disintegrate into ashes in the sink. And she smiles her first real smile in almost 8 years. She can't believe she finally got rid of that asshole. Nina recalls how it all began. Years ago, she sat at a reception desk, unmarried and with a daughter, Cece. Her boss, Stuart Lynch, resented being bossed around by Andrew Winchester, the kid, as Stuart called him, the CEO since his father's retirement. Andrew stopped at her desk one day, smiled, and called her by name, asking how she was. She knew he'd simply read her name off her desk, but she liked hearing it on his tongue. Andrew and Stuart had been meeting for about half an hour. Stuart had told Nina not to leave because he might need her to fetch data. She didn't mind the work. She needed her paycheck and health insurance for Cece, but Stuart hadn't warned her she'd have to wait. She was supposed to be pumping. Her breasts were full and aching, straining at her nursing bra. She tried not to think about Cece because the milk would burst through. Cece was with her neighbor Elena. A single mother who traded babysitting Elena took Cece, and Nina took Elena's son Teddy. They were barely making it work. Nina missed Cece constantly. She'd fantasized about staying home for at least the first 6 months after the baby, but she'd taken only 2 weeks of vacation and returned to work, still sore from the birth. The company would have allowed 12 weeks off, but the other 10 would have been unpaid. She couldn't afford that. Sometimes Elena resented her son for what she gave up. Nina had been in graduate school, working on a PhD in English while living in semi-poverty, when she saw those 2 blue lines on a pregnancy test. She realized her eternal graduate school lifestyle would never provide for her and her unborn child. The next day she quit and started pounding the pavement for something to pay the bills. This job was far from her dream, but the salary was decent, the benefits great, the hours steady, and she'd been told there was room for advancement. Right now, she just had to get through the next 20 minutes without leaking. Stuart's voice crackled over the intercom, barking at her to bring in the Grady data. She loaded the files, printed about 50 pages, tapped her toes waiting, then yanked the sheets and hurried to his office. She cracked open the door and announced herself. Stuart told her to come in. Both men stared at her, not appreciatively, but like she had a giant spider hanging from her hair without knowing it. She looked down and figured out why. She hadn't just leaked. She'd squirted milk like an office cow, huge circles around each nipple, droplets trickling down her blouse. She wanted to crawl under a desk and die. Stuart cried out for her to get cleaned up. She apologized, dropped the papers on his desk, and hurried out, grabbing her coat to hide her blouse, blinking back tears. She wasn't sure what upset her more, that her boss's boss's boss saw her lactating, or all the milk she'd just wasted. In the bathroom, she plugged in her pump and relieved the pressure. It felt so good to empty all that milk, maybe better than sex. Not that she remembered what that felt like, the last time being the stupid one-night stand that got her into this situation. She filled 2 5-ounce bottles, stuck them in her bag with an ice pack, and resolved to keep her coat on for the rest of the afternoon, because milk left stains even after drying. When she cracked open the bathroom door, she was shocked to find someone standing there, Andrew Winchester, his fist raised to knock. His eyes widened. She stupidly pointed out that the men's room was over there, then felt foolish. It was his company, and the stencil of a woman in a dress should have been enough. He said he'd been looking for her, wanted to see if she was okay. She tried to smile through her humiliation, saying it was just milk. He frowned and said Stuart had been a jerk to her, unacceptable. She was tempted to list the 100 other times Stuart was a jerk, but it was a bad idea to talk shit about her boss. She said it was fine, and mentioned she was about to grab lunch. He arched an eyebrow and asked if she cared to join him. Of course she said yes. Even if he wasn't her boss's boss, she would have said yes. He was gorgeous, with a smile that crinkled around his eyes and that cleft in his chin. But she told herself, it wasn't a date. He just felt bad about what happened in Stuart's office, probably sent by HR to smooth things over. She followed him downstairs to the lobby of the building he owned. She assumed he'd take her to a fancy restaurant, so she was shocked when he led her to the hot dog cart right outside and joined the line. He said they were the best hot dogs in the city, winked at her, and asked what she liked on hers. She guessed mustard. At the front, he ordered 2 hot dogs with mustard and 2 waters. He handed hers over and led her to a brownstone down the block, where he sat on the steps, and she joined him. It was almost comical, this handsome man in his expensive suit holding a mustard-covered hot dog on a stoop. She thanked him for the hot dog, calling him Mr. Winchester. Andy corrects her. She should call him Andy. Nina repeats the name and takes a bite of her hot dog. It's fine, but best in the city? She's not sure about that. It's bread and mystery meat. He asks how old her baby is. Her face flushes with pleasure, as it always does when someone asks about her daughter. 5 months. He asks her name, Cecilia. He grins and says that's nice, like the song. He scores big points because the Simon and Garfunkel song is exactly why she chose that name, though the spelling differs. It was her parents' favorite song, their song before the plane crash took them. Naming her daughter that way made Nina feel close to them again. They sit for the next 20 minutes, eating and talking. Nina is surprised how down-to-earth Andy Winchester is. She loves the way he smiles at her, asks questions about her like he's really interested. She's not surprised he's done well with the company. He's good with people. Whatever HR told him to do, he's done a good job. She's definitely not upset anymore about the Stuart incident. When her watch reads 1:30, she says, she better get back. Stuart will kill her if she's late from lunch. She doesn't point out that Stuart works for him. He stands, brushes crumbs off his hands, and observes that hot dogs were probably not the lunch she expected from him. She says it's fine. She had a great time. He looks her in the eyes and says, let him make it up to her. Let him take her to dinner tonight. Her jaw drops. Andrew Winchester could have any woman he wants, so why her? But he asked. She wants to go so badly that it's almost painful to have to turn him down. She can't. She doesn't have anyone to babysit. He says his mother will be in the city tomorrow afternoon anyway. She loves babies and would be thrilled to watch Cecilia. Nina's mouth hangs open. Not only did he invite her to dinner, but when she presented a barrier, he came up with a solution involving his mother. He really does want to go. How could she say no? Nina reflects on their courtship. They've been married for 3 months, and sometimes she has to pinch herself. Before Andy, all the men she dated just wanted to play games. But Andy wasn't about games. From the night of their magical first date, he made his intentions clear. He wanted a serious relationship. He'd been engaged a year earlier to a woman named Kathleen, but it hadn't worked out. He was ready to get married, willing to take on both her and Cecilia. From Nina's perspective, he was everything she wanted: a secure home, a steady job, a father figure for her daughter, a man who was kind, responsible, and attractive. Andy checked every box. In the days leading up to the wedding, she kept looking for flaws. Nobody could be as perfect as Andy Winchester. He had to have a secret gambling problem or another family stashed somewhere. She even contemplated calling Kathleen, his former fiancée. He'd shown her photographs. A blonde with a sweet face, but she didn't know Kathleen's last name and couldn't locate her on social media. At least Kathleen wasn't talking trash about him online. Nina took that as a good sign. The only thing not ideal about Andy is his mother. Evelyn Winchester is around a bit more than Nina would like, and she wouldn't call Evelyn the warmest person. Despite Andy's assurance that his mother loves babies and is thrilled to babysit, Evelyn always seems put out when they ask, and the evening invariably ends with criticisms of Nina's parenting thinly veiled as suggestions. But Nina is marrying Andy, not his mother. No one likes their mother-in-law, right? She can deal with Evelyn, especially since Evelyn has little interest in her outside her apparent lack of parenting skills. If that's the only thing wrong with Andy, she's in good shape, so she married him. Even 3 months later, she hasn't quite come down from her cloud. She can't believe she has the financial stability to stay home with her little girl. She wants to go back to graduate school eventually, but right now, she wants to soak up every minute of her family, Cece and Andy. In return, she tries to be a perfect wife. In her free time, she works out at the gym to stay in perfect shape. She bought a wardrobe of impractical white clothing because he adores her in white. She's studied recipes online and tries to cook for him as much as she can. She wants to be worthy of this incredible life he's given her. Tonight she kisses Cecilia's baby-smooth cheek, taking extra seconds to stare at her, taking in the sound of her deep breathing and the scent of baby powder, tucking a strand of soft blonde hair behind a nearly translucent ear. Her daughter is so beautiful sometimes Nina feels like she could just eat her up. When she comes out of the bedroom, Andy is waiting, smiling, his dark hair perfect, as gorgeous as the first day she met him. She still doesn't understand why he picked her. He could have had any woman, but maybe she shouldn't question it. She'd just be happy. He tucks a strand of her own blonde hair behind her ear and notes that he can see her roots starting to show. She touches her hairline self-consciously. Andy loves blonde hair, so she started going to the salon after they got engaged to lighten her hair to a more golden shade. She admits she's been so busy with Cece it slipped her mind. She can't quite read his expression. He's still smiling, but something is off. Does it bother him that much that she missed a hair appointment? He says he needs her help with something first. She lifts an eyebrow, glad he doesn't seem too upset about her hair. He raises his eyes toward the ceiling. There are some work papers he stashed in the upstairs storage area. He wonders if she can help him find them. He's got to get a contract done tonight, and afterward they can. He grins at her, leaving the rest unsaid. He doesn't have to tell her twice. She's lived in his house for about 4 months and has never been up to the attic storage area. She climbed the stairs once while Cece was napping, but the door was locked and she turned back. Andy says it's just papers, nothing exciting. She doesn't have a phobia about attics, but the staircase is kind of creepy. Dark, stairs creaking with every step. She stays close to him as they climb. At the top, he leads her down a small hallway to a locked door at the end. He gets out his keys, fits one into the lock, throws the door open, and tugs a cord to turn on the light. Her eyes adjust. This is not a storage closet. It's a tiny room with a cot pushed into one corner, a little dresser, a mini fridge, and a single tiny window at the far end. She scratches her chin, observing that this is a room she thought it would just be junk and storage. He explains that he stores everything in the closet near the bed. She walks over and peers inside. Nothing except a blue bucket. No papers at all, much less enough for searching to be a two-person job. She doesn't understand what he would like her to do. Then she hears a door slam shut. She lifts her head and turns around. Suddenly she's alone. Andy has left and shut the door behind him. She calls his name, crosses the room in 2 strides, and reaches for the doorknob. It doesn't turn. She throws her weight into it, but it doesn't budge even an inch. It's locked. She calls again. No answer. What the hell is going on? Maybe he went downstairs to get something and the door blew shut, but that doesn't explain why there aren't any papers in this room when he said that's why they came up. She pounds on the door with her fist, shouting his name. Still no answer. She presses her ear against the door. Footsteps! But they're not coming closer. They're getting further away, disappearing down the stairwell. He must not hear her. That's the only explanation. She pats her pockets. Her phone is in the bedroom. No way to call him. Her eyes fall on the tiny window in the corner. She walks over and looks outside. The window looks out onto the backyard. No way to get anyone's attention outside. She's stuck here until Andy returns. The room is very small with a low ceiling slanting over the cot, and Nina isn't exactly claustrophobic, but being locked in is starting to freak her out. Her breathing quickens. Her fingertips tingle. She has to get that window open. She pushes against the bottom. It doesn't budge a millimeter. She thinks maybe it swings out, but no. She looks closer. It's painted shut. When Andy comes back, she's going to give it to him. She's even tempered, but she does not like being locked in. They've got to fix the lock so it doesn't auto-latch again. What if both of them had been in here? She goes back to pounding and screaming his name until her voice goes hoarse. 15 minutes. Why hasn't he come back? Even if he can't hear her, he must realize she's still in the attic. What could she possibly be doing up here alone? She doesn't even know what papers he wants. She imagines him tripping on the stairs, falling unconscious in a pool of blood. That's the only thing that makes sense. 30 minutes later, she's about to go out of her mind. Her throat aches. Her fists are red. She wants to burst into tears. Where is he? Just when she feels she's losing her mind, she hears a voice on the other side of the door. Andy. She cries out in relief, explaining she got locked in. Didn't he hear her screaming? A long silence follows. Yes, he did. She doesn't know what to say. If he heard her, why didn't he let her out? She pushes that aside and just asks him to open the door. Another long silence. No. Not yet. She sputters that she doesn't understand. Did he lose the key? No. Then let her out. He says not yet. She flinches at the sharpness. She tries the doorknob again, still locked. She tells him he needs to let her out. He responds with an odd intonation. She barely recognizes, telling her not to tell him what to do in his own house. She has to learn her lesson before she can be let out. A cold, sick feeling runs down her spine. While they were engaged, he seemed so perfect, sweet, romantic, handsome, wealthy, good to Cece. She had been searching for his one fatal flaw. She has found it. She begs him to let her out. She doesn't know what he's upset about, but they can work it out. Just unlock the door and they'll talk. He says calmly that the only way to learn is to see the consequences of her actions. She growls at him to let her out of the fucking room right now and kicks the door hard, but her bare feet mostly just hurt her toes. She waits for the sound of unlocking. Nothing. She swears at him, demanding to be let out. He acknowledges she's upset and says he'll come back when she's calmed down. His footsteps grow distant. She screams for him not to dare walk away, to come back and let her the fuck out, threatening to leave him, pounding with both fists, claiming she's calm. The footsteps grow fainter until they disappear. It's midnight 3 hours later. Nina pounded and scraped at the wood until she got splinters under her fingernails. She screamed until she lost her voice, hoping even if he wouldn't let her out, maybe neighbors would hear. After an hour, she gave up hope. Now she sits on the cot, springs poking into her, finally letting tears roll down her cheeks. She doesn't know what he plans to do to her, but all she can think about is Cecilia asleep in her crib, alone with that psychopath. If she ever gets out, she'll grab Cece and run as far as she can. She doesn't care about his money or the marriage. She wants out. Andy's voice returns. She jumps off the bed and sprints to the door, choking out his name with what's left of her voice. He acknowledges she lost her voice. He tells her she shouldn't bother screaming. Everything below the attic is soundproofed. Nobody will hear her. He could have a dinner party downstairs, and they'd never hear her screaming. She whimpers for him to let her out. She'll agree to whatever he wants if he'll open the door. Of course, once it's open, she's leaving him. She doesn't care if the prenup gives her nothing for ending the marriage within the first year. He says not to worry. He's going to let her out, he promises. She lets out a breath. Then he adds, just not yet. She has to learn the consequences of what she's done. She asks what consequences. What is he talking about? Her hair, he says, disgust in his voice. He can't have his wife walking around like a slob with dark roots showing. She can't believe he was that upset over a few millimeters of hair. She apologizes and promises to make an appointment right away. That's not enough, he says. She swears she'll go first thing tomorrow morning. He yawns and says he's going to sleep now. She should hang tight, and they'll talk more in the morning about her punishment. His footsteps fade. Even though her hands ache, she slams her fist against the door again, screaming for him not to dare leave her overnight. He ignores her like before. She sleeps in the room. She didn't think she would drift off, but between the screaming and pounding, adrenaline gave way to exhaustion, and she passed out on the uncomfortable cot. She thinks back to when it was just her and XIII, always overwhelmed, always on the brink of tears. She had no idea how good she had it before she married a psychopath who locked her in a room overnight because she missed a hairdresser appointment. If that asshole touches even one hair on XIII's head, she swears she will kill in jail for the rest of her life. Doesn't matter. Her back aches when she wakes, her head pounding. Worst of all, her bladder is painfully full. The bathroom is outside this room. If she waits much longer, she'll wet herself. She paces, tries the doorknob again, still locked. She remembers the only item in the closet, a bucket. Andy set this whole thing up. He tricked her into coming up, installed a lock on the outside, and put that bucket there for a reason. She supposes there are worse things than peeing in a bucket. She drags it out, does what she has to, and sticks it back. Her mouth is parched, her stomach growling even though eating would make her sick. She throws open the mini fridge. 3 mini water bottles. 3 beautiful bottles. She almost faints from relief, grabs one, and guzzles it practically in one gulp. Her throat still feels dry but slightly better. She eyes the other 2. She'd love another, but she's scared. How long will he leave her? She should conserve. Andy's voice asks if she's awake. She stumbles to the door, her head pounding with each step. He says good morning. She shuts her eyes against dizziness and asks if Cecilia is okay. She's fine, he says. He told his mother Nina went to visit family, and Evelyn is watching XIII until she returns. Nina lets out a breath. Her daughter is safe. Evelyn isn't her favorite person, but she's a vigilant babysitter. Nina asks again to be let out. He ignores her and asks if she found the water. Yes, and even though it kills her, she adds thank you. He says she'll have to make it last. He can't give her any more. She croaks that. Then he should let her out. He says he will, but she has to do something for him first. Anything, she says. He pauses and tells her she needs to understand that hair is a privilege. She says she understands. Does she, Nina? Because he feels if she understood, she wouldn't walk around like a slob with dark roots showing. She apologizes again. He says because she couldn't take care of her hair, now she will give it to him. A horrible, sick feeling drops into the pit of her stomach. Not all of it, he chuckles. That would be ridiculous. He wants 100 strands. She asks if he wants 100 strands of her hair. Andy announces his terms with a tap on the door. 100 strands of hair, plucked directly from her scalp so he can see the root, and then he'll unlock the room. Nina stands frozen, stunned by the strangest punishment she's ever heard. Her mind races through possibilities, a fetish, a game, but when she suggests he check her hairbrush instead, he cuts her off. No shortcuts. Envelopes wait in the dresser drawer. Fill one, slide it under the door, and the lesson ends. She agrees quickly. Fingers raking through her own blonde hair, 2 loose strands come away at once. She promises 5 minutes, but he announces he's leaving for work. She'll have until 7 that evening. Intact only. Root visible, or it doesn't count. Her pleas spike as she tugs harder, eyes watering, but his footsteps already fade. She knows from experience that screaming and pounding are useless, wasted energy, worse headache. She forces herself to focus, complete the task, get back to her daughter, escape this house forever. By 7 o'clock she's done it. The first 20 strands came easily, just running fingers through repeatedly. The rest required plucking. 80 times she braced herself and yanked, sometimes multiple strands at once, agonizing, but her healthy hair held, most follicles intact. After childbirth, she reflects, she'd have gone bald trying. Now she sits on the cot, clutching an envelope full of her own hair, ready to hand it over, walk free, and serve that sick bastard divorce papers. He knocks at 7 sharp. She presses against the door, announces she has it, and slides the envelope underneath. On the other side she imagines him ripping it open, inspecting each follicle. She doesn't care what he does as long as he lets her out. Her throat is sandpaper dry. She finished 2 water bottles through the day, saving the last for the final hour. When she gets out, she'll drink glass after glass and finally use a real toilet. He asks for a minute to check. She grits her teeth against hunger's growl. 24 hours without food now. Dizzy to the point where hair itself started looking edible. She chokes out a question about XIII. He answers from the other side. The baby is in her playpen downstairs, that gated safe area he originally suggested. Such a thoughtful idea, she thinks bitterly. All an act. He's a monster. Then he speaks again, almost contemplative. Almost all the strands are fine, he reports, but one lacks a follicle. She croaks that she'll give him a new one. His sigh carries finality. No, she'll have to start over. He'll check tomorrow morning. Hopefully by then she'll have 100 intact hairs. Otherwise they'll just keep trying. Her voice breaks into a raw, whispered plea as his footsteps retreat down the hall. No food, no water, leaving her again. He's gone. By bedtime she has the next 100 ready, plus 10 extra, on the off chance he returns. He doesn't. The hairs come out easier now. She barely feels the separation anymore. All she can think about is water, food, but mostly water, and her daughter. She doesn't know how long a person can last without water, but not very long. And she realizes with cold dread, what if he lied? What if he means to let her die here, all because she missed a hairdresser appointment? She drifts off, dreaming of a pool that recoils every time she tries to drink, a hellish torment. Andy's voice wakes her. She can't tell if she slept or passed out. She orders herself to get up. Sitting upright, spins her head violently. Everything goes black for a second. She clings to the mattress until her vision clears a full minute later. From the other side of the door, he repeats that he can't let her out without the hairs. The sound of his voice sparks a wave of adrenaline. Trembling fingers grab the envelope. She stumbles, slides it under, then collapses against the wall. Waiting for his count feels like an eternity. If he says she failed again, she won't last another 12 hours. That will be the end. She'll die in this room. No. She forces herself onward. For XIII. She cannot leave her daughter to this monster. Finally, he says the word okay. Good job. The lock turns. The door swings open. Andy stands there in his suit, ready for work. She'd imagined scratching his eyes out the moment she saw him again. Instead, she remains on the floor, too weak to move. He crouches beside her, holding a large glass of water and a bagel. He says he brought them for her. She wants to throw the water in his face but knows she can't make it out without fuel. So she accepts, gulps the water, stuffs chunks of bagel down until nothing's left. He tells her, he's sorry he had to do that, but it's the only way she'll learn. She hisses at him, to go to hell. When she tries to stand, she stumbles again, head still spinning, can't walk a straight line. Even after drinking, she doubts she can make it down the stairs. So she lets him help her, hating herself for it, leaning on him heavily. On the second floor she hears Cecilia singing downstairs. He didn't hurt her. Thank God. Andy insists she needs to lie down, that she's not well. She croaks. No. She wants her daughter. Her arms ache for her. But he's right, that she can barely stand, head won't stop spinning. He leads her to the king-size bed and tucks her under the covers. The mattress feels like a cloud after 2 nights on that cot. Her eyelids turn to lead. He sits on the edge of the bed, running fingers through her hair, telling her she just hasn't been feeling well. She needs a day of sleep. Don't worry about Cecilia. He'll make sure she's taken care of. Lying in the king-size bed with Andy stroking her hair, Nina feels her certainty begin to fray. His voice is so kind, so gentle, that she almost wonders if she imagined the whole nightmare, the locked room, the plucked hair, the 2 days without water. He's been such a good husband. Would he really do that? Maybe she has a fever. Maybe it's a hallucination. But no, it was real. She knows it was. She whispers that she hates him. He ignores her, keeps stroking her hair until her eyes drift shut, telling her gently that all she needs is some sleep. Step 4, make the world believe you're crazy. She wakes to the distant sound of running water, groggy, disoriented. She wonders how long it takes to recover from 2 days without food or water. Her watch says afternoon. The sound seems to come from the master bathroom, the door closed. If Andy is showering in there, she doesn't have much time to get out. Her phone sits on the nightstand. She snatches it up, tempted to call the police, but decides to wait until she's far away from him. Then she sees the texts, all from Andy. A string of messages asking if she's okay, saying she seemed to be acting strangely that morning, asking her to call. One asks how she and Cece are doing. That last text grabs her attention. She hasn't seen her daughter in 2 days. Where is Cece right now? Andy wouldn't have left her alone with the baby if Nina was asleep, would he? She looks at the closed bathroom door. Who is inside? It can't be Andy. He's been texting from work. Maybe she left the water running herself, got up and forgot to turn off the sink. She feels out of it enough for that. She throws off the covers. Her hands look pale and shaky. Getting up is hard. Even with rest and water, she has to hold on to the bed to walk. She takes a breath, swallows her dizziness, and moves as slowly as she can. 2/3 of the way there, she collapses to her knees. Something is very wrong with her, but she needs to know why the bathroom light is on and water is running. She crawls the rest of the way, reaches for the handle, and pushes the door open. What she sees inside will stay with her forever. Cece is in the bathtub, eyes closed, propped up. Water rises rapidly, already above her shoulders. In another minute or 2, it will cover her head. She gasps her daughter's name. Cecilia doesn't speak, doesn't cry, but her eyelids flutter slightly. Nina has to save her, shut off the water, drag her out. But her feet won't work, every movement like molasses. She'll save her daughter if it takes every ounce of strength, even if it kills her. She crawls across the floor, head spinning so badly she might pass out, but she can't. Her baby needs her. Her fingers graze the porcelain tub and she almost cries with relief. The water is almost up to Cece's chin. A harsh voice freezes her fingers as she reaches for the faucet. Mrs. Winchester, don't move. She reaches anyway. No one stops her from saving her baby. She manages to turn off the water, but before she can do anything else, strong hands yank her to her feet. Through a haze, she sees a uniformed man pulling Cecilia out of the tub. Someone says the child is alive but looks drugged. Nina manages to agree drugged. They know what Andy has been doing. Thank God the police came. A paramedic puts Cecilia on a stretcher, then lifts Nina onto another. They're going to be okay. Then a policeman shines a light in her eyes. She winces and looks away. He asks sharply why she was trying to drown her daughter. Her mouth opens but no sound comes out. Drown her daughter? She was trying to save her. Can't they see? The policeman shakes his head and tells a colleague she's too out of it. Looks like she took a bunch of the drugs herself. Get her to the hospital. He'll call the husband and let him know they got there in time. The next 8 months of her life are spent at Clearview Psychiatric Hospital. The story, repeated to her countless times, is that she took sedatives her physician prescribed, gave some to her daughter in her bottle, placed Cecilia in the bathtub, and turned on the water. Her intention, apparently, was to kill both of them. Thank God her wonderful husband Andy suspected something was wrong, and the police arrived in time. She has no memory of any of this. No memory of taking pills, putting Cecilia in the tub, or even the prescription. But the family doctor assured them he did prescribe it. Her therapist at Clearview says she suffers from major depression and delusions. The delusions made her believe Andy held her captive for 2 days. The depression caused the murder-suicide attempt. At first she didn't believe it. Her memories of the attic are so vivid, she can almost feel the sting on her scalp from pulling out her hair. But Dr. Berenger keeps explaining that delusions can feel very real, even when they're not. Now, she takes 2 medications, an antipsychotic and an antidepressant. In her sessions, she owns up to her part even though she still doesn't remember anything except waking up to find Cecilia in the bathtub. She must have done it. There was no one else there. What finally convinces her is this: Andy could never have done something like that. Since the day she met him, he's been nothing but wonderful. Throughout her stay, he visits every chance he gets. The staff love him. He brings muffins and cookies for the nurses, always saving one for her. Today he brings a blueberry muffin, knocking on the door of her private room at the expensive facility. He's come straight from work in a suit and tie, achingly handsome. When she first arrived, she was locked in, but with medication she's improved enough to have an unlocked room. He perches at the end of her bed while she stuffs the muffin into her mouth. The antipsychotic has ramped up her appetite. She's gained 20 pounds. He asks if she's ready to come home next week. She nods, wiping crumbs from her lips, saying she thinks so. He reaches for her hand. She flinches but manages not to pull away. When she first arrived, she couldn't bear his touch, but she's pushed those feelings of revulsion aside. Andy didn't do anything to her. Her screwed-up brain imagined it all, but it felt so real. She asks how Cecilia is doing. He squeezes her hand and says she's doing great, so excited that Nina is coming home. Nina would have thought her daughter might forget her, but she never forgets. For the first several months, visits weren't allowed, but when Andy finally brought Cecilia to her, the 2 of them clung to each other. When visiting hours ended, the little girl wailed until Nina's heart broke in 2. Nina tells herself she has to get home, back to her life the way it was. Andy has been so great about everything he took on, more than he bargained for. He confirms he'll pick her up Sunday at noon, drive her home, and his mother will stay with Cece. She says great, but excitement mixes with a sick feeling in her stomach. The thought of returning to that house, especially the attic, makes her dread setting foot there again. She's never going up there. In Dr. Hewitt's office, 4 months after her discharge from Clearview, he asks what she's afraid of. She shifts on his expensive leather sofa, admitting she doesn't know. He presses, "Does she really think there's a dungeon up there?" "Not a dungeon," she says, but a police officer searched the attic after her claims and found nothing but a storage closet filled with boxes and papers. A delusion. Something went wrong with her brain chemicals. In retrospect, making her pluck out her hair over a missed hair appointment is completely insane, but it felt so real at the time. She's been diligent about coloring her hair ever since, just in case. Andy keeps the attic stairwell door closed. Dr. Hewitt suggests it would be therapeutic to go up there, remove the place's power over her, see for herself it's just a closet. Andy has been encouraging the same thing. The therapist asks for her promise to try. She tells him she'll try. In the waiting area, Andy sits reading his phone. When he sees her, his face breaks into a smile. He's rearranged his schedule for every single appointment. She doesn't know how he can still love her after what she accused him of. In the BMW, he asks about the session. She reports that Dr. Hewitt thinks she should visit the attic. Andy nods, agreeing it's a good idea. Once she gets up there, she'll realize the whole thing was a delusion, a revelation. She considers it, watching scenery fly by. At home, Cece hurls herself at Nina's leg, almost knocking her off balance. The little girl is achingly clingy, raising her arms to be picked up, wearing a frilly white dress Evelyn must have dressed her in. Evelyn stands slowly from the couch, pristine in white slacks, her hair at the precipice between blonde and white, incredibly well preserved, flawless. She thanks Andy for watching Cece, then notes she noticed the lights left on in the upstairs bedroom, a terrible waste of electricity. Andy's face turns bright red. Nina notices how desperate he is for his mother's approval. She speaks up, taking the blame even though she's not sure it was her fault. Evelyn tuts, lecturing about the planet's resources. Nina promises to remember. Evelyn declines the invitation to stay for dinner, saying she should head out. She hesitates in front of Andy, then adjusts his collar, smoothing his shirt, examining him, nodding approval before leaving. The three of them enjoy dinner. Cecilia eats noodles with her fingers, one somehow adhering to her forehead. But something doesn't sit right. Nina keeps thinking about what Dr. Hewitt and Andy both said. After putting Cecilia down for the night, when Andy brings it up again, she says yes. Step 5. Find out you're not crazy after all. They stand together at the attic staircase door. Andy promises they'll take it slow, assuring her, this will be good to see there's nothing to be scared of, that it was all in her head. She knows he's right, but it felt so real. He takes her hand. She doesn't cringe anymore. They've started making love again. She trusts him again. This is the final step. They ascend the creaky staircase together, holding hands. Too soon they reach the storage closet she's somehow turned into a dungeon in her head. Andy asks if she's okay. She thinks so. He turns the knob and nudges the door open. The light is out, pitch black inside. Strange, because there's a window and a full moon tonight. She steps inside, squinting, and asks him to turn on the light. He calls her sweetheart and pulls the cord. The light is blinding, super bright, like nothing she's ever experienced. She lets go of his hand and clasps her hands over her eyes. Then she hears the door slam shut. She calls out for Andy. Her eyes adjust just barely enough to make out the room's contents exactly as she remembers. The dingy cot in the corner, the closet with the bucket, the mini-fridge that had held 3 tiny water bottles. Andy's muffled voice comes from outside. She grasps blindly, finding the cold metal doorknob, twisting it to the right. No, it can't be. Is she having another breakdown? It feels so real. She asks why it's so bright. He tells her to turn out the light. She finds the cord and tugs, plunging into blackness, relief that lasts 2 seconds before she realizes she's completely blind in here. Andy's voice comes through the door, explaining that her eyes will adjust a bit, but it won't help much. He boarded up the window last week and installed new lights. Turn them off, pitch black. Turn them on, those ultra-bright bulbs are pretty intense. Nina closes her eyes, sees nothing but black, opens them exactly the same. Her breathing quickens. He tells her, light is a privilege. His mother noticed she failed to turn off lights. People in other countries don't even have electricity, and she wastes it. She presses her palm against the door, asking if this is really happening. He asks what she thinks. She calls him a crazy, sick asshole. He laughs, amused, pointing out she was the one in a loony bin for trying to kill herself and her daughter. The police saw her. She admitted it. By the time they checked this room, it looked exactly like a storage closet. She gasps that it was real the whole time. He wanted her to know what she's dealing with. What would happen if she tried to get away? She swears she won't leave. Just let her out. Not yet, he says. First she has to be disciplined for wasting electricity. Deja vu crashes over her. She sinks to her knees. He offers 2 choices, the light bulb or blackness. She pleads. He says, good night. They'll talk more tomorrow. His footsteps fade. Tears spring to her eyes, but she knows shouting won't matter. This exact thing happened a year ago. He locked her in the same way, and she let him do it again. She imagines the same unfolding, emerging weak and groggy. him making it seem like she tried to hurt herself or Cecilia. Everyone will believe his story after last time. She just got her daughter back. She can't let that happen. She'll do anything. Once again, 3 water bottles wait in the refrigerator. She decides to save them for when her tongue feels like sandpaper. The light situation is driving her crazy. 2 naked ultra-bright bulbs on the ceiling. On, agonizingly bright. Off, pitch black. She pushes the dresser under the bulbs, climbs up, and manages to unscrew one. Better with just a single bulb, but still bright enough that she has to squint. Andy doesn't come back in the morning. She sits the entire day, worrying about Cecilia, wondering what to do and if she gets out. This isn't a delusion. This isn't a hallucination. This is really happening. She has to remember that. At bedtime, she finally hears footsteps outside. She's been lying in the bed, choosing darkness. During daylight, tiny cracks of sunlight let her almost make out shadows. Now that the sun is down, it's pitch black again. He says he's going to let her out. But first, ground rules. Anything he says, just let her out. Rule 1: she doesn't tell anyone what went on in this room. Not friends, not doctors. Nobody will believe her, and talking about it will only prove she's having delusions again, putting poor Cecilia in danger. She stares into the blackness, filled with fury. How can he expect her not to talk? He asks if she understands. She manages to say yes, imagining his satisfied smirk. Rule 2: from time to time, discipline will take place in this room. She refuses. He reminds her she's not in a position to negotiate. She is his wife now, with very specific expectations. Really, it's for her own good. Didn't he teach her a valuable lesson about wasting electricity? She gasps for air, feeling like she's choking. He lists the horrible choices she made before him. Dead-end minimum wage job, knocked up by a loser who didn't stick around. He's just trying to teach her to be a better person. She spits out that she wishes she'd never met him. He laughs, then admits he's impressed. She unscrewed one of the light bulbs. He didn't think of that. She asks how he knew. He's watching her, he says. Always watching. This is going to be their lives from now on, a happily married couple like everyone else. She will be the best wife in the neighborhood. He'll make sure of that. She presses her fingers into her eyeballs against the headache blooming in her temples. He repeats his question. Do you understand, Nina? Twice. Tears prick at her eyes, but she's too dehydrated for anything to come out. Step 6: try to live with it. 7 years into the marriage, Nina cracks open the window of Suzanne's Audi on the drive home from lunch. Andy has kept every promise. In many ways, he's been a wonderful husband, financially supportive, a father figure to Cecilia, even-tempered, agreeable, doesn't drink heavily, or mess around behind her back. Almost perfect, and she hates his guts. She's tried everything to get out, bargained to leave with just Cecilia and the clothes on her back. He laughed. With her mental health history, he could easily tell police she'd kidnapped Cece and was going to hurt her again. She tried playing the perfect wife, cooking, cleaning, pretending not to be repulsed during sex. He always found something wrong anyway. She gave up. Then she tried to repel him, behaving like a shrew, snapping at him. He almost seemed to enjoy the abuse. She stopped going to the gym, ate whatever she wanted. Once he caught her indulging in chocolate cake and dragged her to the attic for 2 days of starvation as punishment. After that, he didn't seem to care anymore. She tried finding Kathleen, his former fiancée, hoping for backup to go to the police without sounding crazy. But there are too many Kathleens aged 30 to 35. She gave up. On average, he sends her to the attic once every other month. Sometimes 6 months go by without a trip. She doesn't know if it's better or worse, not knowing when it's coming. She never knows what transgression she's committed or what torture awaits in that room. And it's not just her. If Cecilia does something unacceptable, Nina gets punished. He's bought a wardrobe of itchy, frilly dresses her daughter hates, that other children mock, but Cece knows if she doesn't wear them or gets them dirty, her mother will disappear for days. So she obeys. Nina is scared that someday he will start punishing Cece instead, but in the meantime, She accepts her fate if it spares her daughter. Andy made it very clear if she tries to run, Cecilia pays the price. He already almost drowned her once. His other favorite taunt is keeping a jar of peanut butter in the pantry, knowing their daughter is allergic welts all over her body, not life-threatening, but every so often he slips a little into her dinner just to prove a point when the rash appears after the meal. Nina knows that if she wouldn't go to jail for it, she'd drive a steak knife through his neck. But he's prepared for that contingency too. In the event of his death from any cause, a letter will go from his attorney to the police, informing them of her unstable behavior and homicidal threats. Not that he needs it, given her psychiatric history. So she stays. She doesn't murder him in his sleep, but she fantasizes. When Cecilia is older, when she doesn't need her mother anymore, maybe then she can get away. Once her daughter is safe, she doesn't care what happens to her. Suzanne cheerfully announces their arrival at the gate. Nina remembers thinking how charming a gate at home was the first time she saw it. Now, it seems like exactly what it is, a prison. She thanks Suzanne for the ride, even though Suzanne didn't thank her for paying for lunch. Suzanne chirps that hopefully Andrew will be home soon. Nina grimaces at the tinge of worry in her friend's voice. Years ago, after too many drinks at Suzanne's house, she confessed everything, begged for help. Suzanne held her hand, swore it would be okay, told her to go home and they'd figure it out together. Nina cried with relief, but when she got home, Andy was waiting. He'd sought out every new friend she made, clued them in on her mental health, history, what she'd tried to do years earlier, told them to call him immediately if they had any concern. Suzanne had slipped away during their conversation, called Andy, warned him Nina was having delusions again. That led to another 2-month stay at Clearview, where she learned at least one director was a golfing buddy of Andy's father. Suzanne apologized profusely afterward, said she was just worried. Nina forgave her, but things were never the same. She's never been able to trust anyone again. Suzanne asks about the school play Friday. Nina asks what time it starts, repeats the question. 7? Suzanne, distracted. Nina rolls her eyes when she sees why Enzo, the local landscaper. He does good work, easy on the eyes, and everyone who visits suddenly remembers they have yard work. Suzanne breathes that she heard their yard guy was hot. Nina rolls her eyes again, says he just works on the lawn, doesn't even speak English. Suzanne says she's okay with that. Might be a plus. She won't let up until Nina hands over his number. Outside the gate, Enzo looks up from his hedge clippers. "Waves," said Sal. Nina returns the greeting. She likes Enzo. Kindness radiates from him even without English. He plants beautiful flowers. Cece sometimes watches him, repeats the names he patiently points to, even helps him in the flower bed when Nina agrees. He has tattoos on his upper arms. She's seen the name Antonia etched in a heart on his biceps. Probably not married. If only he spoke English. She feels she could confide in him, that he might be the one person who would believe her, actually help. She stands there watching him clip hedges. She hasn't worked since moving and Andy won't let her. She misses it. Enzo would understand, she knows. But he doesn't speak English. In a way that makes it easier to confide, because sometimes, if she doesn't say the words out loud, she'll lose her mind for real. So she says it aloud. Her husband is a monster. He tortures her, holds her hostage in the attic. Enzo's shoulders stiffen. He lowers his clippers, brow furrowed, saying her name. Her stomach turns to ice. She thought it would be safe he wouldn't understand, but looking into his dark eyes, she sees understanding there. She says never mind quickly and backs away, as he takes a step toward her. She's made a huge mistake. She'll probably have to fire him, but he seems to get it. Picks up his clippers, goes back to work. She hurries inside and slams the door. Through a spectacular flower arrangement Andy brought home last night, proof of what a spectacular husband he is when she's well behaved, she peers out the window. Enzo pauses, looks up. Their eyes meet for a split second. Then she looks away. She's been in the attic about 20 hours. Andy marched her up right after Cecilia went to bed last night. She's learned not to argue. argument means another Clearview stay. Or maybe when she tries to pick Cece up from school, her daughter won't be there out of town for a week. He doesn't want to hurt Cecilia, but he absolutely will. After all, if the police hadn't arrived exactly when they did, she could have drowned in that bathtub years ago. When Nina brought it up once, he just smiled and said that would have taught her a lesson, wouldn't it? Andy wants another child, another person she'll love and protect, another tool to control her for years. She can't let that happen. She drove to a city clinic, gave a fake name, paid cash for an IUD. She's practiced her perplexed expression for the negative pregnancy tests. This time her transgression was spraying too much air freshener, the exact same amount she always sprays. If she hadn't used it at all, he'd have locked her in with something malodorous. She knows his mind now. Last night the air freshener irritated his eyes. Her punishment, pepper spray herself. He left the bottle in the dresser drawer. Point it at your eyes and pull the trigger. Keep your eyes open, or it won't count. She did it. Just to get out of this room. The sting was terrible. Eyes tearing up like crazy, face burning, nose running, the drip into her mouth stinging and tasting awful. For several minutes she sat on the bed struggling to breathe, barely able to open her eyes for nearly an hour. Definitely worse than air freshener. Now, hours later, she can open her eyes again. Her face feels sunburned and puffy, but she's not dying. Andy will want her looking more like herself before letting her out maybe one more night. Hopefully not. The window isn't boarded up this time, so natural light keeps her from going completely crazy. She walks to the window, peers into the backyard, wishing she were out there instead of in here. The backyard isn't empty. Enzo is working. She starts to back away, but he looks up at exactly that moment. Even from the third floor, she can make out the darkening look on his face. He yanks off his gardening gloves and stalks out of the yard. Oh no, this isn't good. She doesn't know what Enzo will do. Call the police? She's not sure if that would be good or bad. Andy has always flipped these things around on her, always one step ahead. About a year ago she started stashing money in a boot in her closet, saving up to escape. One day all the money disappeared. The next day, he forced her up to the attic. A fist pounds on the attic door. Nina cowers against the wall. Enzo's voice calls her name, saying he knows she's in there. She clears her throat and insists she's fine. The doorknob jiggles. He says if she's fine, open the door and show him. It hits her Enzo is speaking pretty good English. His Italian accent isn't even that thick. She answers in an abnormally high voice, saying she's busy, just getting some work done. He repeats what she told him. Her husband tortures her and locks her in the attic. She sucks in her breath. She only said that because she thought he didn't understand. Now she has to do damage control. She asks how he got into the house. He makes an exasperated sound. She left a key under the potted plant by the front door and demands to know where the key to this room is. She knows where it is, but it doesn't do her much good when she's inside. She could direct him if she wanted. She tells him she knows he's trying to help, but this isn't helping. He'll let her out later today. Long silence. She hopes he's weighing whether to get involved in a client's personal life. She doesn't know his immigration status, but Andy's family has enough money and power to get him deported. Enzo finally tells her to step back. He'll break down the door. Tears jump to her eyes. He doesn't understand. If she doesn't do what Andy says, he'll hurt Cecilia, and he'll have Nina locked up. He's done it before. Enzo dismisses this as excuses. She insists they're not, a tear rolling down her cheek. He doesn't understand the kind of money Andy has, what he could do to Enzo. Does he want to get deported? Enzo goes quiet, then says, "This is wrong, he is hurting her." She swears she's fine. Mostly true. Her face still burns and her eyes sting, but in another day she'll be completely fine, back to her normal miserable life. He acknowledges she wants him to leave. She doesn't want him to leave. She wants nothing more than for him to break the door down, but she knows how Andy will twist it. God knows what he'll accuse them of. She never thought Andy could get her locked up multiple times just for telling the truth. She doesn't want that to become Enzo's life too, except Andy had reason to let her out. He'd have no problem locking Enzo up indefinitely. She tells him yes. Please go. He sighs and says he will go, but if he doesn't see her tomorrow morning, he'll come up and break the door down and call the police. She agrees. That's fair. She's down to her last tiny water bottle. She waits for his footsteps, but he's still standing there. He finally says she doesn't deserve to be treated this way. Then his footsteps disappear, as tears run down her cheeks. Andy lets her out that night. In the mirror, she's shocked, eyes swollen from pepper spray, face bright red like she was scalded. By morning, she looks almost normal, cheeks pink like a little too much sun the day before. Enzo is working in the front yard when Andy pulls out of the garage with Cece strapped in the back, dropping her at school. Andy is usually very nice for several days after letting her out. Tonight he'll come home with flowers, maybe jewelry, as if that could make up for any of it. She watches from the window as the car disappears. Enzo stares at her. He isn't usually in the yard 2 days in a row. He's here for a reason. She comes out through the front door. His clippers are sharp. If he drove them through Andy's chest, that would be the end. He could probably kill Andy with his bare hands. She offers a forced smile, saying she told him she's fine. He doesn't return it. He tells her to tell the truth. She says he doesn't want to hear it. He insists. In the last 5 years, every single person she's told, police, doctors, her best friend, has called her crazy, delusional, locked her up. But here's a man who wants to hear the truth. He will believe her. So on her front lawn on that beautiful sunny day, she tells Enzo everything. The room in the attic, the ways Andy has tormented her, finding Cecilia unconscious in the bathtub years ago, but she remembers her daughter's face under the water like yesterday. As she talks, his face grows darker and darker. Before she finishes, he unleashes a string of Italian curses. His fingers squeeze the clippers white. He hisses that he will kill him tonight. All the blood drains from her face. Telling him felt so good, but it was a mistake. She tells him he can't. He'll go to jail. They'll both go to jail. Is that what he wants? He mutters more Italian, then says fine, then she leaves him. She can't. He says she can. He will help her. She asks what he can do. A plane ticket, passport, new identity. He admits no, but he'll find a way. He knows some people. He will help. She wants so badly to believe him. Step 7. Try to escape. A week later, they meet to make plans. They're careful. When she has PTA friends over, she makes a show of snapping at him about ruining her geraniums to ward off gossip. She's almost certain Andy put a tracker in her car, so she drives to a fast food restaurant, parks, hops into Enzo's vehicle, leaves her phone behind, not taking chances. He leads her to a small basement apartment with a private entrance, tiny kitchenette, rickety chairs that groan when she sits. She feels self-conscious about how much nicer her house is than his living quarters, but he's not the kind of person who would care. He pulls a beer from the fridge, offers her one. She starts to say no, changes her mind. He pops both bottles open, slides one across the table. She thanks him. He shrugs, not great beer. She clarifies she doesn't mean for the beer. He cracks his knuckles. His arms flex. She's acutely aware of how incredibly sexy he is. The neighborhood women would be jealous, assuming he's ripping her clothes off. They'd be angry. He picked her over more attractive women. Enzo could do so much better. It's so far from the truth, it's almost funny. Not really. He says he had a feeling. Her husband. He could tell he's a bad guy. She takes a long swig and admits she didn't even know he spoke English. He laughs. 2 years working in her yard, first time she's heard him laugh. It's easier to pretend he doesn't understand, otherwise the housewives never leave him alone. She laughs too. He's right. He says he's from Sicily originally. She asks what brought him here. His shoulders sag, not a good story. She points out hers isn't either. He looks down at his beer. His sister Antonia's husband was like Andy. A bad guy, rich and powerful, who slapped her around. Enzo told her to leave, but she wouldn't. Then one day the husband pushed her down the stairs, and she never woke up at the hospital. He pulls up his sleeve to show the heart tattoo with Antonia's name. That's how he remembers her. Nina claps a hand over her mouth, says she's so sorry. He says, "There's no justice for men like him, no jail, no punishment for murdering his sister, so he decided to punish him himself." Nina remembers the dark look in Enzo's eyes when she told him what Andy did. "I will kill him." She asks if he actually did. He cracks his knuckles again and says no, he didn't go that far. He regrets it. After that, his life was worth nothing. He had to take everything and use it to get out. If he ever goes back, he'll be killed before he leaves the airport. She doesn't know what to say. She asks if it was hard for him to leave. He asks if it will be hard for her to leave here. She thinks about it and shakes her head. She wants to put as many miles between her and Andrew Winchester as possible, Siberia if necessary. He ticks off on his fingers passports for her and Cecilia, a driver's license, birth certificates, enough cash to keep going until she can find work, and 2 plane tickets. Her heart speeds up, so she needs money. He says he has some saved up he can give her. She starts to protest, but he waves it off. It's not enough, though. She'll need more. Can she get it? She'll have to find a way. A few days later, driving Cecilia to school, Nina watches her daughter tap fingers on the glass pane. Cece wears one of the pale, frilly dresses that make her stand out, and that she can't play in properly. If she doesn't wear them, Andy punishes Nina. At the drop-off, Cece lingers, blonde eyebrows knitted together, asking if Nina is picking her up, not Dad. Andy is the only father she's ever known. She doesn't know what he does to Nina, but she knows that sometimes when she does something he doesn't like, Nina disappears for days. It scares her. She won't say it aloud, but she hates him. Nina promises to pick her up. She wants to blurt out that they'll be out of here soon, but she can't yet. Not until the day she picks Cece up and they go straight to the airport. After dropping Cecilia off, Nina drives home. 1 week left, 1 week before she packs a bag and makes the 90-minute drive to her safe deposit box with her new passport, new driver's license, and a big wad of cash. She'll purchase tickets at the airport with cash. Last time she bought a ticket at advance. Andy was waiting at the gate. Enzo helped her plan to minimize Andy figuring it out. So far, he's still in the dark. Then she walks into her living room. Andy sits at the dining table, waiting. She gasps his name. He greets her. That's when she sees the 3 piles laid out in front of him, the passport, the driver's license, and the stack of cash. He asks what she was planning to do with this Tracy Eaton. She feels like she's choking, legs trembling, holding onto the wall. How did he get that? He rises from his seat and says she hasn't figured out yet that she can't keep secrets from him. She takes a step back. He says it's time to go upstairs. No. She's not breaking her promise to her daughter that she would pick her up today. She's not allowing herself to be locked up for days when she thought she'd be on her way to freedom. She can't do this anymore. Before Andy can get closer, she dashes out the front door, into her car, speeds out so fast. She nearly bashes the gate. She has no idea where she's going. Part of her wants to go straight to Cecilia's school and grab her, drive until the Canadian border. But it will be hard to evade him without that passport and license. He's probably calling the police right now, feeding them a story about his crazy wife having a relapse. Only one positive: he found only one of the 2 safety deposit boxes. Enzo's idea to have 2 separate boxes. He doesn't know about the second stack of cash. She drives to Enzo's neighborhood, parks 2 blocks away, walks the rest. He's climbing into his truck when she sprints over. His face drops at the look on hers. She explains he found one of the boxes. It's over. She can't leave. Her face crumbles. Before Enzo, she'd accepted this would be her life, until Cecilia turned 18. Now she doesn't think she can do it. He holds out his arms, and she falls into them. They should be more careful, someone could see. What if Andy thought she was having an affair? She isn't. Not even a little bit. He thinks of her like Antonia, his sister he couldn't save. He hasn't touched her in any way other than brotherly. All she can think about is the future she thought she might have had, flushed away another decade with that monster. She asks what she's going to do. He says it's simple plan B. He kills the bastard. She shivers. because she sees in his dark eyes that he means it. He says he'll do for her what he should have done for Antonia. She asks if they both go to jail. He says she won't. He smacks his arm. She's not okay with him going to jail either. So what does he suggest? Then the idea hits her. Beautifully simple. She hates Andy, but she knows him very well. This will work. Step 8. Find a replacement. She can't pick just anyone. She has to be beautiful. More beautiful than Nina, which shouldn't be hard after she deliberately let herself go. Younger than Nina, young enough to give Andy the children he wants, good and white, and most of all, desperate. Then she meets Wilhelmina Calloway. The dowdy clothing can't conceal how young and pretty she is, desperate to please. When a simple background check reveals a criminal record, Nina knows she's hit pay dirt. A girl desperate for a decent high-paying job. Enzo isn't on board when Nina comes out to the backyard to ask for the name of a private detective he knows. He thinks this isn't right. Would she sacrifice somebody else? But he doesn't understand. Nina tells him Andy controls her because of Cece. This girl has no children, no attachments, nothing Andy can hold over her. She can leave. Enzo grumbles that it doesn't work that way. She asks if he'll help. His shoulders sag. Yes, he will help. She hires the private investigator using remaining money. The detective tells her everything. Wilhelmina got fired from her last job, close to having police called. She's living in her car. And one other tidbit that changes everything. Right after hanging up, Nina calls Millie and offers her the job. The only problem is Andy. He won't want a stranger living in the house. He's reluctantly allowed people in for a few hours to clean, but no babysitting except his mother. But the timing works. Andy's father recently retired, and after a bad fall on ice, they decided to move to Florida. Evelyn wasn't enthusiastic. They retained their old house for summer, but most friends had relocated south, and Andy's father wanted to play golf every day. What it comes down to, they need help. The trickiest part: Millie's new bedroom will be in the attic. You won't like that at all, but it has to be that way. He has to see her up there if Nina wants him to think of her as Nina's replacement. She has to entice him. She sets the stage before springing Millie on him. She wakes every morning complaining of migraines that make it impossible to cook or clean. She works hard to leave the house a complete mess. Another few days and it would be ready for condemnation. They need help. Desperately. Still, right after Andy discovers she's hired Millie, he corners her outside her car. His fingers bite into her biceps, giving her a hard yank, demanding to know what the hell she thinks she's doing. She lifts her chin defiantly. They need help. His mother isn't around. They need someone to watch Cece and clean. He growls that she put Millie in the attic. That's Nina's room. She should put the girl in the guest room. Andy demands to know where his parents will stay when they visit the attic. The living room sofa? Nina sees his jaw working. Evelyn Winchester would never sleep on a sofa. She suggests letting Millie stay just 2 months, until the school year ends and his mother comes back from Florida. He says forget it. She blinks at him, telling him to fire her if he wants. She can't stop him. He says believe him, he will, except he doesn't fire her. When he comes home that night, the house is clean for the first time. She serves a dinner that isn't burned. She is young and beautiful, so Millie stays in the attic. This will only work if 3 things happen. Millie and Andy have mutual attraction. Millie hates Nina enough to sleep with her husband, and they have the opportunity. The attraction part is easy. Millie is gorgeous, more attractive than Nina was when she was younger. Andy is still devastatingly handsome. Sometimes Millie looks at Nina like she can't figure out what he sees in her. Nina packs on the pounds, skips her hair appointment, lets dark roots show. Most of all, she treats Millie like crap. It doesn't come easily. Deep down she's a nice person. Or was, before Andy wrecked her. Now everything is a means to an end. She has to get out. On Millie's first morning, Nina has a PTA meeting in the evening. She marches into the kitchen, which Millie has cleaned spotless. She feels terrible. She rips the kitchen apart, every dish, every cup, pots and pans on the floor. She throws a milk carton on the ground, letting milk spill everywhere. When Millie enters, Nina turns accusingly, demanding where her notes are. She brings her hand to her forehead. Like she might faint. All her PTA notes were on the kitchen counter, and now they're gone. What did Millie do with them? The notes are safely on her computer. It makes no sense, but she insists. She yells loud enough to get Andy's attention. He feels sorry for Millie. His heart goes out to her because Nina is accusing her of something he knows she didn't do. He's attracted to her because Nina is turning her into the victim. Millie stammers an apology. Nina's eyes sweep down to the disaster she created. Millie can clean up this disgusting mess while Nina fixes the problem. In that moment, she's accomplished all three goals: mutual attraction. Millie hates her, and when Nina storms out, they have an opportunity to be alone. She has one other ace. Andy wants a baby. It won't happen with Nina, not with the IUDs snug in her uterus. The private investigator Enzo got photographs of the fertility specialist with a woman who isn't his wife of 25 years. All the doctor has to do is tell Andy there's no chance Nina will ever get pregnant, and those photos go in the garbage. The day before the appointment with Dr. Gelman, Nina calls Evelyn in Florida. As always, Evelyn seems less than thrilled. Nina announces her period is late. She thinks she's pregnant. Evelyn pauses, torn between excitement for her first biological grandchild and hating that Nina would be the mother. She calls it lovely. Evelyn lectures about prenatal vitamins and strict diet, warning against calorie-laden treats like Nina usually has. Nina smiles thinly, delighted that Evelyn will never be the grandmother of her child. She asks Evelyn to send Andy's old baby things, blankets and such, to pass on. Evelyn agrees. Andy is shaken by Dr. Gelman's bombshell: Nina will never carry a pregnancy to term. Tears fill his eyes. If he were anyone else, she might feel sorry for him. That night, she picks a fight, reminding him of the very reason he'll never father a child with her. She summons tears by remembering him locking her in the attic and turning the furnace up full blast until she clawed at her skin. She says, it's all her fault. If he were with a younger woman, he could have a child. A younger woman like Millie. She doesn't say it, but he must be thinking it. He reaches out, still love in his eyes, telling her not to say that. It's not her fault. She screams that it is rage building like a volcano and smashes her fist into the vanity mirror. Glass crashes. Her hands sting, blood dripping from her knuckles. Andy's face turns pale, grabbing tissues. She resists him, and by the time he wraps her hand, blood is all over his hands too. He goes to wash it off. She pulls the door open, expecting Cecilia. It's Millie. Her face shows she heard everything. She notices the blood, her eyes becoming saucers. She thinks Nina's insane. Millie thinks she's crazy. Andy thinks she's too old. After that, it's just a matter of opportunity. Andy will want to get her tickets to Showdown after how much she's talked about it. He loves to please her between horrors. But Millie will see the show, not Nina. The show and then the hotel room overnight. It's almost too perfect. It gives Nina a chance to get Cecilia out of the way to camp, so Andy can't use her against her. When the GPS tracker on Millie's phone registers, she's in Manhattan that night. Nina knows she's won. The way they look at each other after that, it's over. He's in love with her now. He's Millie's problem. Nina is free. It will never happen again. He'll never lead her to the attic, never warn the neighborhood she's crazy, never have her locked up again. Even though he kicked her out, she won't feel entirely confident until they're divorced. He needs to file first. If he gets even a hint this was her idea, it's all over. She lies in the queen-size hotel bed, planning her next move. She'll drive to camp, pick up Cecilia tomorrow, then go somewhere fresh start. Thank God Andy never adopted her. He has no claim. She'll revert to her maiden name. No memories of that man. A knock at the door. For one horrible moment she thinks it's Andy. Did you really think it would be that easy, Nina? Up you go to the attic. She asks who it is. Enzo. Relief floods her. She cracks the door open. He stands there in a t-shirt and soiled jeans, brows scrunched, asking, well? She tells him it's done. Andy threw her out. His eyes light up. She swipes at moist eyes, saying, really? He calls it incredible. She says she has to thank him. Without him, she couldn't have done it. He nods slowly, saying it was his pleasure, his duty. They stare at each other. Then he leans forward and kisses her. She didn't expect this. She thought Enzo was hot. She has eyes, but they were always absorbed by the common purpose of getting her away from Andy. After so many years married to that monster, she thought she was dead inside. Sex with Andy was mechanical, like washing dishes or laundry. She felt nothing. Didn't think those feelings were possible anymore. She was entirely in survival mode. But now that she survived, she's not dead inside after all. Far from it. She tugs Enzo by his t-shirt into the bed. He unbuttons her blouse, except for one button he rips clean off. Everything after is a joint effort. Better than nice. Amazing to be with a man she doesn't despise, a good, kind man who helped save her life, even if just for one night. And God, he's a good kisser. When it's over, both sweaty and hot and happy, Enzo puts his arm around her. He asks if it's good. She says really good, burying her cheek in his bare chest. She didn't think he felt that way about her. He says he always did, from when he first saw her, but he tried to be a good guy. She figured he thought of her like a sister. He looks aghast. No, not sister. Definitely not sister. The joke dies in her throat as she watches his face. She announces she's leaving town tomorrow, reminding him he already knows that. In the silence that follows, she wonders if he's debating asking her to stay. She cares for him, but can't stay for anyone. Maybe he'll offer to come with her. She likes Enzo, trusts him more than any man she's met after everything, but she needs solitude for a long while. Instead, he tells her they can't leave her. Millie. His dark eyes hold firm. They cannot leave Millie with that man. He won't allow it. Her post-sex ease evaporates. She pulls away, incredulous at his phrasing. Won't allow it. He explains. Jaw-tight, Millie deserves no more of him than Nina did. She fires back that the woman is a criminal. He counters, low and steady, a human being. She sits up, clutching blankets to her chest. He's breathing hard, a vein standing in his neck. She understands his upset, but knows he doesn't understand the situation. He insists they have to tell her. She refuses. He warns that if she won't do it, he will. He'll warn Millie himself. Tears fill her eyes. She accuses him of not daring. He apologizes, saying he doesn't want to hurt her, but this isn't right. They can't do this to Millie. She tells him he doesn't understand. He says he does. She repeats that he doesn't. She calls out for Andrew into the silence. No answer. Cold metal doorknob turns under her grip, twisting hard, but it's locked. She rationalizes that when Andrew left to sleep in his own bed, he might have locked the door automatically, half asleep, and still thinking this was a closet. Reasonable mistake. She'll have to wake him. She flicks on the light. 3 textbooks sit on the floor, a guide to U.S. prisons, the history of torture, and a phone book. They weren't there last night. Maybe Andrew brought them up, assuming she'd move out by morning and he'd convert the room back. She kicks the books aside, searches the dresser top for her phone charger. The phone is gone. Jean's pockets yield nothing. She tears through drawers, strips the bed, even looks under the mattress and then on hands and knees beneath the bed frame. Nothing. She must have left it downstairs, though she remembers using it up here. Terrible timing, locked in the attic with a full bladder. She settles back into bed, trying not to think about it, already planning to give Andrew hell in the morning for the accidental lock-in. Her eyes fly open to his voice, asking if she's awake. Early morning light streaks through the tiny window. She scrambles off the bed, bladder now urgent, stumbles to the door and accuses him of locking her in last night. Silence. No apology, no jingling keys. She asks if he has the key. He confirms he has the key. A sick feeling creeps in. Last night she told herself it was an accident. Now she's not so sure. She begs him to open the door. His voice sounds strange, unfamiliar. He asks if she remembers taking books from his bookcase yesterday and leaving them on the coffee table. His books? She didn't treat them well. She doesn't know why he's so upset. Yes, she took 3 books, Got distracted, never put them back. She apologizes anyway. His strange voice goes on. This is his house. She can't do anything she wants without consequences. She should know better, being a maid. She flinches at the word but pleads, says she'll clean the mess. He already cleaned it. Too late. She asks him to open the door so they can talk. He'll open the door, but first, she has to do something. Does she see the 3 books on the floor? She does. He wants her to lie on the floor and balance them on her stomach for 3 straight hours. She asks if he's joking. Not even a tiny bit. She doesn't understand. This isn't the Andrew she fell in love with. She pleads whatever game he wants to play, just let her out. Let her go to the bathroom at least. He clarifies coldly she left his books in the living room. He had to put them back, so now she bears their weight. She refuses. He says that's unfortunate. She's not getting out until she obeys. She threatens to pee her pants. He mentions a bucket in the closet. Her eyes dart to the blue bucket she noticed when she moved in. Her bladder spasms. She crosses her legs, begs again. He repeats the bucket option. He isn't giving in. She reels. Nina was always the crazy one. Andrew was reasonable, the one who saved her from Nina's accusations. Are they both crazy? Both in on this? She relents. Sits on the floor. Picks up a book so he can hear it. Announces the books are on top of her. He accuses her of lying. She insists. He asks how he knows whether she's lying or not. She has been alone in the room for an hour. She used the bucket rather than wet herself, an experience she doesn't want to recall. Afterward, hunger set in. But the mini-fridge has been emptied sometime in the past few days. Only 3 miniature water bottles remain. She drinks 2, then immediately regrets it, realizing he might leave her for hours or days more, and she might need that water. She pulls on jeans and a fresh t-shirt, eyeing the books on the floor. Andrew said 3 hours with them on her belly, and he'd let her out. She doesn't understand this ridiculous game, but she decides to comply, then leave forever. She stretches on the uncarpeted floor. Early summer makes the attic stuffy, but the floorboards are cool. She rests her head down, lifts the thick prison textbook several pounds, and lowers it onto her belly. Pressure, but not unbearable. She adds the second book, the one on torture. The title doesn't feel like coincidence. Now the pressure grows uncomfortable. Her scapula and tailbone bite into the hard floor. Tolerable, barely. He wanted all 3. The phone book is heavy and bulky. With effort, she balances it on top of the others. The combined weight nearly steals her breath. Terrible. Hard to inhale deep. The bottom book's edge digs into her rib cage. She can't do it. She shoves all 3 off, heaving for air. She paces the room. She won't play this game. He'll let her out, or she'll find her own way, unscrew the hinges or the doorknob. Andrew has a toolkit in the garage. Maybe something in her dresser drawers can serve as a makeshift screwdriver. His voice returns. She rushes to the door, announcing she put the books on. Advise it only lasted a minute. She demands release now. He laughs, asks her else what, repeats the task. She refuses. He says fine. She can stay locked in. She asks if he'll let her die in here. He assures her she won't die when the water runs out. She'll realize what she has to do. His footsteps retreat beneath her own screams. She has kept the 3 books on her abdomen for 2 hours and 50 minutes. Andrew was right. After the last water bottle drained, her desperation skyrocketed. When fantasies of waterfalls danced in her mind, she knew she had to complete the task. No guarantee he'll let her out, but she hopes. The books are agonizing. Moments come when she feels the weight will crush her pelvis. She breathes as best she can and endures, almost over. At 3 hours, she shoves the books off. Relief floods through her, but sitting up sends such pain through her abdomen that tears come. Bruises will form. She pounds the door, yelling she's done, demanding release. No answer. He could be anywhere in the house or at work. He knows where she is. She doesn't have that privilege. That bastard. An hour later, footsteps approach. Relief nearly makes her cry. She's never been claustrophobic before, but this experience has changed her. She's not sure she'll ever ride an elevator again. His voice comes through the door. She spits that she did it, calls him an asshole, demands to be let out. His lackadaisical tone makes her want to strangle him. He says he can't do that. She reminds him he promised. He explains she pushed the books off a minute too early, so she has to start over. She cannot believe it. She has no water left. He sighs that next time she'll have to conserve. She kicks the door, calls him insane, says there won't be a next time. He counters thoughtfully. She's on parole. One offense and Nina would back him up on theft, and she's back in jail, whereas she only has to stay in this room a day or two every once in a while if she misbehaves. A much better deal, doesn't she think? She would turn into the Incredible Hulk if she could. He advises her to get back to work, because soon she'll get pretty thirsty. This time she waits 3 hours and 10 minutes. No chance for him to claim she must do it a third time. Her belly feels like someone has punched her for hours. At first, she can't even sit up. She rolls to her side and pushes up with her arms. Her head aches from dehydration. She crawls to the cot, pulls herself onto it and waits. Half an hour later, his voice returns. She whispers that she did it, barely audible. He patronizingly says he saw her. Excellent job. Then the most beautiful sound, the door unlocking. Better than when she got out of prison. Andrew enters with a glass of water. She knows he could have drugged it. She doesn't care. She gulps it all. He sits beside her, hand on the small of her back. She cringes. He asks how she's doing. Her belly hurts. He offers a flat. Sorry. She asks if he means it. He explains that she must be taught a lesson when she does something wrong. It's the only way she'll learn. If she had done it right the first time, he wouldn't have had to ask her to do it again. She studies his handsome features, unable to understand how she fell in love with him. He seemed nice, normal, wonderful. No clue he was a monster. His goal isn't to marry her, it's to make her his prisoner. She asks how he could tell exactly how long she was doing it. He pulls out his phone, brings up an app. A crisp color image of her room fills the screen. She can see them both sitting on the bed in incredible resolution. Herself, pale and hunched, hair stringy. He calls it a great image. Like a movie. That bastard watched her suffer all day. He intends to do this again longer next time, and God knows what else he'll make her do. She was a prisoner once. She won't let it happen again. She reaches into the pocket of her jeans and pulls out the bottle of pepper spray she found in the bucket. She hired a private investigator to dig into Millie Calloway's past. Not drugs, not theft, murder. Millie was 16 at arrest, in prison by 17. A boarding school for troubled teens. One night, she and a friend snuck to a party at the boys' dorm. She passed a bedroom and heard her friend screaming for help. Inside, a 200-pound football player was forcing himself on that friend. Millie picked up a paperweight and bashed his head. Multiple times. He died before reaching the hospital. The detective had photographs. Millie's attorney argued self-defense of another, but the images showed a visibly crushed skull. She pled guilty to lesser manslaughter charges given her age and the circumstances. The boy's family agreed. They wanted vengeance but didn't want their son branded a rapist online. Millie took the deal because there were other incidents that would have emerged at trial. Grade school. She shoved a name-calling boy off monkey bars and broke his arm. Middle school, she slashed her math teacher's tires after a failing grade, which sent her to boarding school. After prison, she wasn't laid off from her waitressing job. She was fired after smashing her fist into a coworker's nose. Andrew sees a sweet girl. He didn't dig into her past like Nina did. He doesn't know what Millie is capable of. Here's the truth. Nina initially wanted a maid as a replacement, hoping Andrew would fall for someone else and finally let her go. But that's not why she hired Millie. Not why she gave Millie a copy of the key to that room. Not why she left a bottle of pepper spray in the blue bucket. Nina hired Millie to kill him. Nilly just doesn't know it yet. Andrew screams when the pepper spray hits his eyes from 3 inches away. She presses a second time for good measure, turning her own head away and closing her eyes to avoid residue. When she looks back, he's clawing at his bright red face. His phone falls. She scoops it up carefully. Everything must go exactly right in the next 20 seconds. She spent over 6 hours planning this while 3 books rested on her belly. Her legs wobble but work. Andrew writhes on the cot. Before he can recover his sight, she slips out, closes the door, fits Nina's key into the lock, turns it, pockets the key, and steps back. He screams her name from the other side, demanding to know what the hell. Her shaking fingers navigate his phone settings, shutting off the lock screen so it won't require a password. She steps further back as if he could reach through the door. He can't. She's safe. His voice drops to a low growl, demanding release. Her heart pounds the same way it did years ago when she found Kelsey screaming at that asshole football player, "Get off of me," while Duncan laughed drunkenly. She stood paralyzed, rage filling her chest. He was so much bigger. The room was dark. Her hands found a paperweight on the desk. She will never forget how good it felt to smash it against that bastard's skull until he went still. Almost worth all those years in prison. How many other girls did she save from him? She tells Andrew she'll let him out, just not yet. Outrage floods his voice. This is his house. She can't keep him hostage. She's a criminal. All he has to do is call the police, and she's back in jail. She agrees. But how can he call the police when she has his phone? She looks at the screen, sees him in vivid color red face from pepper spray, tears on his cheeks. He checks his pockets, scans the floor with swollen eyes. He demands his phone back. She laughs hoarsely. He repeats the demand. She tells him he's not in a position to make demands. Then she pockets the phone, announces she's grabbing a bite to eat, and will be back soon. He keeps calling her name as she walks away. In the kitchen, she drinks 2 heaping glasses of water, then makes a bologna sandwich with lots of mayonnaise on white bread. Food in her belly helps her think straight. She picks up Andrew's phone. On the screen, he paces the attic like a caged animal. The thought of what he'd do if she let him out brings cold sweat to the back of her neck. A text pops up from Mom asking if he's going to serve Nina with divorce papers. She scrolls previous messages. Andrew told his mother all about his falling out with Nina. She has to answer, or his mother might come over and find out something happened. She types yes. Just speaking with my lawyer right now. The mother replies instantly. Good. I never liked her. I always did the best I could with Cecilia, but Nina was extremely lax on discipline, and the little girl became quite a brat. A jab of sympathy for Nina and Cecilia. Bad enough the mother never liked Nina, but to speak that way of her own grandchild? She wonders what Andrew's mother meant by discipline. If it's anything like his idea of punishment, she's glad Nina never went through with it. She types back, "Looks like you were right about Nina." She climbs the stairs to the attic. Footsteps inside go silent. He must have heard her. She announces she's there stiffly. He clears his throat, says he's sorry for what he did, admits he was wrong. She asks if he means it. He says yes. She tells him to say he's sorry he did a terrible thing to her. On the screen, his expression shows he doesn't want to apologize because he's not sorry at all. He's only sorry he gave her the chance to get the better of him. Finally, he says he's so sorry. He was absolutely wrong. He did an awful thing, and he will never do it again. He asks her to let him out. She says yes. He thanks her. She adds, "Just not yet." He inhales sharply. Her calm voice, though her chest pounds, says she will let him out. But first, he has to be punished for what he did to her. He growls at her not to play this game, that she doesn't have the stomach for it. He wouldn't talk that way if he knew she'd beat a man to death with a paperweight. He has no idea. But she's betting Nina does. She tells him to lie down on the floor and put those 3 books on top of himself. He calls it ridiculous. She repeats, she's not letting him out until he does it. Andrew lifts his eyes to the camera. Not at her, she reminds herself, at the lens. Venom fills those once nice eyes. He agrees to humor her. He lies on the floor, stacks the 3 books on his abdomen the same way she did hours earlier. But he's bigger, stronger, and looks only mildly uncomfortable, even with all 3 stacked. She calls out lower. He doesn't understand. She presses her forehead to the door, telling him he knows exactly what she means. Through the door she hears his sharp inhale. He protests he can't. She repeats if he wants out, he'll do it. On the phone screen she watches him push the books down his chest until they sit squarely on his genitals. His previous comfort vanishes. His face freezes in a grimace, a gasping curse. She tells him good now. Stay that way for 3 hours. On the couch, television playing, she waits and thinks about Nina. All along she believed Nina was the crazy one. Now she doesn't know. Nina left the pepper spray in that room. She suspected what Andrew would do, which means he's done it to Nina, maybe many times. Was Nina ever really jealous? Or was it all an act? Part of her wants to call and find out, but suspects that's a bad idea. After she killed Duncan for Kelsey, forcing himself on her, Kelsey never spoke to her again, just looked at her with disgust. Nobody ever understood. After she slashed Mr. Kavanaugh's tires, she tried to explain to her mother how he said she'd fail math unless she let him feel her up. Her mother didn't believe her. Nobody did. She was shipped to boarding school for getting in trouble. That didn't work out. After the incident at boarding school, her parents washed their hands of her. Then after prison, a decent job bartender Kyle grabbed her ass every chance. She spun around and slammed her fist into his nose. He didn't press charges only because he was embarrassed a girl beat him up. They told her not to come back. Soon after, she lived in her car. The only person she can trust is herself. She yawns, shuts off the television. Just over 3 hours and Andrew hasn't budged. He's followed all the rules, though he must be in agony. She takes her time walking upstairs. As she arrives, he shoves the books off his genitals, lies there doubled over. She asks how he's feeling. He hisses back. How does she think? He demands release, calls her a bitch. She leans against the door, watching his face on the screen. She doesn't appreciate swearing since he's counting on her help. He could be nicer. He demands release again, swears to God he'll kill her if she doesn't let him out right now, says it casually. She stares at the screen, wondering how many other women have been in this room, if any died here. It seems entirely possible. She tells him to relax. She's going to let him out. He says good. She adds just not yet. He growls that he did exactly what she said 3 hours. She raises her eyebrows, though he can't see sorry if he heard 3 hours. She actually said 5, so he'll have to start over. The full color display shows his face blanch. He can't do 5 more hours. The game is over. She replies patiently that this isn't a negotiation. If he wants out, he keeps those books on his junk for the next 5 hours. The choice is his. His breathing turns jagged. There's always room to negotiate. He'll give her money, $1 million right now. She says no. $2 million. Easy for him to offer money he never intends to give. She says no. She's going to bed. Maybe in the morning she'll see him again. His voice breaks, begging her to be reasonable. At least he left her with water. Can't he have some? She says no. Maybe next time he should leave the girl he locks in the room with more water, so some will be left for him. She walks down the hallway as he screams her name. In the bedroom, she Googles how long a person can live without water. She greets Cecilia at camp, the happiest she's seen her in a while. New friends, sunburn on shoulders and cheeks, a scrape with a half-hanging Band-Aid, comfy shorts and a t-shirt instead of frilly dresses Andy insists on. She'll be happy if Cece never wears a dress again. Cece bounces over, ponytail swinging, calling her mom. She was happy. Cece was growing up soon, old enough that he wouldn't have power over her, over them. Cece notes she's early. Her head comes up to Nina's shoulder now. Skinny arms wrap around her. Nina smiles. Before camp, she told Cece to pack extra clothes because she wasn't sure if they'd come straight home, maybe somewhere else. Some bags still in the trunk. She wasn't sure it would happen, that everything would go according to plan. Her eyes fill with tears. They're free. Cece asks where they're going. Disneyland, Cece says. California, 3,000 miles between her and Andrew Winchester. Just in case he somehow thinks they should be together again. Just in case Millie doesn't do what Nina's hoping she'll do. She agrees. Cece's face lights up, jumping up and down. Then serious. What about Dad? He's not coming. The relief on her daughter's face mirrors her own. He never laid a finger on Cece. As far as she knows, she watched carefully. If she'd seen even a tiny suspicious bruise, she'd have told Enzo to go ahead and kill him. But Cece knew some of her own transgressions resulted in Nina being punished. Smart girl. Needing perfection around her father meant Cece rebounded when he wasn't around. She doesn't really trust any adult except Nina. Can sometimes be difficult. Called a brat before. But it's not her fault. Her daughter has a good heart. Cece runs to grab her bags. Nina's phone buzzes Enzo. She debates answering. He helped save her life, gave her an unforgettable night, but she's ready to leave that part behind. Still, she owes him at least to pick up. She lowers her voice, asks what's going on. Enzo's tone is low and serious. They need to talk. In her lifetime, those 4 words have never led to anything good. She asks what it is. He says she needs to come back, to help Millie. She snorts, says it's out of the question. Enzo's anger has never been directed at her before. This is a first. He says she put Millie in that situation, and now Millie is in trouble. She scoffs. Millie slept with her husband. Why should she feel sorry? Enzo accuses her of pushing Millie into it. She counters that nobody twisted Millie's arm. Anyway, she'll be fine. Andy never did anything to her for months, not until after the wedding. She'll write Millie a letter after the divorce, warn her before she marries him. Enzo is quiet, then says Millie hasn't left the house in 3 days. She steps away from other parents, lowers her voice. He explains he put a red mark on the tire of her car 3 days later. The mark is still there. She could be on a trip with Andrew. No, he's seen Andrew's car move, so maybe they're carpooling, or she doesn't feel like driving. Enzo adds the light is on in the attic. She asks how he knows that he went into the backyard after being fired. He had to check. Someone is up there. She squeezes the phone until her fingers tingle. The attic was Millie's bedroom. Is it such a big deal? He tells her, she tell him. A dizzy sensation hits. When she planned this, first wanting Millie as her replacement, then wanting her to kill that bastard, she never really thought it through. She left the pepper spray, gave her the key to the room, thought she'd be fine. Now she realizes she may have made a huge mistake. Millie trapped in the attic, enduring whatever torture Andy devised. The thought makes her sick. She asks if Enzo can go check on her. He rang the bell. No answer. The key under the flower pot is gone. He growls that she wants him to break in. He can't go alone. She has a key and every right to go. He'll go with her. She makes excuses. He bursts out that he can't believe she'd let Millie suffer the way she suffered. She looks at Cece's cabin. Her daughter is just coming out lugging bags. She agrees to come back, on one condition. She wakes in the guest bedroom, reaches for Andrew's phone, brings up the attic camera. The room comes into focus. Her blood turns cold. Andrew isn't there anymore. He got out. She clutches blankets, eyes darting around the bedroom, searching for him, lurking in shadows. A bird at the window nearly stops her heart. Where is he? How did he escape? Some fail-safe button? But he kept those books on his groin for hours. Why would he do that, if he could get out? Either way, he's got to be pissed. She has to get out, now. Then something moves on the screen. Andrew was under the cot's covers, so still she missed him. She rewinds the video, watches him lying on the floor, grimacing under the weight for 5 hours. He did it. If she holds up her end, she has to let him out now. She takes her time. A long hot shower melts the tension in her neck. She's ready. Comfortable t-shirt and jeans, dirty blonde hair in a ponytail, Andrew's phone in her pocket, and something from the garage hidden in the other pocket. She climbs the creaky steps. Not every step creaks, but the second and the top do. At the top, She raps on the door, looks at the phone screen. He doesn't move from the bed. Worry prickles her neck. He hasn't had water in 12 hours. What if he's unconscious? Then he stirs, struggles to sit up, rubs his eyes with his palms. She announces she's back. He lifts his eyes to the camera. She shivers, imagining what he'd do if she opened the door, drag her in by her ponytail, make her do horrible things before letting her out, if ever. He rises unsteadily, collapses against the door, says he did it, let him out. She tells him the video feed didn't come through overnight. Frustrating. So he's going to have to. He cuts her off, says he's not doing it again. His face is bright pink, not from pepper spray. She needs to let him out now. She says she will, just not yet. He steps back from the door, then another step, then starts running. Rams himself into the door so hard it shakes on its hinges. Doesn't budge. He backs up again. She says she'll let him out. There's just one other thing. He swears at her, says he doesn't believe her. Rams the door again. Shakes but doesn't splinter. The house is new and well made. He might knock it down at his best, well hydrated. Not now. And from the inside, with the hinges on the other side, it's hard. He leans against the door, breathing hard, face even redder. He asks what she wants him to do. She pulls the pliers from her pocket, found them in Andrew's toolkit, and slides them under the door gap. He picks them up, frowns, says he doesn't understand. She explains it was hard to tell exactly how long he had those books on. This will be easier, a one-time deal. If he wants out, all he has to do is pull out one of his teeth. His lips pull into a grimace. He throws the pliers on the floor. He's not doing that. She thinks another few hours without water might change his mind. He steps back again, summoning all his strength, runs at the door, rams it, shakes but doesn't budge. He draws back a fist and slams it against the wooden door. He howls with pain. At her old bar, a drunk punched a wall and broke a bone in his hand. She wouldn't be surprised if Andrew did the same. He screams at her to let him out of this fucking room. She repeats he knows what he has to do. He cradles his right hand with his left, falls to his knees doubled over. On the screen she watches him pick up the pliers with his left hand. She holds her breath as he brings them to his mouth. She closes her eyes, unable to watch. He howls with agony, the same sound Duncan made when she brought the paperweight down on his skull. Her eyes fly open. He's still on his knees, bows his head and bawls like a baby. He's close to breaking point, willing to rip his own teeth out just to get out of this room. He has no idea this is just the beginning. Something has gone wrong. She feels it the moment she pulls up in front of Andrew's house, a terrible sense that something terrible has happened inside. She agreed to return on one condition. Enzo stays with Cece and protects her with his life. No one else in the world she would trust with her daughter. Every woman in this town was taken in by her husband's charm, so she is here alone. The last time she was here was a week ago, but it feels like an eternity. She parks on the street behind Millie's car, crouches down, and notices the red mark Enzo made on the tire. Still there. No idea if it's in the same spot as yesterday. A voice asks if it's her Suzanne. Nina straightens up, backing away from Millie's car. Suzanne stands on the sidewalk, tilting her head quizzically, looking even more skeletal than before. Suzanne asks if everything is okay. Nina plasters on a smile, says of course. Why wouldn't it be? Suzanne reminds her they were supposed to have lunch and Nina never showed, so she popped over to check, write the weekly lunches. One thing she won't miss, she says she forgot. Suzanne purses her lips. Nina will never forget the way Suzanne nodded sympathetically while she confessed everything Andy did to her, then turned around and ratted her out. Chose to believe him. You don't forget that betrayal. Suzanne says she heard a terrible rumor that Nina moved out, left Andy, or that he dumped her for the maid. Nina catches the expression on Suzanne's face and knows she's hit the nail on the head. Everyone in town is talking. Nina says it isn't true. The rumor mill has it wrong again. She was just picking Cece up at camp. Flash of disappointment on Suzanne's face. She was hoping for juicy gossip. She says she's happy to hear that. She was worried. Nina insists absolutely nothing to worry about, her cheeks hurting from smiling. She excuses herself, having had a long trip. Suzanne follows her with her eyes as Nina heads down the walkway. Sure. Suzanne has questions if she picked up Cecilia. Where is she? Why didn't she park in the garage? Nina doesn't have time to explain to this terrible woman. She has to figure out what happened with Millie and Andy. The first floor is dark. Since Andy told her to get out of his house, she rings the bell instead of bounding inside. Waits 2 minutes. Finally, she takes out her keyring copper key with the letter A, fits it in the lock. The door swings open. Dark inside. No sound. She calls out for Andy. No answer. She walks to the garage door, pushes it open. Andy's BMW sits there. Doesn't rule out a trip. They could have taken a taxi to LaGuardia. Andy usually does. Probably a spontaneous vacation. Except in her heart, she knows they didn't. She calls out louder for Andy, then Millie. Nothing. She peers up the stairwell to the second floor, detects no movement, yet feels someone is here. She climbs, legs shaking underneath her, until she reaches the second floor. She calls out again, pleading if anyone is here. Just answer. No response. She checks rooms. Master bedroom empty. Guest room empty. Cece's room empty. Theater empty. Only one more place. The door to the attic stairwell is open. The lighting is horrible. She grips the banister, looks up to the top of the stairs. Someone is out there, she's sure of it. Millie must be locked in. Andy must have done it. But where is Andy? Why is his car here if he isn't? Her legs barely support her as she climbs the 14 steps. At the end of the hallway is the room where she spent so many horrible days. Light comes from under the door. She murmurs a reassurance to Millie she's going to help. Enzo was right. She never should have left her here. She thought Millie was stronger than her, but she was wrong. Anything that happens to Millie is on her conscience. She digs the key out of her purse, fits it into the lock, and lets the door swing open. She whispers, "Oh God." The light is on 2 flickering bulbs on the ceiling, needing to be changed, but enough light to see Andy. What used to be Andy. For a solid 60 seconds, all she can do is stare. Then she leans forward and retches. Good thing she was too nervous to eat breakfast. A voice from behind says, "Hello, Nina." She nearly has a heart attack, so sickened by the sight. She didn't hear the footsteps on the stairs. She whirls around. Millie, holding a bottle of pepper spray pointed at her face. Nina gasps her name. Millie's hands shake, her face very pale like looking in a mirror, but her eyes are filled with fire. Nina tells her as calmly as she can to put the pepper spray down. She won't hurt Millie, she promises. She glances at the body on the floor, then back at Millie. She asks how long he's been here. 5 days, maybe 6. She's lost count. Nina says he's dead. It comes out more like a question. She asks how long he's been dead. Millie keeps the pepper spray trained on her. Nina is scared to make any quick movements. She knows what Millie is capable of. Millie asks if she thinks he's definitely dead. Nina offers to check if Millie wants. Millie hesitates, then nods. Nina makes slow movements, not wanting to get sprayed. She knows all too well what pepper spray feels like. She bends down beside her husband's body. He does not look alive. Eyes cracked open, cheeks sunken, lips parted, chest not moving. Worst of all, dried blood around his mouth and on his white shirt. Several teeth missing. She suppresses a gag. She reaches out to check his pulse on his neck, expecting him to grab her wrist. He doesn't. Completely still. She feels nothing. She tells Millie he's gone. Millie stares a moment, then lowers the pepper spray. She sinks onto the cot, buries her face in her hands like she's just realized the enormity of what's happened, what she's done. She says, "Oh God, oh no." Nina says her name. Millie lifts bloodshot eyes. The rage is gone, only fear remains. She says she's going back to prison for the rest of her life. Tears run down her cheeks. Shoulders shake silently the same way Cece cries when she doesn't want anyone to know. Millie looks painfully young, Just a girl. Nina makes up her mind. She sits beside Millie on the cot, puts her arm gingerly around Millie's shoulders and tells her she's not going to prison. Millie raises her tear-streaked face, says she killed him, let him die locked in this room for a week. How does that not mean jail? Nina tells her because she wasn't even here. Millie wipes her eyes with the back of her hand, asks what she's talking about. She tells XIII to forgive her for what she's about to do. Then she explains Millie will leave. Nina will tell the police she was here all week, that she gave Millie the week off. Millie starts to object. Nina cuts her off sharply. It's the only way. Nina has a chance, Millie doesn't. She's already been hospitalized for mental health issues. Worst case, she goes back to the psychiatric hospital. Millie frowns, pink-nosed, and asks Nina left the pepper spray, didn't she? Nina nods. Millie presses Nina was hoping she would kill him. Another nod. So why didn't Nina just do it herself? No easy answer. Nina was worried about getting caught, about going to jail, about what XIII would do without her. But the truth, she couldn't. She didn't have it in her to take his life. So she did something terrible, tried to trick Millie into killing him, which Millie did, and now Millie could spend the rest of her life paying for it, unless Nina helps. She tells Millie to get out while she can before Nina changes her mind. Millie scrambles up, hurries out, footsteps down the stairs, front door slams. Nina is alone in the house with Andy's dead eyes staring at the ceiling. It's over. One thing left to do. She calls the police. She waits on the leather sofa, clutching her knees, wondering if this is the last time she'll sit here. Her purse sits on the coffee table. She grabs it impulsively, pulls out her phone, selects the first number on her recent calls. Enzo answers, concern in his voice. The police are still there. It doesn't look good for her. She can't say the words aloud. They think she killed Andy. He died of dehydration, but they hold her responsible. She could end it. Tell them about Millie. She won't. Enzo offers to testify about what Andrew did to her. He saw her locked up there. But how meaningful is testimony from a man painted as her secret lover? She can't deny it. She did sleep with him. She asks about XIII. Fine. Is she watching TV? No, Enzo is teaching her Italian. She's a natural. Despite everything, Nina laughs weakly. She asks to speak to her daughter. XIII comes on the line, cheerful, asking when she's coming to pick her up. Soon. Nina lies. Keep working on Italian. I love you. XIII says it back. Detective Connors descends the stairs. Nina shoves her phone away. He sits across from her, face full of new questions. He asks about bruising on her husband's body, deep purple bruises all over his lower belly and genitals, almost black. She's genuinely confused, pressing Millie for no details. Does she think she beat him up? The idea is laughable. Andrew was much taller, solid muscle. She is not. Connors recaps her story. Husband accidentally locked in the attic. She didn't realize he was gone, thought he was on a business trip. No texts or calls between them during that time, but that didn't concern her. Andrew's parents say he asked her to move out last week. She can't deny it, that's why they didn't talk. What about Wilhelmina Calloway? She gave Millie the week off. Daughter was at camp, didn't need her. Hasn't seen Millie all week. Connors lays it out. A grown man locks himself in a room that only locks from the outside, without his phone, and while inside randomly decides to pull out 4 of his teeth? She leans back, trembling, suggests maybe he didn't know Andrew. He says, that isn't entirely true. Her stomach drops. He never knew Andrew personally, but his daughter did. Kathleen Connors. Small world. Andrew was engaged to her a long time ago. She blinks. Kathleen, the fiancé Andrew broke up with before Nina, the one she tried so many times to find and couldn't. Connors lowers his voice. The breakup was rough on Kathleen. She wouldn't talk about it, still won't. She moved far away, changed her name, hasn't dated a man since. He always wondered what Andrew did to his daughter. When he transferred here a year ago and started poking around, he found it interesting that Nina claimed Andrew locked her in the attic, but no one could verify it. The Winchesters used to have pull with some cops, but not him. Her mouth is too dry to speak. He says that attic seems like a hazard, far too easy to get locked up there. A shame that happened to her husband. His buddy in the coroner's office will agree. A cautionary tale, won't it? She manages, yes, a cautionary tale. Detective Connors gives her one last long look, then goes back upstairs. She realizes something incredible. She's not walking out of here in handcuffs after all. She never thought she would be attending Andy's wake. Of all the ways she imagined this ending, she never truly believed it would end with him dead. She didn't have the nerve to kill him, and even if she tried, he seemed immortal, one of those people who would never die. Even now, looking down at his handsome face and the open maple casket, lips pressed close to hide the 4 missing teeth, she's certain his eyes will pop open for one final scare. Up to the attic you go, Nina? No, never again. A hand drops on her shoulder. Suzanne, her former best friend who delivered her right back to Andy after Nina confessed what a monster he was. Suzanne asks how she's doing. Nina says she's hanging in there, clutching tissues mostly for show. She's squeezed out only one tear all day, when she saw Cecilia in her simple black dress. Suzanne calls it such a shock, such a terrible accident, sympathy and pity in her eyes. She's glad it wasn't her own husband. Poor Nina, what bad luck. She has no idea. Nina murmurs agreement. Suzanne moves on from the casket and from Nina's life. The funeral tomorrow might be the last time Nina ever sees her. Not even slightly sad. She stares at her black pumps, drinking in the quiet. She hates talking to mourners, accepting sympathy, pretending devastation. Tomorrow will be the last time she plays the sad widow. Footsteps at the door. Enzo casts a long shadow, steps like gunshots. Dark suit, handsome before but 100 times better now. His dark, moist eyes meet hers. He says quietly, he's sorry. He can't. Her heart sinks. He's not sorry about Andy, neither of them are. He's sorry because yesterday she asked if he might come with her across the country, far away. She never expected yes, but his decline still makes her sad. He helped save her life, her hero, along with Millie. He tells her, she will have a fresh start. Better this way. He's right. Too many terrible memories between them, but she'll miss him, and never forget what he did. She asks him to keep an eye on Millie. He promises. Cece and Nina have been staying at a hotel. She can't bear to walk into that house. About 80% sure it's haunted. Last night they shared a queen bed. Cece's skinny body pressed against hers. She could have gotten an extra bed, but her daughter wants to be close. Still doesn't quite understand what happened to the man she called father, hasn't asked. Just relieved he's gone. Nina asks Enzo to take Cece. She's been here a long time, probably hungry. He nods, holds out a hand, offers chicken nuggets and milkshakes. Cece hops up instantly. Minutes later, the doors swing open again. Nina steps back. The Winchesters. Her breath holds as Evelyn and Robert enter, back from Florida for the summer. She spoke to Evelyn, once turned down help organizing the funeral. The real truth, she wasn't excited to talk after being responsible for the death of her only son. Detective Connors made good on his promises. Andy's death ruled an accident. Neither she nor Millie investigated. But the Winchesters are one of the most powerful families in the state. Do they know? Any idea she's responsible? Robert's eyes are puffy. Evelyn looks immaculate, like she just had a spa treatment. Robert clears his throat. Says he wants her to know she braces for accusations, that he and Evelyn are always there for her. She's not alone. Anything she and Cecilia need, just ask. Her eyes well slightly. Robert was always nice enough, if not the greatest father. He touches his son's shoulder, then hurries out, leaving Nina alone with Evelyn. Of all people she wouldn't want to be alone with today, Evelyn tops the list. Evelyn isn't dumb, must have known the problems in the marriage, sensed the friction, how Nina really felt. Evelyn says she spoke to an old friend at the police station about Andy. Nina's stomach clenches. The case is closed. Andy always taunted about a letter to police sent in case of his death, but no letter materialized, whether because it never existed or the detective got rid of it. She never knew. Evelyn says they told her how he looked when they found him, about his missing teeth. Oh God, she knows. Anyone aware of the state of Andy's mouth knows his death wasn't accidental. Nobody yanks their own teeth out with pliers willingly. It's all over. Police waiting outside. Handcuffs. Prison for life. She won't tell about Millie, though. Millie gave her a chance to be free. She chokes out Evelyn's name. Evelyn's eyes drift back to her son's face. She purses her lips and says she always told him how important dental hygiene is. Brush every night, or there will be a punishment. There's always a punishment when you break the rules. If you don't take care of your teeth, you lose the privilege to have teeth. Andy knew that. It was her rule. When she pulled out one of his baby teeth with pliers, she thought he understood. Nina stares, too afraid to speak. Evelyn says it's such a shame he never really learned. She's glad Nina stepped up and taught him a lesson. Nina's jaw hangs open as Evelyn makes one last adjustment to her son's white shirt collar. Then she walks out, leaving Nina behind. She leans against the marble kitchen counter across from Lisa Killefer. Lisa looks immaculate, shiny black hair in an elaborate French knot, cream-colored blouse buttons glimmering under skylights, a newly renovated kitchen. If she gets this job, it will be her first in nearly a year. She's had odd jobs since the Winchester house, but has been living off a year's salary Nina deposited after Andrew's death was ruled accidental. She still doesn't understand how Nina managed that. Lisa asks her to tell about herself. She begins, grew up in Brooklyn, lots of housework jobs, loves children. Lisa's smile spreads wide. Her enthusiasm is surprising, given dozens of candidates. Lisa contacted her first, found her ad online. The salary is great. The house reeks of wealth. Newest appliances. The stove could probably cook dinner by itself. She wants this job, tries to project confidence, thinks of Enzo's morning text, wishing her luck, telling her they will be lucky to have her, and promising to see her tonight after she gets the job. She asks Lisa what she's looking for. The usual house cleaned, laundry, light cooking. She says she can do that, though her situation hasn't changed. Prison record never disappears. Lisa's hands go absently to the knife block. Her fingers toy with one handle, lifting it enough for the blade to glint. She shifts, suddenly uncomfortable. Then Lisa says Nina Winchester recommended her very highly. Her mouth drops open. Last thing she expected. She hasn't heard from Nina in a long time. Nina moved to California with Cecilia. A few months ago, Nina texted a selfie at the beach, tanned and happy, with "Thank you for this." So another way of thanking her is recommending her for jobs. She feels optimistic. She says she's glad to hear it, that Nina was wonderful to work for. Lisa nods, fingers still toying with the knife, agreeing. But something is off about her face. She tugs at her blouse collar. The material shifts. A dark purple bruise on her upper arm, in the shape of someone's fingers. She looks over Lisa's shoulder at the refrigerator. A magnet photograph Lisa with a tall, stocky man, his eyes locked on the camera. She imagines those fingers wrapping around Lisa's skinny arm, digging hard enough to leave deep purple marks. Her heart pounds, dizzy. Now she finally understands. Nina recommended her to this woman because Nina knows her maybe better than she knows herself. Lisa slides the knife back into the wooden block, straightens up, blue eyes wide and anxious, and asks if Millie can help her. "Yes," she says, "she believes she can." The end. And just like that, the door closes. But stories like this never really end when the final page turns. They linger in quiet rooms, in uneasy silences, in the moments when trust suddenly feels fragile. Thank you for spending this time here, for stepping into this unsettling world and staying with it until the very end. Psychological thrillers often entertain us for a few hours and disappear. But The Housemaid found something deeper to tap into, that fear of what people hide behind kindness, beauty, and carefully arranged lives, and maybe that's why Freida McFadden's story connected with so many readers around the world. Beneath the twists and manipulation, there's something painfully human about it. The hunger to escape your past, the desperation to be seen, and the dangerous comfort of believing appearances. McFadden has spoken often about her fascination with the secrets ordinary people carry, and you can feel that obsession threaded through every chapter she writes. Long before millions of readers discovered The Housemaid, she was balancing medicine, motherhood, and late-night writing sessions, building stories in stolen hours while most of the world was asleep. There's a certain claustrophobic intensity to her work that likely comes from that exhaustion. Those small stretches of silence where the mind wanders into darker places. You can feel echoes of that same tension in novels like Never Lie, The Locked Door, and Ward D, where trust slowly erodes until even the safest spaces become threatening. What makes The Housemaid especially haunting is how familiar its world feels. The story carries traces of classic Gothic fiction, the grand house filled with secrets, the unreliable appearances, the hidden rooms, the manipulation disguised as love. There are shades of Daphne du Maurier's Rebecca and its atmosphere, and even the psychological unease of Gone Girl drifting beneath the surface. But McFadden reshaped those influences into something modern, faster, sharper, and deeply tied to contemporary anxieties about power, class, trauma, and survival. When Lionsgate brought the story to the screen in 2025, director Paul Feig approached the material from an unexpected angle. Audiences knew him for films like Bridesmaids and A Simple Favor, but beneath the humor in those stories was always a fascination with deception and hidden identities. That made him a surprisingly natural fit for this world. With Sydney Sweeney playing Millie and Amanda Seyfried as Nina Winchester, the adaptation leaned heavily into emotional tension rather than non-stop shock. Rebecca Sonnenschein adapted the screenplay while composer Theodore Shapiro built a score that moved almost like a slow panic attack beneath the scenes. The film stayed surprisingly faithful to the novel's central betrayal, the terrifying realization that the monster in the house was never who you first believed. But some changes were made for cinematic pacing. The movie expanded the role of Nina's mother-in-law and altered the final confrontation, turning the book's colder psychological revenge into something more visually brutal and immediate on screen. Filming in New Jersey during the winter of 2025 created its own strange atmosphere on set. Cast members described the house itself as emotionally draining after weeks of filming scenes built around manipulation and emotional collapse. Amanda Seyfried later admitted that some of the physical scenes were more difficult than expected because many of the destructive moments, broken furniture, shattered glass, spilled food, were performed practically rather than digitally. The mess had to be reset again and again between takes, creating long, exhausting nights for the crew. One of the more unexpected behind-the-scenes stories came from Paul Feig himself, who revealed that Blake Lively strongly encouraged the casting of Brandon Sklenar after working with him previously. Feig later said Sklenar brought exactly the kind of charm the role needed, the sort that makes danger difficult to recognize until it's far too late. And perhaps that's the strange power of stories like this. They remind you how easily perception can be manipulated, how desperately people want to believe in beautiful things, even when every instinct whispers otherwise. If this retelling pulled you into the shadows of the Winchester house, the original novel is absolutely worth experiencing for yourself. Freida McFadden's pacing on the page has a way of making hours disappear without you noticing. Some readers finish the book in a single night simply because stopping feels impossible. And if this story stayed with you after the ending, I'd love to hear what you felt while listening. Maybe there was a moment that unsettled you, a character you understood more than you expected, or a twist that completely changed the way you saw the story. Your interpretations, disagreements, and reflections are part of what keeps storytelling alive long after the final scene fades. If you'd like to return for more cinematic retellings like this, you can subscribe and stay close for the next journey. And if someone in your life loves stories that leave a quiet ache behind them, share this with them too. Stories travel farther when they're passed from one imagination to another. For now, though the house is quiet again, the lights are out, and somewhere beyond the last page, the story is still breathing in the dark.